to 7 Lok Kalyan Marg in the national capital. A moment of national pride unfolds in Delhi, as Indian astronaut and IAF Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla meets Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The visuals capture a beaming Shubhanshu Shukla in uniform exchanging warm greetings with the Prime Minister. A symbolic moment reflecting India's growing space ambitions and military excellence. The Prime Minister is seen lauding Shukla's achievement, shaking hands and offering words of encouragement for the historic mission that places India among the global elite in space exploration. The Shukla family, overwhelmed, emotional and yet deeply composed, representing every Indian household that has ever dreamt of touching the skies. Shukla's family members expressed excitement and gratitude for the Prime Minister to meet India's space hero.
जो हमारे पास वीडियो आया है उसमें वॉल्यूम नहीं है, बट आई एम श्योर कि प्रधानमंत्री जी बहुत ही एक्साइटेड हैं इस मिशन को लेके और आगे भी साइंस की टेक्नोलॉजी को आगे इम्प्रूव करने के लिए. तो आई एम श्योर उन्होंने शुभांशु की बहुत तारीफ करी होगी और उनको शाबाशी दी होगी. शुरुआत दोनों तरफ से है. एक्चुअली प्रधानमंत्री जी भी बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटमेंट दिखाते हैं, बहुत क्यूरियस माइंड है वो, और उनको हर चीज़ को जो ग्राउंड लेवल पर जानने की उनको उत्सुकता रहती है. और शुभांशु भी उसी तरीके के हैं और वो भी अपनी डिटेल्स जो लेके कलेक्ट करके लाए, उनको भी बड़ी खुशी. जो आदमी इंटरेस्ट लेता है उनको पूरा डिटेल में वो डिस्क्रिप्शन देने में, तो आई एम श्योर शुभांशु को भी बहुत अच्छा लगा होगा वो चीज़ें डिटेल्स में उनको बताने में.
From Lucknow to Delhi, from a family's dream to the nation's pride, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla's journey is now etched in history. Today, as he prepares for his future missions, the nation stands united, inspired and ready to cheer for India's tryst with the stars.
Our pilot Shubhanshu Shukla as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft.
All right, let's get you some other news. In a shifting global order, India and China are once again in the spotlight. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi is in New Delhi for a 3-day official visit, holding crucial talks with External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, NSA Ajit Doval and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The visit comes at a tense moment amid US-China trade friction and ongoing boundary issues with India, making the diplomatic engagement one to watch on the global stage. Here is more on the story.
A shifting world order where power balances are tested and new equations are being drawn. At the crossroads stand India and China, two civilizations with centuries of history. And continuing the legacy with both India and China are once again all set to come to one common page. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has landed in India, and soon after that he had a bilateral with Indian Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar.
Excellency, I welcome you and your delegation to India at the start of your visit for the 24th round of talks between the special representatives of India and China. This is also the first visit by a Chinese minister since our leaders met in Kazan in October 2024.
His next bilateral includes a boundary consultations with National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and a meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi in New Delhi. The visit comes amid heightened trade tensions after US President Donald Trump imposed steep tariffs on Indian exports. With India-US relations under strain, the diplomatic opening has created room for New Delhi and Beijing to explore fresh avenues of coordination.
India, very, very tough, very, very tough. The Prime Minister just left. He's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing for years and years and decades.
As per the MEA, Wang Yi and Ajit Doval will chair the 24th round of special representative talks on the boundary issue. The dialogue mechanism initiated in 2003 has been slow-moving, and tomorrow's round will only be the second since the violent Galwan Valley clashes of June 2020. Both sides are expected to review the status of disengagement along the line of actual control. Alongside the boundary talks, India and China are also working to revive suspended exchanges Discussions include the possible resumption of tourist visas, opening of pilgrimage routes such as the Kailash Mansarovar corridor, restoration of cross-border trade points, and restarting direct passenger flights from major cities. Meanwhile, President Trump's tariff escalation has sharply raised duties on Indian exports, in some sectors up to 50%. New Delhi has termed the measures excessive and protectionist, while Beijing has echoed India's concerns, calling tariffs coercive trade practices aimed at weakening developing economies. Wang Yi's visit is also seen as laying groundwork for Prime Minister Modi's upcoming trip to Tianjin later this month for Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit. On the sidelines, Modi is expected to meet Chinese President Xi Jinping and prospects of resettling high-level engagement after a prolonged freeze.
We are both at a crucial phase in our respective modernization endeavors. It best serves the fundamental interests of our two countries and two peoples.
मुझे विश्वास है कि हम खुले मन से बातचीत करेंगे और हमारी चर्चा कंस्ट्रक्टिव होगी.
As Wang Yi arrives in India, the visit goes beyond a mere bilateral dialogue. It is an engagement closely watched by many nations. While the outcomes will unfold in time, one thing is certain: the visit itself had already achieved half its purpose.
Let's get you some more news from across the globe. Russian President Vladimir Putin called Prime Minister Narendra Modi reportedly to share his assessment of his recent meeting with US President Donald Trump in Alaska. Putin spoke to Prime Minister Modi on phone 3 days after the high-profile summit in Alaska that ended without a ceasefire deal. Prime Minister Narendra Modi underlined India's position for a peaceful resolution of the conflict in Ukraine. Thousands of firefighters backed by the military battled dozens of wildfires across Spain and Portugal as the death toll has increased to 6, 2 in Portugal and 4 in Spain since the wildfires began. In a renewed diplomatic push, reports suggest that Hamas has accepted a new ceasefire proposal for Gaza without requesting amendments after a fresh diplomatic push to end more than 22 months of war. The proposal was drafted by mediators in Egypt and Qatar to end the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. A US senator is opening an investigation into Meta after a leaked document reportedly showed the tech giant's AI was permitted to have sensual and romantic chats with children. Republican Senator Josh Hawley called it reprehensible and outrageous. Residents in Bahamas braced for the Atlantic season's first hurricane, the Category 4 Erin, after it strengthened over the weekend while sweeping past Caribbean islands. While Erin is not on track to make a direct landfall and has yet to cause major damage, its growing size and strength is threatening rough seas and have prompted evacuation orders in parts of North Carolina on the US East Coast. Air Canada's flight attendants continued strike even after the country's Labour Board ordered them back to work, causing the airline to delay plans to restart flights. The union, representing some 10,000 flight staff, said that it would not ask members to return to their jobs as the deadline set by the Canada Industrial Relations Board came and went at 12 p.m. Toronto time. And we are soon after meeting Ukrainian President Zelensky and top EU leaders, US President Donald Trump followed through on his word, calling Russian President Vladimir Putin, and the call reportedly lasted 40 minutes. And sources say that Putin has agreed for a trilateral meeting with Donald Trump and Zelensky. Here's a report.
After meeting the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and the European leaders, Trump took to his Truth Social platform, describing the talks as very good. Soon after the meeting, Trump called President Vladimir Putin. The Kremlin confirmed the last call lasted 40 minutes. The two leaders reportedly spoke about raising the level of the representatives involved in the peace talks between Ukraine and Russia. The Kremlin has welcomed the idea of boosting talks, a signal, perhaps, of moment in the war that has now lasted nearly 4 years. Some reports suggest Putin has agreed to meet Zelensky. Trump stated during the meet that he is working on arranging a direct meeting between the two presidents. If the first meeting between Russia and Ukraine leaders happen, Trump said he will join them for what could be a historical trilateral summit. The conversation over the phone call also included discussions on security guarantees for Ukraine, not just for Washington, Moscow, or Kyiv, but the entire world will be looking forward to this trilateral meet, as it may mark the beginning of the new chapter to the conflict.
So viewers, US President Donald Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky met at the White House to discuss the ongoing war with Russia and explore possible paths to peace. The talks were serious but not without a few lighter moments as well, and they ended with a renewed hope for potential trilateral meeting with Russia. Here's a report.
In a bid towards achieving peace, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky met with the US President Donald Trump at the Oval Office. Smiles and laughter set a new tone in the Oval Office as Donald Trump welcomed Zelensky in Washington. A warm and hopeful atmosphere replaced the tension from the previous encounters between the two leaders. Zelensky this time came prepared with battlefield updates, new proposal for peace. The conversation centered on war, peace, and future security. Zelensky emphasized that elections in Ukraine would require a nationwide truce. Acknowledging the difficulty of voting while under attack.
Yes, of course, we are open for election, yes. We have to do safety circumstances, and a little bit we need to work in the parliament, because during the war you can't have elections, but we can do security. We need, we need a truth, yes, everywhere, in the battlefield, in the sky, and the sea, to make possible for people to do democratic, open, legal elections.
Trump, on the other hand, cracked a joke, imagining how a conflict in the US could allow him to extend his time as president. Trump later stated he supports the concept of a ceasefire, he also mentioned that he believes in a peace deal that could still happen without a ceasefire.
I didn't do any ceasefires, and I know that it might be good to have, but I can also understand strategically why, one country or the other wouldn't want it. You have a ceasefire and they rebuild and rebuild and rebuild, and maybe they don't want that. But if you look at the 6 deals that we made peace and long-term, long-running wars, I didn't do any ceasefires. Would I like the concept, I like the concept of a ceasefire for one reason, because you'd stop killing people immediately, as opposed to in 2 weeks or 1 week or whatever it takes.
Trump said he supports security guarantees for Ukraine, but stopped short of promising American troops.
Yeah, well, we haven't done anything on that yet. If you look back and you go back long before President Putin, it was always a statement that they would never allow Ukraine into NATO. So that was a statement that was made, but we haven't discussed any of that yet. We're going to be discussing it today, but we will give them very good protection, very good security. That's part of it. And the people that are waiting for us, I think they're very like-minded. They want to help out all.
Instead, he promised Ukraine a very good protection, with no firm ceasefire and no formal agreement. The meeting was mostly about showing progress and sending a message. But there are signs that a real breakthrough could come through, as Donald Trump suggested organizing a trilateral summit in the future.
All right, let's get you some news from the world of business. Brazilian subsidiary of China's ride-hailing company Didi Global sued a Chinese rival Kita in a Sao Paulo court, alleging trademark infringement and unfair competition. Lawsuit comes days after Kita sued Didi's Brazilian unit 99 in Brazil, alleging its food delivery app 99 Food was trying to restrict restaurants from working with more than 2 delivery platforms. In a bid to ease execution risks and attract more listings, market regulator SEBI promises a new 5-slab framework for IPOs, cutting minimum public offer sizes and relaxing shareholding norm deadlines for issues above 50,000 rupees in market cap. Consultation paper to be open for public comments till 8th of September. Reliance Consumer Products Limited, FMCG arm of Reliance Industries, forays into the fast-growing healthy functional beverage space with the acquisition of a majority stake in joint venture with Nature Edge Beverages Private Limited. Vodafone Idea exploring non-banking funding options to sustain its capital expenditure plans as banks await clarity on adjusted gross revenue matters. The telecom major seeks alternative funding to maintain capex continuity. Drone technology startup Garuda Aerospace has reported a modest growth in the last financial year ending March 31st. The Bengaluru-based firm maintained profitability. Revenue from operations increased 7.3% from 118 crore rupees in FY25 to 110 crore rupees in FY24. Viewers, we are taking a short break, and coming up ahead, the biggest top story of the day. US President Donald Trump dials Russian President Vladimir Putin after meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky, and Putin reportedly agrees for a trilateral meet. And Zelensky says that he too is ready for a trilateral meeting with the United States and Russia. The biggest story of the day, updates on that and much more coming up after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Sta arrivando.
President Trump, sir, your message to the people of Ukraine as world leaders gather here today. And Russia continues to attack civilians, this time in Kharkiv, killing many.
Sta arrivando.
President Trump, sir, your message to the people of Ukraine as world leaders gather here today. And Russia continues to attack civilians, this time in Kharkiv, killing many.
Is there a just offer for peace on the table? Will you see land to
Pretty close. Pretty shut.
Who's in the ball? Is it okay?
You look very handsome as always. Nice to see you, my friend.
Ready, close.
Thank you so much.
Ready, shut.
Very nice. How are you? Yes, we saw the advisor. So good to see you. So good to see you.
Momentous day. Madam President, what a pleasure to see you again.
Ready, close. Ready, shut.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Ready, close. Ready, shut.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome to the show live this morning. Good morning. Did you sleep well? Who doesn't like hearing good news first thing in the morning? Similarly, when someone asks thoughtful questions and shows that they care about us, it feels just as good. And that question is, did you sleep well? So tell me, did you sleep well? And don't forget to ask your loved ones the same question. It will surely brighten their day. And now let's take a look at the top stories that we are tracking for you at the top of 7 a.m. US President Donald Trump dials Russian President Vladimir Putin after meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Putin reportedly agrees for a trilateral meet.
All the sensitive things, territorial, etc., we will discuss on the level of leaders during trilateral meeting, and President Trump will try to organize such meeting.
Zelensky says he is ready for a trilateral meeting with the United States and Russia. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in New Delhi set to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi and NSA Ajit Doval today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chairs high-level meeting. Next generation reforms discussed. And after Navy, now Indian Air Force issues NOTAM ahead of exercise near Indo-Pak border. And viewers, it is the biggest top story. Ukrainian President Zelensky was back at the White House on Monday for high-stakes talks with US President Donald Trump as both leaders pushed for an end to the war in Ukraine. And several European leaders also adjusted their schedules to fly to Washington for the meeting. And this coming in just days after President Donald Trump's summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska, which ended without a ceasefire agreement. Take a look at this report. All right, that is the biggest top story. So there are renewed hopes for peace in Ukraine. This after after US President Donald Trump met with Zelensky, and US President Donald Trump also dialed Russian President Vladimir Putin. And there are hopes that there will be a trilateral meeting now. Both the leaders, Zelensky and reportedly Putin, have agreed for a trilateral meet. So, Russian and Ukrainian presidents are set for a peace summit after fast-moving talks that happened at the White House between US President Donald Trump and Zelensky, and that also included European leaders, and that focused on the key issue of long-term security guarantees for Kiev, and that meeting has renewed hopes for a long-term peace in Ukraine. And this coming in, remember, after Zelensky and European leaders met with US President Donald Trump in Washington to map out a peace deal. And remember, this coming in after Donald Trump met with Russian President in Alaska, which ended without a ceasefire agreement. And the world leaders also reacting to the White House talks. Now, France and Germany have welcomed the push for peace, but they have stressed that Ukraine's border must not be compromised. And the UK has called for strong security guarantees, while NATO says that it is also closely watching the talks. Listen in.
I really want to thank you, President of the United States, dear Donald, for the fact that you, as I said before, broke the deadlock basically with President Putin by starting that dialogue. And I think it was in February that you had the first phone call, and from there we are now where we are today. And that is, I think, if we play this well, we could end this. And we have to end this. We have to stop the killing. We have to stop the destruction of Ukraine's infrastructure. It is a terrible war. So I'm really excited. And let's make the best out of today and make sure that from today onwards, we get this thing to an end as soon as possible. I really want to thank you for your leadership, what you are doing for Volodymyr, but of course also all the European colleagues. It is really crucial. And the fact that you have said, I'm willing to participate in the security guarantees is a big step. It's really a breakthrough, and it makes all the difference. So also thank you for that.
Well, NATO also has agreed from 2% to 5%, which is something that is a massive amount of money. And it's 2% that wasn't always paid to 5% that is paid. That's a big difference. And so we appreciate that. That was a great move. Thank you very much.
It's a very important moment. Indeed, we are here, Europeans, as friends and allies. We had a fantastic NATO summit. Together as the two largest and biggest economies in the world, we had the largest trade deal ever agreed. And now we are here to work together with you on a just and lasting peace for Ukraine. Stop the killing. This is really our common interest, stop the killing. And indeed, it's very good to hear that we're working on the security guarantees, Article 5 lies security guarantees, so important. But I want to thank you also that you mentioned the thousands of Ukrainian children that have been abducted. And as a mother and grandmother, every single child has to go back to its family. This should be one of our main priorities also in these negotiations, to make sure that the children come back to Ukraine, to their families.
Thank you. And we did. I was just thinking we're here for a different reason, but we just a couple of weeks ago made the largest trade deal in history. So that's a big thing, and congratulations. That's great. Thank you very much, Ursula.
I just have to say here, everybody around this table is in favor of peace. And we work very hard, and we've worked very hard during the past few years to have a peace which is a robust and long-standing peace. This is why the idea of a trilateral meeting is very important, because this is the only way to fix it. And by the way, I think as a follow-up, we would need probably a quadrilateral meeting, because when we speak about security guarantees, we speak about the whole security of the European continent. And this is why we are all united here with Ukraine on this matter. In order to organize such a trilateral meeting, your idea to ask for a truce or a ceasefire, at least to stop the killings, as we discussed, is a necessity. And we all support this idea. And in order to have such a long-standing peace for Ukraine and for the whole continent, we do need these security guarantees. And the first one is clearly a credible Ukrainian army for the years and decades to come. And the second one is our own commitment, all of us. And we worked very hard during the past few months amongst the coalition of the willings with the support of NATO to build the different pillars of security guarantees and our commitments. And you can be sure that Europeans are very lucid about the fact that they have their fair share in these security guarantees for Ukraine, but their own security is clearly at stake in this situation. So you can count on us as we can count on you in order to deliver this robust peace for both Ukraine and Europe.
I think it is an important day, a new phase, after 3 years and a half that we didn't see any kind of sign from the Russian side that there was a willing for dialogue. So something is changing, something has changed, thanks to you. Thanks also to the stalling in the battlefield, which was achieved with the bravery of Ukrainians and with the unity that we all provided to Ukraine. And the reason why I mention it is that we also have to remind that if we want to reach peace and if we want to guarantee justice, we have to do it united. So that's why it's a very good day, the one we are in. You can obviously count on Italy as it was from the beginning. We are on the side of Ukraine, and we do absolutely support your efforts towards peace. We will talk about many important topics. The first one is security guarantees, how to be sure that it won't happen again, which is the precondition of every kind of peace. I'm happy that we will discuss about that. I'm happy that we will begin from a proposal, which is the, let's say, Article 5 model, which was Italian at the beginning. So we are always ready to bring our proposals for peace, for dialogue. It's something we have to build together to guarantee peace and to defend the security of our nation. So thank you, Mr. President, for hosting us.
All right, let's get to some other news. The NDA has announced CP Radhakrishnan, a BJP veteran from Tamil Nadu, as its vice president candidate. And this nomination is seen as a significant messaging from the BJP coming months before the Tamil Nadu elections. And the India bloc, the opposition bloc, particularly the DMK, is now pushing for a candidate from Tamil Nadu to counter the NDA's move. Take a look at this report.
A day after NDA has announced a candidate for the vice presidential polls, opposition has slammed BJP for picking CP Radhakrishnan for the post and called him another RSS man.
We all know that Mr. CP Radhakrishnan has a background of RSS, and he proudly wears that RSS badge, and he has been an MP from Tamil Nadu, and he has been a BJP president from Tamil Nadu. Therefore, he has associations with Tamil Nadu, and he is a honorable governor now in Maharashtra. But his RSS links can't be forgotten.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has contacted opposition leaders including Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, YSRP Chief Jagan Reddy and BJD Chief Naveen Patnaik to seek support. While sources say that YSRCP will back NDA's candidate, DMK has strongly criticised the NDA's pick.
He's an RSS man. He is a BJP candidate. You should see this politically, not as per language. This is a post for a vice president. We already had two presidents. R. Venkatram was the president, a Tamilian president, and Abdul Kalam was the president of India. So we had seen presidents. Now they are posting an RSS man. And I don't know, poor man, he has accepted. Why he had accepted? Because they are searching for the former president, vice president who had resigned from his post. They don't know where he is now. That situation should not come to CP Radhakrishnan.
Union Minister Prahlad Joshi has been appointed as the coordinator for the election. Prahlad Joshi chaired a meeting of NDA MPs at his residence, which was attended by Chirag Paswan, Jitan Ram Manjhi and Anupriya Patel. Indie bloc leaders also held a meeting to decide the candidate for the vice presidential poll. Although meeting remained inconclusive, but sources said the DMK and TMC are at loggerheads over name of the candidate. As per sources, opposition wants to field a non-political face who has a national stature for the second highest constitutional post in the country.
Big story from Jammu and Kashmir. The rescue operation in Kishtwar's Chashoti village has entered its 6th day with over 100 people still missing after devastating cloudburst. Now, the search operations are focused on the Langar side, where many are believed to be still trapped under the debris and boulders. Take a look at this report.
Rescue efforts in Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar entered the 6th day after a massive cloudburst triggered a deadly flash floods in Chesauti village. Indian Army, NDRF, SDRF, police and local administration are all working together in the search and rescue mission. Special all-terrain vehicles have been deployed to aid rescue operations in Chesauti village.
Indian Army has inducted its specialized all-terrain vehicle for the Kishtwar operations, and here you will see that on the 5th day these all-terrain vehicles are now marching to the areas that are tricky areas where you cannot afford to have the other vehicles that can march in this. But these specialized all-terrain vehicles of the Indian Army, they are now part of the operations. This team of the 17 Rashtra Rifles that has played a key role is headed by Major Taran, is now marching to the areas that has been one of the worst hit areas of this very place, and now the teams are moving to this very side.
SDRF, NDRF, local police and CISF have all been divided into teams, zoning up the area.
ये बहुत ही ज़्यादा हेल्पफुल व्हीकल है बिकॉज ये कहीं पे भी जा सकता है. इसमें कोई मैटर नहीं करता कि ये इसमें ढलाई है, पत्थर है, पानी है, किसी भी जगह पे ये जा सकता है और हम लोग इसका इस्तेमाल करके जो है सर्च आउट कर सकते हैं.
सर, अभी भी ऑपरेशन लगातार जारी है?
एग्जैक्टली ऑपरेशन तब तक जारी रहेगा जब तक हम सारा ये यहाँ पे मग क्लीनिंग नहीं करेंगे और डेड बॉडीज़ को रिकवर नहीं करेंगे.
आज जो है बारिश ने भी सुबह काफ़ी खलल डाला है इस ऑपरेशन.
बिल्कुल, थोड़ा सा खलल ज़रूर डाला बारिश ने, बट हम सब लोग सक्षम हैं बिकॉज पूरी पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस, जे.एंड.के पुलिस, आर्मी, जैसा कि आप देख पा रहे हैं इस समय ऑल-टेरेन व्हीकल जो हमारे साथ है, हम सब लोग इस चीज़ के लिए सक्षम हैं कि बारिश हमारा कोई कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ सकती.
The fury unfolded barely 3 days after a cloudburst claimed 61 lives in Chesauti village. The tragedy has affected many lives in the area. One of the lady who used to sell food and other eatables is now removing debris from her shop.
खाने पीने की दुकान थी, रोटी खिलाते थे, कुछ दुकान की सामान थे वो बिकाते थे, बच्चों के लिए कुछ छोटे छोटे कोई खाना पीना था वो बिकाते थे.
तो 14 तारीख आप यहीं पे थे जब ये हुआ?
हाँ जी, इधर ही थे.
क्या हुआ था?
कुछ नहीं, ऐसे नजर आए एकदम, लोग को किसी को नजर नहीं आया.
आप बच के कैसे निकले, क्योंकि दुकान तो पूरी सैलाब की जद में आ गई?
हम दौड़ते दौड़ते रोड से भाग गए थे. कुछ लोग इधर तक फंस गए थे पानी से, वो पता नहीं कैसे निकले कैसे नहीं, कुछ फंसे हैं, कुछ मरे हैं इधर.
Meanwhile, several bodies are still feared trapped under mudslides, while the injured were shifted to district hospitals in Kishtwar and Jammu. Rescue operations are underway, with officials warning the toll may rise as many remain missing.
And viewers, 30 days, 17 sites and one masked man at the heart of explosive allegations. The Dharamstala mass burial controversy has taken a dramatic turn. The special investigation team has confirmed skeleton remains were found at only one of the 17 locations. And that raises serious questions about the credibility of the original claims. Now, in a major twist, the masked man behind the sensational accusations has reportedly admitted that he made the claim under pressure. As political temperatures rise, the BJP is accusing rivals of hurting Hindu sentiments, while the Congress concedes that there may have been a controversy to defame Dharamsthala. With the SIT now making further exhumations and awaiting forensic confirmation, the investigation has entered a critical phase. The story is far from over. Here's our report.
30 days, 17 sites, and one masked man with explosive claims. Of the 17 sites dug up by the SIT, partial skeletal remains were found at only one place. The so-called mass burial at Dharamstala in Karnataka is turning out to be a big hoax. And now, the controversial Dharmasthala mass burial claim has taken a dramatic turn. The man at the center of it all, or this masked man, has reportedly confessed before the SIT that his earlier statements were made under pressure. But the political storm refuses to settle, with BJP accusing the Karnataka government of maligning the Hindu sentiments. This allegation pushed the Congress into damage control mode. Deputy Chief Minister admitted that there was a systematic conspiracy to tarnish the image of Dharmasthala. Now the SIT has decided to temporarily suspend the exhumation process at Dharmasthala until forensic reports are received.
ಸುನಿಲ್ ಅವರು ನೀವೇನೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ನಾನೇನು ಉದ್ವೇಗಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾಗೋಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತಾ. ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನ ದೊಡ್ಡವನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ. ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ 16 ಕೇಸ್ಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ನಾವು ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಅವನಿಗಾಗಲೇ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಆದಷ್ಟು ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅವನ ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಯಾರನ್ನ ಇಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕಾನೂನು ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿರೋದೇ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ. ಆ ಕಾನೂನನ್ನ ಚಲಾಯಿಸ್ತೀವಿ, ಅವನಿಗೇನು ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಯಾವ ಮುಲಾಜಿಲ್ದೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
Explosive claims, no evidence, and 30 days of digging. The truth behind the Dharmasthala burial row lies in limbo.
Let's get you some more news from across the nation. Prime Minister Narendra Modi met with India's space hero astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla at his Lok Kalyan Marg residence. Prime Minister Modi welcomed Shukla with a warm hug, and during the meet, Shukla presented the Axiom 4 mission patch to the Prime Minister and shared photographs of the Earth taken from the International Space Station. Shubhanshu Shukla also gifted the Prime Minister the Indian tricolour that he had taken with him to the International Space Station. The same Indian tricolour was seen fluttering in the background when Shukla interacted with Prime Minister Modi. With Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla returning to India, his hometown Lucknow is gearing up to bestow honour on the astronaut for a successful mission to the ISS. Meanwhile, Lucknow Mayor also announced local administration has moved a proposal to name a road leading to Shubhanshu Shukla's home and a park in the city after him. Following up on one of the key announcements Prime Minister Narendra Modi had made in his Independence Day address, Prime Minister Modi chaired a high-level meeting including top union ministers, secretaries and economists to deliberate on the roadmap for the next generation reforms. Amid the opposition's allegations of vote theft on the Election Commission of India, the ND bloc is considering a motion against Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar seeking his removal. The idea mooted at the meeting of the opposition's parliamentary floor leaders yesterday. Delhi's well-known car dealer Fusion Car Sales and Purchase showroom once again made it to the headlines. The GST department conducted a raid at this showroom located in Tilak Nagar police station area of West Delhi. It works as a second-hand car sale buyer. Statements of all the staff members have also been recorded. Over the delay in the publication of West Bengal Joint Entrance Examination results, West Bengal LOP Suvendu Adhikari threatened to launch a statewide street protest if the issue remains unresolved. Adhikari alleged that the admissions to certain streams in different colleges was already getting affected. Meanwhile, ABVP staged a demonstration before the headquarters of the State Education Department in Kolkata. The continuous heavy rainfall in Mumbai has filled Vihar Lake located within the Sanjay Gandhi National Park in Mumbai, and this is the second lake to overflow in 3 days. Remember, the maximum water storage capacity of Vihar Lake is 2,769.8 crore litres. Meanwhile, other lakes like Modak Sagar, Tansa, Tulsi and Bhatsa have already reached their total capacity. After the shameful incident wherein an army Jawan who was part of Operation Sindoor was brutally assaulted on the Meerut to Karnal section of the National Highway, the NHAI has taken strict action by slapping a 20 lakh rupees penalty on the toll collecting agency. Additionally, NHAI has initiated the process of terminating and debarring the toll collection firm from future participation in the toll plaza bids. Business tycoon and chairman of the Adani Group, Gautam Adani, addressed students of IIT Kharagpur. He said that the age of transformation now unfolding before us is unlike anything that he has seen. And he said that the battlefield is not just about protecting our nation's borders, it is also about securing our technology leadership and ensuring that we are able to stay at the forefront of global innovation. Viewers, we are taking a short break, and coming up ahead, the biggest top story of the day. US President Donald Trump dials Russian President Vladimir Putin after meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky, and Putin reportedly agrees for a trilateral meet. Zelensky says he is ready for a trilateral meeting with the United States and Russia. That big story and much more coming up after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती मसाला।
What makes you a legend? Maybe that you're followed by everyone. Maybe that you follow no one. Maybe both. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Sta arrivando.
President Trump, sir, your message to the people of Ukraine as world leaders gather here today. And Russia continues.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
I choose a world where we care and we dare to love. I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics.
Living my best life.
Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Sta arrivando.
President Trump, sir, your message to the people of Ukraine as world leaders gather here today. And Russia continues to attack civilians, this time in Kharkiv, killing many.
US President Donald Trump dials Russian President Vladimir Putin after meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Putin reportedly agrees for a trilateral meet.
All the sensitive things, territorial, etc., we will discuss on the level of leaders during trilateral meeting, and President Trump will try to organize such meeting.
Zelensky says he is ready for a trilateral meeting with the United States and Russia. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in New Delhi set to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi and NSA Ajit Doval today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chairs a high-level meeting and next generational reforms discussed. And after Indian Navy, now the Indian Air Force issues NOTAM ahead of exercise near Indo-Pak border. The biggest top story of the day. Soon after meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky and top EU leaders, US President Donald Trump followed through on his word, calling Russian President Vladimir Putin. And this call reportedly lasted 40 minutes, and sources say that Putin has agreed for a trilateral meeting with Trump and Zelensky. Here is a report.
After meeting the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and the European leaders, Trump took to his Truth Social platform describing the talks as very good. Soon after the meeting, Trump called President Vladimir Putin. The Kremlin confirmed the last call lasted 40 minutes. The two leaders reportedly spoke about raising the level of the representatives involved in the peace talks between Ukraine and Russia. The Kremlin has welcomed the idea of boosting talks, a signal, perhaps, of moment in the war that has now lasted nearly 4 years. Some reports suggest Putin has agreed to meet Zelensky. Trump stated during the meet that he is working on arranging a direct meeting between the two presidents. If the first meeting between Russia and Ukraine leaders happen, Trump said he will join them for what could be a historical trilateral summit. The conversation over the phone call also included discussions on security guarantees for Ukraine, not just for Washington, Moscow or Kyiv, but the entire world will be looking forward to this trilateral meet, as it may mark the beginning of the new chapter to the conflict.
So, US President Donald Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky met at the White House to discuss the ongoing war with Russia and explore possible paths to peace. And these talks were serious, but not without a few lighter moments, and ended with a renewed hope for a potential trilateral meeting with Russia. Here's a report.
In a bid towards achieving peace, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky met with the US President Donald Trump at the Oval Office. Smiles and laughter set a new tone in the Oval Office as Donald Trump welcomed Zelensky in Washington. A warm and hopeful atmosphere replaced the tension from the previous encounters between the two leaders. Zelensky this time came prepared with battlefield updates, new proposal for peace. The conversation centered on war, peace, and future security. Zelensky emphasized that elections in Ukraine would require a nationwide truce. Acknowledging the difficulty of voting while under attack.
Yes, of course. We are open for election, yes. We have to do safety circumstances, and a little bit we need to work in the parliament, because during the war you can't have elections, but we can do security. We need, maybe, how to say, we need a truth, yes, everywhere, in the battlefield, in the sky, and the sea, yeah, to make possible for people to do democratic, open, legal elections.
Trump, on the other hand, cracked a joke, imagining how a conflict in the US could allow him to extend his time as president. Trump later stated he supports the concept of a ceasefire, as he also mentioned that he believes in a peace deal that could still happen without a ceasefire.
I didn't do any ceasefires, and I know that it might be good to have, but I can also understand strategically why, well, you know, one country or the other wouldn't want it. You have a ceasefire and they rebuild and rebuild and rebuild, and, you know, maybe they don't want that. But if you look at the 6 deals that we made peace and you know, long-term, long-running wars, I didn't do any ceasefires. Would I like the concept, you know, I like the concept of a ceasefire for one reason, because you'd stop killing people immediately, as opposed to in 2 weeks or 1 week or whatever it takes.
Trump said he supports security guarantees for Ukraine, but stopped short of promising American troops.
Yeah, well, we haven't done anything on that yet. If you look back and you go back long before President Putin, it was always a statement that they would never allow Ukraine into NATO. So that was a statement that was made, but we haven't discussed any of that yet. We're going to be discussing it today, but we will give them very good protection, very good security. That's part of it. And the people that are waiting for us, I think they're very like-minded. They want to help out all.
Instead, he promised Ukraine a very good protection, with no firm ceasefire and no formal agreement. The meeting was mostly about showing progress and sending a message. But there are signs that a real breakthrough could come through, as Donald Trump suggested organizing a trilateral summit in the future.
So it was a defining moment for Ukraine's future. President Zelensky meeting with US President Donald Trump and top European leaders in the White House in Washington, and the goal to secure firm security guarantees and bring the war to an end. European leaders' unity was also on display. Here's a report.
A day of diplomacy, an echo of unity, and a shared message. The war must end. The much anticipated and decisive meet between US President Donald Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky took place last night. A high-stakes visit with one clear intention: to secure stronger protection for Ukraine and bring the war a step closer to ending. This was no ordinary diplomatic trip, with the war now dragging into its 4th year. Zelensky was accompanied by top leaders of European Union. Leaders like EU President Ursula von der Leyen, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, French President Emmanuel Macron, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, and NATO Chief Mark Rutte all arrived as a group to avoid disaster like Zelensky's February meeting in the Oval Office.
Something that all of them can accept as a terms to the end of the war in Ukraine. After the meeting in Alaska between Trump and Putin, they are more or less planned, and there is an understanding between Russia and the US how the peace agreement in Ukraine can look like, that it will mean Ukraine will concede, Ukraine will give up on some of their regions.
Zelensky this time came prepared with a new proposal for peace.
First one is security guarantees, and we are very happy with President that all the leaders are here, and security in Ukraine depends on the United States and on you and on those leaders who are with us in our hearts. They have been online before yesterday, and etc. So a lot of countries on the side of Ukraine, our people, and all of us want to finish this war, stop Russia and stop this war.
Meanwhile, NATO chief reiterated on the fact that they were willing to be part of Ukraine's future security.
Let's make the best out of today and make sure that from today onwards we get this thing to an end as soon as possible. I really want to thank you for your leadership, what you are doing for Volodymyr, but of course also all the European colleagues. It is really crucial. And the fact that you have said, I'm willing to participate in the security guarantees is a big step. It's really a breakthrough, and it makes all the difference.
Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni struck an optimistic tone, noting a change in stance on Russian side and a need for unity in the West.
So something is changing, something has changed thanks to you, thanks also to the stalling in the battlefield, which was achieved with the bravery of Ukrainians and with the unity that we all provided to Ukraine. And the reason why I mention it is that we also have to remind that if we want to reach peace and if we want to guarantee justice, we have to do it united.
French President Macron and UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer both emphasized that protecting Ukraine is an issue of entire Europe.
When we speak about security guarantees, we speak about the whole security of the European continent, and this is why we are all united here with Ukraine on this matter. In order to organize such a trilateral meeting, your idea to ask for a truce or a ceasefire, at least to stop the killings, as we discussed, is a necessity. And we all support this idea.
Zelensky and all the other leaders spoke in one voice and collectively asked for security guarantees, peace and end to the war. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, who has positioned himself as a peace broker, has suggested organizing a trilateral summit, but only if Russia agrees. As Ukraine continues to fight for its survival, this summit may mark the beginning of a new chapter to the conflict.
Let's get you some more news from across the world. Russian President Vladimir Putin called Prime Minister Narendra Modi reportedly to share his assessment of his recent meeting with US President Donald Trump in Alaska. Putin spoke to Modi on the phone 3 days after the high-profile summit in Alaska that ended without a ceasefire deal. Prime Minister Modi underlined India's position for a peaceful resolution of the conflict with Ukraine. Thousands of firefighters backed by the military battled dozens of wildfires across Spain and Portugal as the death toll has increased to 6, 2 in Portugal and 4 in Spain since the wildfires began. In a renewed diplomatic push, reports suggest that Hamas has accepted a new ceasefire proposal for Gaza without requesting amendments after a fresh diplomatic push to end more than 22 months of war. The proposal was drafted by mediators in Egypt and Qatar to end the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. A US senator is opening an investigation into Meta after a leaked document reportedly showed the tech giant's AI was permitted to have sensual and romantic chats with children. Republican Senator Josh Hawley called it reprehensible and outrageous. Residents of the Bahamas braced for the Atlantic season's first hurricane, the Category 4 Erin, after it strengthened over the weekend while sweeping past the Caribbean islands. While Erin is not on track to make a direct landfall and has yet to cause major damage, its growing size and strength is threatening rough seas and has prompted evacuation orders in parts of North Carolina on the U.S. East Coast. Air Canada's flight attendants continued strike even after the country's Labour Board ordered them back to work, causing the airline to delay plans to restart flights. The union, representing some 10,000 flight staff, said that it would not ask the members to return to their jobs as the deadline set by the Canada Industrial Relations Board came to an end. So Air Canada has suspended all operations after more than 10,000 flight attendants walked off the job early on Saturday. This strike began after a key contract deadline passed without a deal, leaving thousands of travelers stranded amid the busy summer travel season. Take a look.
A bitter contract fight between Air Canada and the Canadian Union of Public Employees regarding wages and benefits. The labour dispute had stemmed from months of unsuccessful negotiations. This strike occurred after a deadline to reach a deal passed, as a result of which the travellers around the world were left stranded and scrambled during the peak summer travel season. Earlier on Sunday, Air Canada announced plans to resume flights. However, the employees were still on strike as of Sunday afternoon. Therefore, the airlines had to postpone the resumption until Monday evening. Meanwhile, the president of Canadian Union of Public Employees addressed the issue of lower pay and the reason for the ongoing strike.
Where we are here now on the picket line, and we're on strike for fair pay, a fair contract, and fair wages.
Along with the fair pay, the workers also seeking to be paid for work they perform on the ground before takeoff and after landing. Currently, the flight attendants are only paid once the cabin door closes and until it reopens after the flight lands. Air Canada also stated that it had already gradually reduced the daily flight schedule following CUBE's strike notice released on August 13. But unfortunately, the ongoing strike is impacting an estimated 1 lakh passengers every day whose travel plans are scheduled with the airline. On Sunday, many travellers were stranded at airport, uncertain about when they will be able to reach their destinations. Listen in what a passenger had to say.
1 week. Now we went to this airport and to go to check-in, and they said that we have cancelled all our flights.
Another passenger also expressed their discomfort amid the ongoing flight halt. Listen in.
Ultimately, it comes down to labor versus management, and generally in those disputes, it's the third party that's going to get affected by it. So I'm not happy by any stretch, especially now when students are trying to go back to school. It's bad timing. But at some point, there's going to be casualties in this, and it tends to be the passengers.
Therefore, the disruption has grounded about 700 flights a day at the airline. That affects almost 130,000 passengers daily around the globe.
And viewers, in a shifting global order, India and China are once again in the spotlight. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi is in New Delhi for a 3-day official visit, holding crucial talks with External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar and NSA Ajit Doval, as well as Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This visit comes at a tense moment with India and US tariff friction, as well as the US-China trade friction and the ongoing border issues with India, marking this diplomatic engagement one to watch out for on the global stage. Here's more.
A shifting world order where power balances are tested and new equations are being drawn. At the crossroads stand India and China, two civilizations with centuries of history. And continuing the legacy with both India and China are once again all set to come to one common page. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has landed in India, and soon after that he had a bilateral with Indian Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar.
Excellency, I welcome you and your delegation to India at the start of your visit for the 24th round of talks between the special representatives of India and China. This is also the first visit by a Chinese minister since our leaders met in Kazan in October 2024.
His next bilateral includes a boundary consultations with National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and a meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi in New Delhi. The visit comes amid heightened trade tensions after US President Donald Trump imposed steep tariffs on Indian exports. With India-US relations under strain, the diplomatic opening has created room for New Delhi and Beijing to explore fresh avenues of coordination.
India, very, very tough, very, very tough. The Prime Minister just left, and he's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing for years and years and decades.
As per the MEA, Wang Yi and Ajit Doval will chair the 24th round of special representative talks on the boundary issue. The dialogue mechanism initiated in 2003 has been slow-moving, and tomorrow's round will only be the second since the violent Galwan Valley clashes of June 2020. Both sides are expected to review the status of disengagement along the line of actual control. Alongside the boundary talks, India and China are also working to revive suspended exchanges. Discussions include the possible resumption of tourist visas, opening of pilgrimage routes such as the Kailash Mansarovar corridor, restoration of cross-border trade points, and restarting direct passenger flights from major cities. Meanwhile, President Trump's tariff escalation has sharply raised duties on Indian exports, in some sectors up to 50%. New Delhi has termed the measures excessive and protectionist, while Beijing has echoed India's concerns, calling tariffs coercive trade practices aimed at weakening developing economies. Wang Yi's visit is also seen as laying groundwork for Prime Minister Modi's upcoming trip to Tianjin later this month for Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit. On the sidelines, Modi is expected to meet Chinese President Xi Jinping and prospects of resettling high-level engagement after a prolonged freeze.
We are both at a crucial phase in our respective modernization endeavors. It best serves the fundamental interests of our two countries and two peoples.
मुझे विश्वास है कि हम खुले मन से बातचीत करेंगे और हमारी चर्चा कंस्ट्रक्टिव होगी.
As Wang Yi arrives in India, the visit goes beyond a mere bilateral dialogue. It is an engagement closely watched by many nations. While the outcomes will unfold in time, one thing is certain: the visit itself had already achieved half its purpose.
Here is a look at some news from the world of business. A Brazilian subsidiary of China's ride-hailing company DD Global sued a Chinese rival Kita in a Sao Paulo court alleging trademark infringement and unfair competition. The lawsuit comes just days after Quito sued DD's Brazilian unit 99 in Brazil, alleging its food delivery app 99 Food was trying to restrict restaurants from working with more than 2 delivery platforms. In a bid to ease execution risks and attract more big listings, the market regulator SEBI proposes a new 5-slab framework for the IPOs, cutting minimum public offer sizes and relaxing shareholding norm deadlines for issues above 50,000 crore rupees in market cap. Consultation paper to be open for public comments till 8th of September. Reliance Consumer Products Limited, the FMCG arm of Reliance Industries, forays into the fast-growing healthy functional beverages space with the acquisition of majority stake in a joint venture with Nature Edge Beverages Private Limited. Vodafone Idea is exploring non-banking funding options to sustain its capital expenditure plan as the banks await clarity on adjusted gross revenue matters. The telecom major seeks alternative funding to maintain capex continuity. The drone technology startup Garuda Aerospace has reported a modest growth in the last financial year ending March 31st. The Bengaluru-based firm maintained profitability. Revenue from operations increased 7.3%. And now a look at all the sporting action. Here's the sports wrap. Bangladesh may replace Pakistan in the Men's Asia Cup hockey tournament in Rajgir in Bihar starting 29th of August if Pakistan doesn't confirm participation soon. Despite India's assurance on visas, the Pakistan Hockey Federation has cited security concerns. The organizers have approached Bangladesh as a backup, with Hockey India expecting clarity within 48 hours. ISL champions Mohun Bagan have refused to release players for the ongoing national camp, citing it is not mandatory outside a FIFA window and accusing the AIFF of neglecting player welfare. The India camp began on 15th of August ahead of the CAFA Nations Cup, but 13 players, including 7 from Mohun Bagan, haven't joined. Their absence was initially linked to the Durand Cup duties, though the club exited after a 1-2 loss to East Bengal in the quarter-finals. Jasprit Bumrah faced criticism for playing only 3 of the 5 tests against England, but ex-BCCI selector Chetan Sharma defended him, saying that players should follow physio's advice as they are the better judges. Bumrah, managing his workload, featured in the first, third and the fourth test, while Mohammad Siraj led the attack in his absence. Sharma likened it to a patient following the doctor's orders. Time to take a break, and coming up ahead, US President Donald Trump calls Russian President Vladimir Putin after meeting with Ukrainian President. Putin reportedly agrees for a trilateral meet. And Zelensky says that he is ready for a trilateral meeting with the United States and Russia. That is the biggest story that we are tracking through the day. All the details coming up after a short break.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Sta arrivando.
President Trump, sir, your message to the people of Ukraine as world leaders gather here today. And Russia continues to attack civilians, this time in Kharkiv, killing many.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
I choose a world where we care and we dare to love. I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics.
Living my best life.
Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Sta arrivando.
President Trump, sir, your message to the people of Ukraine as world leaders gather here today. And Russia continues to attack civilians, this time in Kharkiv, killing many.
Is there a just offer for peace on the table? Will you see land to run?
Pretty close. Pretty shut. Yep. Is it okay?
You look very handsome as always. Nice to see you.
Ready, close. Thank you so much. Ready, shut. How are you? Yes, we know. Supervisor, so good to see you. So good to see you.
Madam President, what a pleasure to see you again.
Ready, close. Ready, shut.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome. You're watching live this morning at 8 a.m. with me, Tanisha Avasthi. Ladies and gentlemen, the spotlight today continues on the late night meeting that was held between Volodymyr Zelensky and the United States President Donald Trump. There were several key points and news agendas that had come out of the crucial meeting. First one being that there could be a trilateral meeting between Putin, Zelensky and Donald Trump. Will this lead to a permanent ceasefire? We'll get to know that in this bulletin. But first, a quick check of the headlines. United States President dials Russian President after meeting with Ukraine President Zelensky. Putin reportedly agrees for a trilateral meeting.
All the sensitive things, territorial, etc., we will discuss on the level of leaders during trilateral meeting, and President Trump will try to organize such meeting.
Zelensky says they are ready for a trilateral meeting with the United States President and Russian President Vladimir Putin. And it is day 2 of Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in the national capital. He is set to meet the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and NSA Ajit Doval today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chairs a high-level meeting. Next generation reforms have been discussed. After Navy, now the Indian Air Force issues a NOTAM ahead of exercise near the Indo-Pakistan border. Pakistan must now watch out. And we start this edition with the big breaking news that's coming in. It is the former Indian Army Chief General M.M. Naravane who has sent out a strong message where he has emphasized the importance of defense preparedness, stating that security comes at a cost. He noted that investing in defense is not a wasteful expense but an insurance to safeguard the nation from potential threats. Naravane highlighted that outsourcing national security is not an option, stressing the need for self-reliance in defense matters. Here's that soundbite that you need to listen to of the former Indian Army chief who sent out a very strong message to the world.
Security comes at a cost. A Roman scholar in the 5th century AD had said that if you want peace, prepare for war. And over 15 centuries later, that truism still holds good. That you have to prepare for war if you want peace. And why do you want peace? Because peace is a precursor or a prerequisite for development. And defense preparedness does not come cheap. It comes at a cost. Now, many times you will wonder, is that cost worth it? Can't we do without it? And there are many people who advocate that why this is a wasteful expenditure. After all, at the same cost of one Rafale aircraft, you can build 20 schools and run them for 1 year. That is the stark difference. So do we need to spend that much? And it is a valid question. So on this, there are 2 points I would like to put across. One is that the defense of a country is something that cannot be outsourced. It has to be done by the country itself. You can outsource the security of your campus. How do you outsource the security of the country? You cannot. Can we say, okay, China, come and guard us? You can't. Although they'll be very happy if we say that. When you look at it that way, you will realize that it is a worthwhile expenditure. But there is one big difference. Your insurance kicks in when an incident or accident occurs. In the case of a defense expenditure, it prevents that incident from happening in the first place. It prevents the war from happening.
And shifting our focus to more breaking news that's coming in. The United States President Donald Trump has briefed Putin after his talks with Zelensky that was held late night, and European leaders as well. Now, according to Kremlin aide Yuri Ospok, both presidents voiced support for direct negotiations between Russia and Ukraine delegations. Now, we learned that the Kremlin aide also further added that Putin also warmly thanked Donald Trump for the hospitality during the Alaska meeting. They further backed raising the level of representatives from Moscow and Kiev in the talks. The telephonic conversation that lasted nearly 40 minutes, there are several key points that have now come out of the key meeting. Remember, it is to be noted on how the meet was extremely welcoming as far as Donald Trump and Zelensky's talks are concerned. All right, I'm being joined by DOV as Zakim. He is the former Under Secretary of Defense, Chief Financial Officer of the United States. Zakim, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. A very good morning to you. Your first take on how do you see this bilateral meeting that was held between Donald Trump and Zelensky yesterday? And it also comes at a time, in fact, just months after there was a huge showdown at the Oval Office between Zelensky and Trump. Trump seems to be completely shifting his stance now.
Well, first of all, there was the fact that Mr. Zelensky showed up in a suit. You think that's a trivial thing, but frankly, Mr. Trump had been rather upset with the way Zelensky conducted himself. Right or wrong, that's the way Trump felt. Today, Mr. Zelensky was dressed in a way that made Trump comfortable. Of course, he was backed up by a group of European leaders. Zelensky was far less aggressive, and Trump was more open. So the atmospherics were just totally different from the last time. Now, as to the substance, that's a completely different issue, which you may want to talk about.
Right. Zakim, one more question. How do you see Donald Trump acting as now the global cop? Because first he said and he claimed that he brokered the ceasefire between India and Pakistan. That was a claim that was completely dismissed by the Indian side, where the Prime Minister of India has completely made it clear that it was Pakistan who came with a begging bowl. Now when we talk about Donald Trump, he's trying to broker a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. And all of this, the whole world knows that he's doing this for a Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, the White House put out an actual statement to the effect that 6 world leaders had nominated him for the Peace Prize, and that was coming out of the White House. So there's no question that Mr. Trump would like it. He has pulled off a preliminary deal between Azerbaijan and Armenia. He hasn't been successful at all in terms of the Gaza issue, but here he sees an opening, and he invited Putin, much to the chagrin of not just Zelensky, but the Europeans, But then he's had the Europeans and Zelensky in the White House. Whether there'll actually be a trilateral with Zelensky and Putin and Trump remains to be seen. And of course, the whole question is, what exactly does Zelensky give up territorial-wise? Many people think Crimea is one thing, but the 4 oblasts or provinces in eastern Ukraine are part of Ukraine. And the Russians have not been able to penetrate anywhere near the area that Mr. Putin wants the Ukrainians to give up. So that's still an open question. And of course, Mr. Trump had originally said there needed to be a ceasefire, and he gave a date, August 8th, that if there was no ceasefire, there would be sanctions against the Russians and secondary sanctions, including, by the way, I suspect India. And then he meets with Putin. And so what exactly is Mr. Trump's agenda? He no longer is pushing for a ceasefire. He says that there needs to be a discussion while the fighting goes on. And Mr. Putin is perfectly happy with that because the Russians have made some progress inside Donetsk and Luhansk, the Donbass area. Not as much as the Russians thought they would, but they've made some progress. So Putin wanted to keep fighting, and so far Mr. Trump's letting him do it.
Right, absolutely, Zakim. Also, one more question before I let you go, Zakim. This meeting also comes at a time when, remember, Donald Trump has just escalated the tariff war on all nations, specifically on India, saying that because India buys Russian oil, and that is why he wants to impose sanctions because he wants to end this. But on the other hand, a completely different picture that he's showing, a contradictory picture, is that he's holding a meeting with Putin, that he says that it is Putin and Zelensky that can together end this war. So he is in good terms with Putin, but he is actually destroying his terms that were once upon a time very good with India. What is he actually trying to do? What could be his game plan? Because if you talk about facts here, it is China and EU that buys most of the Russian oil. India comes later down in the list, and that's a factual thing that Donald Trump must know. So putting sanctions on India, escalating one after the other, what is he actually trying to do? Because this is only going to destroy the relations. It's not going to... Trump is, of course, not extending an olive branch to India in this way.
Well, a lot of us are puzzled by all of this, having personally worked with India for many, many years. The first time I was in India was 1981, which is quite a few years ago. It's not entirely clear. I suspect, and this is only a guess, that the original set of sanctions that are about 50%, that has to do with economics and trade. And he seems to be compartmenting two different things. Dealing with economics and trade, even though, of course, he says that it has to do with India buying Russian oil. But at the same time, he's talking to the Russians. And I suspect that this is his negotiating style. He's essentially telling Putin that he will not simply be some kind of useful idiot, that he intends to bring about a peace between Ukraine and Russia, that he believes both sides will have to make concessions, although it's not clear what concessions Russia has made as of yet. But that seems to be the objective, and I suspect that in addition to the trade issue, he's kind of using the India as an example to Putin as to what Trump might do if Putin doesn't in some way give in. And we must remember that up to now, the most Putin has said is, well, he might talk to Zelensky. He hasn't even guaranteed that.
Right.
He has made no other concessions whatsoever. And of course, you cannot have an agreement when one side gets everything it wants and the other side gives everything.
Right, absolutely. Zakim, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Appreciate you being here with us this morning. Thank you very much. Looking forward to have a conversation with you again. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next story that we are tracking on this edition. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was back at the White House on Monday, that is yesterday, for the high-stake talks with the United States President Donald Trump, as both leaders pushed for an end to the war in Ukraine. Several European leaders also adjusted their schedules to fly down to Washington, D.C. for the meeting just days after President Trump's summit with the Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska, which ended without a ceasefire agreement. Here's all that you need to know about the late-night crucial meeting that was held.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have the President of Ukraine with us. We've had a lot of good discussions, a lot of good talks, and I think progress is being made, very, very substantial progress in many ways. We had a good meeting, as you know, just a short while ago with the President of Russia, and I think there's a possibility that something could come out of it, and today's meeting is very important. We have, I guess, the seven very powerful leaders from Europe, and we're going to be meeting with them right after this meeting, and thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. If I can, first of all, thank you for invitation, and thank you very much for your efforts, personal efforts to stop killings and stop this war. Thank you. And using this opportunity, many thanks to your wife, First Lady of the United States. She sent a letter to Putin about our children, abducted children, and my wife, she, First Lady of Ukraine, she gave the letter. It's not to you, to your wife.
Oh, I want it.
Yeah. So we are saying this sensitive topic, yes, please. And thanks to our partners, and that you supported this format, that after our meeting we can have leaders who are around us, UK, France, Germany, Italy, Finland, EU, NATO, I mean all partners around Ukraine supporting us. Thanks to them, and thank you very much for invitation.
Thank you very much for being here.
President Trump.
Do you think it's fair?
Yes, Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. So, President Zelensky, you say in a post on X today, Russia must end this war, which it itself started. President Trump, you say President Zelensky of Ukraine can end the war with Russia almost immediately if he wants to. Which is it?
Well, I think that's true. I think we're going to have a meeting. I think if everything works out well today, we'll have a trilat. And I think there will be a reasonable chance of ending the war when we do that.
And is this the end of the road for American support for Ukraine? Is today's meeting deal or no deal?
I can never say that. It's never the end of the road. People are being killed, and we want to stop that. So I would not say it's the end of the road. No, I think we have a good chance of doing it. It's been almost 4 years now that a lot of people were killed last week. A lot of people last week. I mean, millions of people killed, but a lot of people last week for whatever reason. A big number, a lot of soldiers, on both sides. And I know the president, I know myself, and I believe Vladimir Putin wants to see it ended.
And as you met with Putin on Friday, today you've got President Zelensky here. As you listen to Russia and Ukraine, which side has the better cards? Right?
Well, I don't want to say that. I'm just here to be. Look, this isn't my war. This is Joe Biden's war. He's the one that had a lot to do with this happening, and we want to get it ended. And we want it to end good for everybody. We want it to end good. The people of Ukraine have suffered incredibly.
President Zelensky, are you prepared to keep sending Ukrainian troops to their deaths for another couple years, or are you going to agree to redraw the maps?
Thank you for your question. So, first of all, we live under each day attacks. You know that today have been a lot of attacks and a lot of wounded people, and the child was dead, small one year and a half. So we need to stop this war, to stop Russia, and we need support American and European partners, and we'll do our best for this. So, and I think we show that we are strong people, and we supported the idea of the United States, personally of President Trump, to stop this war, to make a diplomatic way of finishing this war, and we are ready for trilateral, as President said. This is a good signal about trilateral. I think this is very good. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yes. If the peace deal will be achieved, are you going to be willing to send American peacekeepers to Ukraine?
Well, we're going to work with Ukraine. We're going to work with everybody, and we're going to make sure that if there's peace, the peace is going to stay long term. This is very long term. We're not talking about a 2-year peace and then we end up in this mess again. We're going to make sure that everything's good. We'll work with Russia. We're going to work with Ukraine. And we're going to make sure it works. And I think if we can get to peace, it's going to work. I have no doubt about it.
Your team has talked about security guarantees. Could that involve U.S. troops? Would you roll that out in the future?
We'll let you know that maybe later today. We're meeting with 7 great leaders of great countries also, and we'll be talking about that. They'll all be involved, but there'll be a lot of help when it comes to security. There's going to be a lot of help. It's going to be good. They are first line of defense because they're there. They're Europe, but we're going to help them out also. We'll be involved.
Mr. President, Vladimir Putin mentioned that the war will not end without addressing the root causes of this war. Have you had an understanding what are the root causes of this war?
Well, look, the war is going to end. When it ends, I can't tell you, but the war is going to end, and this gentleman wants it to end, and Vladimir Putin wants it to end. I think the whole world is tired of it, and we're going to get it ended. It was, I've done 6 wars. I've ended 6 wars, and I thought this maybe would be the easiest one, and it's not the easiest one. It's a tough one. A lot of reasons for it, and they'll be talking about it for a long time. But they'll be talking about the others. Look, India, Pakistan. We're talking about big places. When you look at, you just take a look at some of these wars. You go to Africa and take a look at that. Rwanda and the Congo, Republic of the Congo. That's been going on for 31 years. And so we've done a total of 6, and we really have 6, not including the fact that we obliterated, and it turned out to be a total obliteration, the nuclear, as you said, the future nuclear capability of Iran. And this one, I think we're going to get solved also. I feel confident we're going to get it solved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you tell us about your conversations with European leaders and what they need to see to support an end to the war?
Yeah, well, we're going to be meeting with a great representative group and 7 very powerful, very big countries, and great people, all friends of mine and friends of yours. And we're going to have some suggestions made. They want to see peace. They would like to see peace. In the red.
President Trump, do you think it's fair to for Ukraine and for Russia to achieve a lasting and durable peace if Ukraine cedes its territories that Russia hasn't yet conquered? Do you think it's a fair peace for Ukraine?
We're going to have a lasting peace. Just to answer the first part of your question, we're going to have a lasting peace. I hope it's going to be immediately. I hope it doesn't have to go on. And I think people of the whole world is going to be very happy when that's announced.
Mr. President, you posted on social media, Mr. President, a very touching letter from the First Lady. And the letter was hand-delivered to President Putin. And it calls for an end to the war, essentially, because of the children and the children's future. Why did the First Lady feel that letter was necessary? Was it because she believes that Mr. Putin is the aggressor in the war? Is a similar letter being hand-delivered to President Zelensky?
So the First Lady felt very strongly. She's watched the same thing that you watch and that I watch. I see things that you don't get to see, and it's horrible. But when she's got a great love of children, she has a wonderful son that she loves, probably more than anybody, including me. I hate to say it, but she loves her son. She loves children, and she hates to see something like this happening. And that goes for other wars too. I mean, she sees the heartbreak, the parents, the funerals that you see on television. Always funerals. We want to see something other than funerals. No, she felt. It was a beautiful letter. It was very well received by him. And she did ask me to say, she would love to see this end. She would love to see it end. And she says it very openly, very proudly, and with great sorrow because so many people have been killed.
Mr. President, last week,
Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Yes, sir. I've got a question for each of you.
Yes.
First of all,
President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good on
I
you.
said the one that attacked you last time. See, that was
I remember that. Yeah, I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelensky.
In the same suit. You see, I changed.
Maybe yours is much better than mine. Real quickly, upon peace, God willing we get peace, are you open to holding an election in your country?
Yes, of course. We are open for election, yes. We have to do safety circumstances. And a little bit, we need to work in the parliament, because during the war you can't have elections, but we can do security. We need, maybe, how to say, we need a truth, yes, everywhere, in the battlefield, in the sky, in the sea, yeah, to make possible for people to do democratic, open, legal elections.
So you say
we're ready.
during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections? Oh, that's good. I wonder what the fake
You like this idea?
Yeah.
Time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, we get the details of how President Vladimir Putin has now agreed to meet Zelensky. Meanwhile, Zelensky also says that he's ready for a trilateral meeting with the United States and Russia. Getting you details right up after a short break.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Sta arrivando.
President Trump, sir, your message to the people of Ukraine as world leaders gather here today. And Russia continues to attack civilians, this time in Kharkiv, killing many.
Is there a just offer for peace on the table? Will you see land to
Pretty close. Pretty shut.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
I choose a world where we care and we dare to love. I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best life.
mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Sta arrivando.
President Trump, sir, your message to the people of Ukraine as world leaders gather here today. And Russia continues to attack civilians, this time in Kharkiv, killing many.
Is there a just offer for peace on...
Here's a quick check of the headlines that we're tracking at 8:30 a.m. this morning. United States President dials Russian President after meeting with Ukraine President Zelensky. Putin reportedly agrees for a trilateral meeting.
All the sensitive things, territorial and etc., we will discuss on the level of leaders during trilateral meeting, and President Trump will try to organize such meeting.
Zelensky says that he's ready for a trilateral meeting with the United States and Russia. Chinese Foreign Minister in New Delhi set to meet Prime Minister Modi and NSA Ajit Doval today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chairs high-level meeting. Next generation reforms discussed. After Navy, now Indian Air Force issues a NOTAM ahead of exercise near Indo-Pak border. Ladies and gentlemen, on June 12th, Sanjay Kapoor, the ex-chairman of Sona Comstar, died in United Kingdom under extremely mysterious circumstances while playing a game of polo. Initial reports ruled it as a cardiac arrest after a bee sting, but the medical reports tell a completely different story. Sanjay Kapoor's 80-year-old mother, Rani Kapoor, has been raising a red flag, and his sister, Mandira Kapoor Smith, has opened up a new front, levelling allegations of being sidelined from the inheritance. Drawing questions on Sanjay Kapoor's inheritance proceedings, Mandira Kapoor Smith spoke exclusively to Republic TV's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami. Here's what the exclusive revelations and the claims that she had to make.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Mandira Kapoor Smith. Mandira is the sister of Sanjay Kapoor, who is the late chairman of Sona Comstar, big company, listed company, and a lot of money at stake, Mandira. We saw your interview there. I saw that interview as well. First of all, just to open things up, why have you chosen to speak out now? You know, this is all getting very messy. Open family battle, you know, sister against wife, mother and sister on one side, wife on the other, lawyers, exchange filings. Can't this be sorted differently? This is getting very ugly.
I think if it could have been sorted differently, we wouldn't be sitting in this situation right now. It's sad that this is what's happening to someone like my father, Dr. Kapoor, someone like my brother, Sanjay Kapoor, we've been a very quiet family, and we didn't expect any of this. We didn't expect to be shunned out, to be not told what's going on. and figuring out stuff every day. And unfortunately, it's come to us having to have a voice now, because sitting quiet isn't getting us anywhere, unfortunately.
What do you want in this?
I want my mother secure. I want what my father wanted, which was everything to go to my mother, which was willed to her. And I don't know how it's all gone out now. I want to make sure my mother's not feeling like she does every day now. And I want the legacy back. I think, you know, we were all apart when Sona was created. We were young, we were young adults. We've all worked at Sona. We were there when Dad built this company. And for us now not even to actually be told we have nothing to do with it and to back off is shocking. And it's very upsetting to see my mum, who built this company. This is like literally a part of us. It's a part of our blood. It's a part of what we know. This is all we know, actually. And it's been snatched away.
But your mother must have given it to your brother when he was alive. Your mother must have handed over the ownership to Sanjay. Didn't he do that? Didn't she do that?
No, she didn't, and that's what is confusing. No, she did not, and that's what's confusing all of us, is we have no idea how this has happened. We don't know if it's obviously some kind of foul play here. And that's what we need to get to the bottom of. Because if it was literally handed over to my brother, why has the 13 days and the signing and everything happened so secretively? Why hasn't it been out in the open? If this is what my mother had done, why isn't my mother being shown what she signed? Why isn't it an open book?
But your mother and your brother, they were together, right? I mean, your mother was living with your brother. They were on good terms. They were not fighting. And there is a press release which says that in May 2019, the company your father built received a declaration of significant beneficial ownership identifying Sri Sanjay Kapoor as the sole beneficial owner of the RK Family Trust, which is a significant shareholder of Aureus Investments Private Limited. And as per company records, your mother has not been a shareholder of the company since at least 2019, which means somewhere in 2019, your mother transferred the ownership that was in her name or given to her in your brother's name. Are you sure this has not happened? This is a clear statement.
And for legal reasons, no. So for legal reasons, I'm not going to get into that because she was told something very differently. We were told something very differently. What has happened is very different. And I'm going to go back to saying, if there was nothing to hide, why is nothing being shown to us? And I'm going to leave it at that for legal reasons.
But if there's a paper which has been signed, Mandira, that your mother has signed, then that becomes the paper which will be believed in a court of law or in any inheritance dispute. Everything else is only one person's word against the other.
Arnab, I guess that's for us to go to court and see and do what we need to over there because, again, it's for legal reasons. I'm not going to go into details, but this is not what the family was told.
But your brother...
And if it was so black and white, why are things being hidden?
But your brother nominated his wife, Priya Sachdev Kapoor, as a non-executive director and nominated her on behalf of Aureus Investments Private Limited. This was reviewed by the board and approved by the board of directors of the company. You were surely aware that your sister-in-law, Priya Sachdev Kapoor, had been made a non-executive director of the company, and this is as per due process.
What year are you talking about? Because as far as I know, Priya was off the board in 2023 of Aureus. So I don't know what year we're discussing right now.
Well, I mean, if you say everything has to go to my mother. On what basis do you say everything has to go to my mother? Are you saying that your brother's wife and her children have no right in the company?
I'm saying very simply, everything was willed to my mother. We all signed the probate in 2012 or 2013. We had a family meeting with 5 of us where Dad was very clear with all of us that everything would stay with my mother and after her, it would be divided 1/3, 3 ways. That has not happened. And that's where I'm at right now because the fact is that That's what the discussion happened in the family. And my mother's alive with nothing right now.
But the company says that your mother is not a shareholder of the company.
The company can say what they want. That's what we're trying to look into. That's why we requested the pushback of the board meeting to figure all this out. That's exactly what we need to know, how this has happened. And that's all we were asking for.
But to do that, you will have to have some control over the company. But Priya Sachdev Kapoor was appointed. Her appointment was approved by 99% of the shareholders. See, point being here, we can go about, point being here, there is a claim by you that your family and family needs to own the company equally. But what papers do you have to prove this?
Arnab, it's as simple as, so that's the whole point. The whole point is, what papers are they not showing us that they have had signed during this 13-day period that they have taken over? It's as simple a question as that.
You're saying
because
your mother
we are
signed
being told
it.
stuff by the world.
You're saying your mother signed some papers? She was.
My mother was made to sign papers behind locked doors.
By whom?
We've been asking again and again and again to everyone. But there was a bunch of people in the room. We emailed all of them.
Who are the bunch of people who were in the room?
And this was not once, this was twice.
Who are the bunch of people in her room?
I don't know if I'm at liberty to name them, but I am not in the liberty of naming anyone right now.
Who are they? Who are they?
I choose not to for legal reasons again. Arnab, I cannot.
Mandira, you're saying that your mother was pressurized
to sign documents? But I'm very clear on the fact that, yes.
In what way was she?
I was standing at the door trying to open the door, banging on it.
You were banging on the door?
There were doors
and the door was locked?
She was put in a room. She was grieving. Yes. Yes.
A group of people locked up your mother in a room. You were banging on the door outside, and inside she was being made to sign papers.
There were two doors, actually. There was a main door, and then there was an inside door, so that she couldn't hear me. The bottom line is, she was made to sign papers during the 13-day period of mourning. She was in deep grief. She came up and she told me, I don't know what I've signed. And since then, we've been asking and asking, and we're getting no response. So what are you hiding from us? I think this will all have to unfold at some point, and the truth will come out.
Have you spoken to Priya Sachdev Kapoor?
My mother has, and it is what it is. We're not getting answers, so it doesn't matter.
Have you spoken to her? Has your mother spoken to her? Is there direct contact between the two parties?
My mother has spoken to her.
When?
Not at the moment.
When did your mother speak?
Probably a week, 10 days ago. Before, when we were asking for the post-mortem report, it was probably 10, 12 days ago, probably 2 weeks now.
And what was the conversation about, if I may ask?
It was basically asking about what she signed. My mother kept asking.
You're saying Priya got someone to sign?
And my mother asked her to send it to her, send me what you signed.
Okay. Your mother asked Priya.
And that was it.
Your mother asked Priya Sachdev.
Yes.
That what did you make me sign?
Well, she said, what did I sign that day in the room? Can you send it to me? Because there were a whole bunch of people there. And we've then written to, like I said, we've written to the people asking them. And we've been told that her email is compromised. So they cannot send her anything. So, that's the response we got.
No, just a minute out here. So you believe that your mother was made to sign papers by people who had locked her up in a room, made her sign papers, and they were acting on Priya Sachdev's behalf?
I don't know whose behalf. I don't believe. I know she was made to sign papers. That's what we want to know, on whose behalf and what papers she signed. That's what we don't know.
And what did Priya say to your mother?
When? On the phone call?
Yes.
That she would send them.
Priya said she would send the papers.
To what my understanding is, yes.
And since then, have you got any papers? Have you got a sense of what was signed and what happened after that?
I wouldn't be sitting here if we had papers. I wouldn't be sitting here if we had papers and we knew what was going on.
The other thing which is being said is that, Mandira, that you were not on talking terms with your brother. And they are saying now that how can Mandira claim a share?
I wasn't for 4 years.
Why weren't you on talking terms with him?
I mean, because we had a fight between a brother and sister, and like I've been saying, it doesn't take away the 40 plus years. It doesn't take away the fact that I'm Dr. Kapoor's daughter. And why would I not fight for my mother? And who is everyone else who's come in and claiming anything? This is a family thing between me and my brother, so we weren't talking for 4 years, now what? I mean, how does that matter in anything? Does that mean my brother and me don't have history? Does that mean we won't make up? We ended stuff amicably. We went to court, we ended stuff one-on-one amicably. So what, the world doesn't know that, but leave that bit out. It doesn't matter what the world thinks.
What did you sort out amicably? What was the dispute?
I know what went on, I know what the truth is.
What did you sort out amicably?
Whatever we were in court for.
What were you in court for?
We were in court for the brand, I'm telling you, for Sona Mandira, the brand. He wanted me to stop using Sona. I changed the name to SMIC. And it ended there. He signed over saying that he would not take this further. We ended stuff amicably. And that's where it ended. There was no loss, no win. I decided we're going to change it to SMIC, and that's where it ended.
Did you give up your rights in the process?
The world doesn't know that bit.
Did you give up your rights in the process because over the company? I mean, it was always assumed you were following your own entrepreneurial career. You had separated business-wise. Your brother was handling Sona, steering. You had the brand. You gave up the brand. You settled it.
No, my father chose to do that.
What did he choose to do?
My father chose for us to have different businesses, so they weren't mixed. My father is the founder of my company as well, SMIC. I didn't give up the brand. It was sold to Blackstone, I was told. So we ended things amicably. This is a family matter. It's not something we're going to fight about and do all this. Unfortunately, we're here today because the brand is being stolen from us, from the entire family. That was my brother. It was brother.
How can you say stolen, Mandira? Priya is his wife.
Priya is not, I'm not accusing Priya. I'm saying there's a whole bunch of people. I'm not saying it's Priya. I've never said that. I've always said there's a bunch of people who are working on this. And if it's doesn't belong to the family and we don't know about it, it's stolen. If we've given it, it's different. But right now, for me, it's stolen. And again, I'm not saying it's one person. I'm going to stick to it's a bunch of people.
What do they stand to gain?
We'll find out. Everything will be revealed. It's a matter of time.
Are you making a pitch for the inheritance because your business has not done well? Now, what is being said is, did you declare insolvency? Did you declare insolvency at any point of time for your own company?
In the UK, I have. Yes, I have. For my subsidiary. But who has once said my business is not doing well? This is news to me. And this is the beauty of this entire thing unfolding is I get told something new every day. And what am I fighting for? Inheritance. I'm fighting for a legacy. And yes, I am, I'm going to stand up and keep saying again and again, this is, everyone from the outside will see money. If you've built something, you know what the value of it is. When you're standing outside, on the outside, you're only seeing the money value. We have emotional value, emotional attachments to this brand. So I'm going to say that again. And please let me put the record straight. I'm doing absolutely fine. I've done, my UK company has gone through as a subsidiary, which is not a big deal. You can ask any business, we all do it. It's not the end of the world. I'm sorry. I hate to break people's hearts, but I'm fine.
Yeah, so you're fine. You're saying you're not doing this for money, but it's all in the public domain. On the 12th of June, in an MCA filing by Priya Sachdev Kapoor, was filed that she's the sole beneficial interest, which means she has papers to prove her ownership. She has done an MCA filing identifying herself as the sole beneficial interest, which means she and her children, she and her son, to be precise, have have sole beneficial interest over the company. Maybe that's...
So let's see everything. No, let's see how we got there.
But there was a trust running it, wasn't there? There was a trust. Were you in the trust?
That's all we're asking for.
Were you in the trust?
So let's see. The only thing, Arnab, we are asking for simply, no, I'm not. I don't even know about the trust.
But if there was a trust made, let's assume you're...
If there's nothing to hide...
If there was a trust made and the trust identified...
All I'm saying is if there's nothing to hide, show it to us.
Show what to us?
Show us everything. Show us the trust. Show us what you've signed. Show us the whole way of the path of how it's gone. That's all we're asking for. Is that tough?
Are you also trying to raise questions about the way in which Sanjay died? You don't seem to believe that he died of a bee sting. The bee sting narrative you're saying is something which is unbelievable.
I mean,
why so?
Was it in the post-mortem report? Did you see anything about a bee there? Because we didn't. But we were told it was a bee sting, but we didn't see anything in the post-mortem report.
No, the post-mortem report, the survey corona attributes it to ventricular hypertrophy, some heart condition, but he had no history of such a condition. Don't you believe an anaphylactic attack caused by a bee sting could have aggravated something like this? I saw news reports saying these things are rare but can happen.
I'd love to... Let me see it in the post-mortem report. There's nothing about a bee sting. There's nothing about anything. There's only an enlarged heart. Show me the medical background on that. Show me the history.
No,
how do you want me to say yes to, or my mother, who asked me every day that he was fit, he had no heart problems, how is he gone? And that too with an enlarged heart. I don't know.
Are you suggesting he was killed?
I'm not suggesting anything. All I'm suggesting is we'll get to the bottom of whatever happened, because the way everything is panned out is, it makes you sick to your stomach if you think about it. At least it makes our family think, what the hell happened? Everything has happened so fast from the 12th of June till now. Every day is a new shock.
1 minute, Mandira. Your mother has gone further, actually hinting at a transnational conspiracy involving the UK, India, and the US. You think there's a transnational conspiracy to kill your brother and claim the inheritance? Is that what you're trying to suggest? You can tell us, because what you're saying, see, what you're saying is coercion. You're saying your mother, the rightful owner, this is your claim, of this billions of dollars of wealth, has been forced to sign papers, locked up in a room with you banging on the door, and now has no access of what she signed in the moment she was grieving. You further say that you do not believe that he could have died of a bee sting. Surely, I mean, what you're suggesting is that he has been killed in mysterious circumstances with an eye on the wealth. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're suggesting? Is there a larger conspiracy behind his death?
These are not claims. This is... Well, that we'll find out, but these are not claims. This is reality of stuff that has happened. He didn't die of a bee sting. My mother did go through all of this, and today we're sitting with nothing in my mother's name. It's not in the report. Show it to me in the report.
How do you know he didn't die of a bee sting?
Wrong then?
No, but I'm
confused.
The toxicology report.
It's very clearly there. Where's the bee?
I mean, where's the bee?
You look at the report, there's nothing written about a bee sting. There's nothing there about a bee sting.
Yeah, but post-mortem reports
there's nothing. So how can someone tell me this report? How is an enlarged heart connected to a bee sting?
Well, maybe he had an underlying heart condition which got aggravated.
It takes time to have an enlarged heart.
Yes.
No, he did not.
But people
I heard he went for a heart checkup 3-4 months ago, and his left artery was 40% clogged. That was it from the heart checkup. So where?
See, Mandira, are you saying he was killed?
Where is his report?
Are you saying he was killed, or are you just trying to?
Arnab, I'm not saying. Listen, I'm not saying anything. What I'm saying is I need answers. That's all I'm saying. We want answers as a family, and that's all I'm saying.
Isn't Priya Sachdev the family also?
On
these questions that Priya Sachdev should also be asking.
I think that's something you guys should ask her. We're not in touch, and according to me, it's as a sister, as a mother, as my other sister. These are the things we talk about all the time. What happened? How did this happen? We're trying to figure this whole thing out, and we're getting no answers from anyone.
Well, facts are that he died on the 12th. On the next day itself, his wife was appointed director in a casual vacancy. On the 18th, his body was brought back. And the same day, a notice is dispatched to hold the meeting for the 20th. His last rites are on the 19th. And on the 20th, Aureus, which holds about 28% in Sona's steering, passes a resolution to appoint his wife and your sister-in-law as managing director. When did this thing about locking up your mother in a room and making her sign papers, when did that happen?
25th is when I saw it, and a few days before, an aunt of mine saw the same thing. And Arnab, you've said it, not me. You've seen the events that have gone on before the 13-day mourning period.
Wait, you said everything was willed to your mother. Where are the papers for that?
Is it not normal?
You say everything was willed to your mother. Where are the papers?
Your channel has it. Your channel has it. I think your channel has it. I saw it on this evening on your channel.
What if
my father's will is? I saw it on your channel.
What if the rest of it? What if another document emerges showing your mother signed everything in your brother's name?
Well, show it to me. Show it to my mother. Let's go into this. I have no problem. But show us something to go on.
See, may I say this to you, Mandira?
Why is it all being hidden if it's that black and white? No, if it's so black and white, why are they hiding? Why is everyone hiding stuff from us? Bring it out.
Who is they? Who is they? Who is hiding?
Again, I'm going to say there's a bunch.
Who is they?
No,
who is this bunch of people? You think this is the see, Sanjay?
Arnab,
Mandira, this is the biggest inheritance battle in a long time.
Find out.
I'm not asking you to tell me legal stuff.
Yes.
I'm asking you that you are saying as a daughter that my mother was locked up in a room. I was banging on the door, and she was made to sign papers to give up a $4 billion empire. This is not a small matter. Therefore, I'm asking you. With all certainty, who are the people who did that? Why don't you file a police complaint against those people?
You know how this stuff works. There's some stuff I can't say, there's some stuff I can't. This is the stuff I can't say. And trust me, it will all come out. If you want, I'll bring it out with you first. But right now, I cannot.
Well, why don't you identify the people? There would be some proof. The house would have CCTV cameras. Where did this happen?
We will in time.
Where did this happen?
We're finding out more stuff. We're finding out more stuff, and we will tell, the world will know. Where did what happen?
Yeah, you know, there are big lawyers on the other side. Big lawyers, I'm told. I'm not taking names. I'm told big lawyers, even lawyers who worked with you in the past have now gone on to the other side. Lawyers you worked with, Mandira, in the past are now with the other side, along with other lawyers.
I know. Listen, I believe in the justice system of this country, and hopefully, you know, it'll all, the truth will come out and everything will be good again, hopefully. Not hopefully, it will for sure. I'm not going to stop till it is. And I'm very clear about that. I am going to make sure my mother is what my father wanted, where he wanted her to be. I'm very clear about that.
Are you doing this for your mother or for yourself, Mandira?
If you meet my mother, you'll understand. I'm only doing it for my mother. My mother's always been put on a pedestal, and she will still remain there, and I will make sure of it. She doesn't deserve any of this. And that's the truth is, anyone who sees my mother knows my mother will understand what I'm saying. She is my father, the way my father treated her, the way my brother did. Today, if you see her, she's a different person. She's broken.
What does she say? What's she been saying? She must have been through quite something. The loss first and then...
She cries every night, looking at a photograph of a son and her husband, saying they've left us from a family of 5 with 3 of us left. Every morning she wakes out and says, Mandira, find me the answers. What has happened? This is what I'm doing. I've left my entire life to do this right now, to look after my mother. She's had high blood pressure. She's emotionally broken. All I'm doing is looking after her. So if the world wants to say it's about me, I honestly, Arnab, I don't care. I don't need to prove a point to anybody. I only need to look after my mother. So the world can say whatever they want.
Viewers, we are taking a short break, and coming up ahead, US President Donald Trump dials Russian President Vladimir Putin after meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Putin reportedly agrees for a trilateral meet. Meanwhile, Zelensky says that he is ready for a trilateral meeting with the United States and Russia. We'll get you details on that big story and much more after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Sta arrivando.
President Trump, sir, your message to the people of Ukraine as world leaders get.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. The top story that we are tracking for you at this hour is Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi's visit to India. He has met with the External Affairs Minister, and today he'll be meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and also other officials. That is the biggest top story. Let's also take a look at the other big stories in the headlines. US President Donald Trump dials Russian President Vladimir Putin after meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Putin reportedly agrees for a trilateral meet.
All the sensitive things, territorial and etc., we will discuss on the level of leaders during trilateral meeting, and President Trump will try to organize such meeting.
Zelensky says that he is ready for a trilateral meeting with the United States and Russia.
We're going to help them, and we're going to make it very secure. We also need to discuss the possible exchanges of territory, taking into consideration the current line of contact. That means the war zone, the war lines.
Donald Trump says Ukraine and Russia need to discuss possible exchange of territories. Chinese Foreign Minister in New Delhi is set to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi and NSA Ajit Doval today. NDA parliamentary meeting at 9:30 a.m. today. Prime Minister Modi to address NDA MPs. NDA's VP candidate CP Radhakrishnan to be introduced in this meeting. After the Indian Navy, now Indian Air Force issues no time ahead of exercise near Indo-Pakistan border. And incessant rains continue to lash Mumbai. Schools and colleges to remain closed. Several areas of Mumbai affected. Viewers, at the top of 9, we have big breaking news coming in. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi is in India, and as per sources, China promises to address 3 key concerns of India. Now, Foreign Minister Wang Yi has assured External Affairs Minister that China is addressing India's needs of fertilizers, rare earths, and tunnel boring machines. So that is the assurance that Chinese Foreign Minister has given after yesterday's meeting with the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. And today is a day of crucial meetings as well. He is going to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi and also NSA Ajit Doval. And as per sources, Wang Yi has assured India that he is ready to give key concessions. Let's get more details. Chandrakala, my colleague, is now joining us. Chandrakala, what more updates do you have? Because after yesterday's very, very fruitful meeting that Wang Yi had with External Affairs Minister, today he is going to meet the Prime Minister and NSA Ajit Doval. What are your sources telling you?
Well, absolutely. A very crucial development is that the Chinese Foreign Minister has assured India to address 3 key concerns as far as fertilizers and rare earth and and water tunnel is concerned. And now that the trade packaging as far as pharmaceuticals and rare earths and fertilizers are concerned has already begun. This shows that the resumption of trade between 2 countries after a skirmish has already begun. And of course, a very, very crucial meet is also supposed to take place today between Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with a Chinese Foreign Minister. Also, this shows that this comes at a very crucial time when both the countries are dealing with the trade imbalances as far as the tariff is concerned. Now, China has assured that India's 3 key concerns will be taken care of. And of course, today, all eyes on the meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Chinese Foreign Minister, and also with NSA Doval, where the boundary issues will be discussed. And we know that there was a de-escalation. So this talk was in follow-up to the de-escalation. And External Affairs Minister has rightly pointed out that that after a very, very the skirmish between the 2 countries. This particular visit is very crucial. It's hinting towards a normalization of ties between the 2 countries at a very, very crucial juncture when, of course, our relation with the U.S. is completely down the low, is completely at an all-time low, and now India, China are moving towards forging ties as far as the tariff is also concerned. External Affairs Minister has said that the relationship should have all such steps should be taken as far as building good relations between 2 countries are concerned. So yes, this is a very crucial development now as far as the trade between the 2 countries are also concerned. This is an indication.
Stay with us. We'll just come back to you. We're just coming back to you because we have more breaking news coming in. And that is ahead of the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi's meeting with the Prime Minister today. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has underlined that the de-escalation process must move forward. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar conveyed this to the Chinese counterpart Wang Yi. And India and China should adopt a candid and constructive approach in moving ahead in the engagement process after a difficult period, and it must be based on mutual respect, mutual sensitivity, and mutual interest. So that is the big message that External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has given to his Chinese counterpart. Let's listen in.
Concerns that I had brought up with you, Excellency, when I visited China in July. Your Excellency will also be discussing, border issues with our Special Representative, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval tomorrow. This is very important because the basis for any positive momentum in our ties is the ability to jointly maintain peace and tranquility in the border areas. It is also essential that the de-escalation process move forward. Excellency, when the world's two largest nations meet, it is natural that the international situation will be discussed. We seek a fair, balanced, and multipolar world order, including a multipolar Asia. Reform multilateralism is also the call of the day. In the current environment, there is clearly the imperative of maintaining and enhancing stability in the global economy as well. The fight against terrorism in all its forms and manifestations is another major priority. I look forward to our exchange of views. Overall, it is our expectation that our discussions would contribute to building a stable, cooperative, and forward-looking relationship between India and China, one that serves both our interests and addresses our concerns.
All right, let's go back to my colleague Chandrakala, who's joining us live from the national capital. Chandrakala, what is also very important is going to be the meeting that we are going to see between the Prime Minister and Wang Yi. And this is a very, very special gesture, considering the fact that this is an important meeting ahead of the Prime Minister meeting with Xi Jinping at the SCO in later this year. And much really will also depend on the border talks that are going to happen today as well.
Is absolutely. The border issues will also be on the agenda, but besides that, there will be other agendas as far as our mutual commitments are concerned. Of course, border issues is one such. It's a very, very key priority when it comes to both the countries. Of course, now External Affairs Minister has also underlined that the de-escalation process must move forward. So this particular meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and China's foreign minister is very crucial. Also comes after the Galwan clash, which is one such visit being, back. The foreign minister is visiting India after what happened in Galwan. And of course, Prime Minister is also set to visit China for the SCO summit. So yes, External Affairs Minister this is a very, very strong message when he says that candid and constructive approach should be taken in moving ahead in the engagement between the two countries. So yes, this is one such a strong message. It's not to the entire, in fact, to US and to the West when it comes to the relationship. Now that India and China are moving towards a normalization of ties is something which is carefully watched by the entire international community. And yes, this particular visit comes amid the tariff. Now that China is also supporting India when it comes to Trump's tariff. It has come out with strong support and has slammed US President's tariff position on India. So yes, a very, very important development as far as diplomacy is concerned, because the meeting between Foreign Minister of China and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is just not a meeting, but it's coming at a time when a lot of geopolitical development is happening. There are countries which are coming in favor of India. The Russian President Putin has also come in favor of India when it comes to these particular development. And now China has come out with a very, very strong support with India. Now that trade has also resumed, de-escalation process must move forward. This is also one such message given by External Affairs Minister. So yes, a very, very crucial meeting will take place today. You will be meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi at 5:30 p.m. today. And before that, there will be a very crucial meeting when it comes to the boundary talks, the 24th special representative talk, which is in follow-up of the de-escalation, the border points that has taken place. Of course, we know that NSA had visited China when it comes to border talks, and now the Chinese foreign minister is here after what has happened in Galwan 2022.
Absolutely. Right. Thank you so much, Chandrakala, for those details there. You keep tracking that visit. We'll keep coming back to you. And viewers, let's move on. We have big breaking news coming in. That is Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the top BJP leaders are set to attend the NDA parliamentary meeting today. And this is going to happen in about half an hour from now at 9:30 a.m. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the NDA MPs and also Vice Presidential candidate of the NDA, C.P. Radhakrishnan. So this is a very, very crucial meeting that is going to happen at 9:30 a.m. And that is the NDA parliamentary meeting today. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday met with the NDA's Vice Presidential candidate separately in the national capital. And today, this meeting will see Prime Minister Narendra Modi not only meeting the BJP MPs, but also Vice Presidential candidate C.P. Radhakrishnan is going to be there at this meeting, which means that he is going to be formally introduced in this particular meeting. Remember, these developments coming in after Prime Minister Narendra Modi met him yesterday separately. Meanwhile, the opposition Indie bloc is also going to announce its candidate for Vice Presidential election. All right, viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. Donald Trump and Zelensky held a midnight meeting in Washington, D.C., which was also attended by European leaders. And Ukrainian President Zelensky has agreed to a trilateral meeting between Russia, Ukraine, and the United States. Donald Trump proposed a trilateral meeting between the three nations and said that he is arranging a meeting on it soon. The location of this meeting is still not decided. However, Zelensky expressed his openness to holding such a meeting and saying that Ukraine is ready for a trilateral meeting. Donald Trump also dialed Russian President Vladimir Putin and said that a meeting with Zelensky and Putin is on the table. So this was a meeting that was very, very closely watched the entire world. And that is the Trump-Zelensky meeting. After the last meeting between these two leaders, which was very cold, this meeting saw some interesting developments because Ukrainian President Zelensky said that he is ready for a trilateral meeting between Russia, Ukraine, and the United States. And Putin was also dialed, and that is what we understand. US President Donald Trump has dialed Vladimir Putin as well. Let's listen in to both the leaders that met, that is Donald Trump and Zelensky.
Discussions as we work to end the killing and stop the war in Ukraine. We're all working for the same goal, very simple goal. We want to stop the killing, get this settled. I've just had the honor of being with President Zelensky and all of the discussions that we've had. We covered a lot of territory, and I spoke indirectly with President Putin today. We're going to call President Putin right after this meeting. I'm sure we're going to have a solid meeting, good meeting, maybe a great meeting, and we're going to try and work out a trilat after that and see if we can get it finished, put this to sleep, because this is not since the Second World War has there been anything like this.
Yes, this is so important, and I'm happy that we discussed it, this track with President Trump, and I hope that we will find decisions. And then what is very important, that all the sensitive things, territorial and etc., we will discuss on the level of leaders during trilateral meeting, and President Trump will try to organize such meeting, and he said that he will come or not come. Ukraine will be happy if you will
both
participate.
Want me there, I will be there. Yeah,
yeah,
you know that.
Thank you. And I think this is very important. Yes, so security guarantees, bringing kids back, and all our people, not only warriors, first of all warriors, and all the civilians, journalists, a lot of people.
All right. right, we are joined in by Mr. Eric Lemke, a senior journalist from Georgia in USA. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here on Republic TV. Mr. Eric, how do you look at this very, very significant meeting that took place in Washington yesterday between Donald Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky? How is the US media looking at it, considering the fact that the last meeting between these two leaders, of course, was very, very cold, and at this meeting, Zelensky has said that he is ready for a trilateral meeting with Russia, US, and of course Ukraine there. How is the US media looking at this possible trilateral meeting?
Well, here in the States, it's just about like anywhere else. You have the left and the right. What's coming out of the left side of our, mainly the Democrat Party, is you're seeing a lot of skepticism, where they're saying a lot of that Trump bowed to Putin. But on the right, we're seeing a lot of celebration. We're seeing a lot of this is a good thing, a step in the right direction. We're over 1 million deaths in this war. I think no matter which way you look at it, a step closer to the end of this war is going to be a good thing. Geopolitically, it's going to be a good thing. Global economics, that's going to be a good thing. You're going to see these countries be in a better position than what they were. Obviously, their home people will not be facing war and death anymore. So I think when you look at, what is there to gain and what is there to lose, I think when you really weigh it all out, you're looking at ending a war that has been very bloody. And we just need it to end at whatever it takes.
Right. Stay with us. We'll just come back to you, viewers. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has also said that both the parties need to think on possible territory exchange. He says that he will try to work out on territory exchange between the two countries as well. All right, let's go back to... All right, before going to our guest, let's listen in to Donald Trump.
I spoke indirectly with President Putin today. We're going to call President Putin right after this meeting. I'm sure we're going to have a solid meeting, good meeting, maybe a great meeting, and we're going to try and work out a trilat after that and see if we can get it finished. And I believe that in a very significant step, President Putin agreed that Russia would accept security guarantees for Ukraine, and this is one of the key points that we need to consider, and we're going to be considering that at the table also, like who will do what, essentially. I'm optimistic that collectively we can reach an agreement that would deter any future aggression against Ukraine, and I actually think there won't be. I think that's even overrated, largely overrated, but we're going to find out. And I think that the European nations are going to take a lot of the burden. We're going to help them, and we're going to make it very secure. We also need to discuss the possible exchanges of territory, taking into consideration the current line of contact. That means the war zone, the war line.
And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in, and that is a huge statement has been made by Zelensky, and he says that he will consider holding elections after peace. Now, Zelensky said, and I quote him now, "We need to work in our parliament because during the war, you can't have elections," adding that it needed to be possible for people to have a democratic, open, legal election. Elections in Ukraine are currently suspended under martial law, and Zelensky said that he is open to elections once peace is restored in Ukraine. During his Oval Office meeting with Donald Trump, European leaders will also meet them, stressing unity against Russian aggression. So big statement there by Zelensky. Let's listen in.
Yes, of course, we are open for election, yes. We have to do safety circumstances, and a little bit we need to work in the parliament, because during the war you can't have elections, but we can do security. We need, maybe, how to say, we need a truth Yes, everywhere, in the battlefield, in the sky, and the sea. Yeah, to make possible for people to do democratic, open, legal election.
All right, let's get back to Mr. Erin, who's joining us from US. Mr. Eric, now we're speaking about first what US President Donald Trump said about exchange of territories. Now, how possible you think that is really going to happen? Both the leaders, do you think, will accept such terms? And even if they do you think it is strategically and politically viable for that to happen?
I actually think that this is going to be a high probability situation. I think Putin is determined that he is going to take the eastern border of the Ukraine. So I do think that that's going to happen. However, I do believe that there's going to be a very good exchange. Zelensky's going to get something out of this. I'm not quite sure exactly what yet, whether it'll be a U.S. presence in Ukraine to help keep Russia out. There will be some kind of sweet deal for Zelensky in that as well, which is what I think is going to entice him to accept this deal. Russia is very adamant about having that eastern captured part of Ukraine. So I think that is going to end up being part of Russian territory when this is done and over with. So I do believe it's a high probability, yes.
All right, Mr. Eric, thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV and giving your insights onto that big story that we are tracking through the day, and that is US President Donald Trump's meeting with Zelensky and a possibility of a trilateral meeting between US, Russia and Ukraine. And viewers, we'll take a very short break here, and coming up ahead, incessant heavy rains continue to lash Mumbai. Schools and colleges remain closed, and several areas of Mumbai are affected and submerged. Also coming up ahead, after the Indian Navy, Indian Air Force issues NOTAM ahead of exercise near the India-Pakistan border. Those big stories and much more coming up after a short break.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला
Being a legend means reaching a point where no one else has. To give others a dream worth chasing. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना
इंडिया सोना
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
Sta arrivando.
President Trump, sir, your message to the people of Ukraine as world leaders gather here today. And Russia continues to attack civilians, this time in Kharkiv, killing many.
Is there a just offer for peace on the table? Will you see land to
Pretty close. Pretty shut. Ready, close. Thank you so much. Ready, shut. How are you? Yes, we do. Bye.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। I choose a world where we care and we dare to love. I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics.
Living my best life.
Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
मेरे साथ थे, साइन करवा के लिख के लेके गए कि जब भी आपका दर्शन चाहेगा आप हमें इनवाइट करेंगे और लॉन्च के लिए जल्दी से जल्दी हमें आपके व्हीकल में बैठ के जाना है।
आप लोग जब इतनी बड़ी यात्रा करके वापस पहुंचते हैं,
जी सर,
काफी कुछ चेंज फील होता होगा। जस्ट मैं समझना चाहता हूँ वो किस प्रकार से अनुभव करते हैं आप लोग।
सर जब ऊपर भी जाते हैं तो वहाँ का जो वातावरण है, एनवायरनमेंट है, वो अलग है, ग्रेविटी नहीं है।
आप जाते हैं उसमें तो सीटिंग अरेंजमेंट वैसा ही रहता है, जो
वैसे ही रहता है सर,
और पूरे 23-24 घंटे उसमें निकालना पड़ता है।
हाँ सर, लेकिन एक बार जब आप अंतरिक्ष में पहुंच जाते हैं तो आप सीट खोल के, अपना हार्नेस खोल के आप उसी कैप्सूल में आप मूव अराउंड, आप जा सकते हैं, इधर उधर चीजें कर सकते हैं।
इतनी जगह है उसमें?
बहुत तो नहीं है सर, लेकिन थोड़ी बहुत है।
मतलब आपका फाइटर जेट का कॉकपिट है, उससे तो ज्यादा अच्छा है।
उससे तो ज्यादा अच्छा है सर। बट पहुंचने के बाद सर काफी कुछ चेंजेस होते हैं, जैसे पूरा आपका हार्ट स्लो हो जाता है, तो वो कुछ बदलाव होते हैं और वो फिर लेकिन 4-5 दिन में बॉडी आपकी यूज टू हो जाती है, वहाँ आप नॉर्मल हो जाते हैं। और फिर जब वापस आते हैं तो फिर वही दोबारा से वही सारे चेंजेस, आप मतलब चल नहीं सकते वापस आते हैं, तो चाहे आप कितने भी स्वस्थ हो। मुझे बुरा नहीं लग रहा था, मैं ठीक था, लेकिन फिर भी जब पहला कदम रखा तो मैं मतलब गिर रहा था, तो लोगों ने पकड़ रखा था मुझे। फिर दूसरा तीसरा, हालांकि मालूम है कि चलना है, लेकिन वो ब्रेन जो है वो उसको टाइम लगता है सर वापस समझने में कि अच्छा अब ये नया एनवायरनमेंट है, नया वातावरण है।
यानी सिर्फ बॉडी का ट्रेनिंग नहीं है, माइंड का ट्रेनिंग ज्यादा है।
माइंड का ट्रेनिंग है सर, बॉडी में ताकत है, मांसपेशियों में ताकत है, लेकिन वो ब्रेन की रीवायरिंग होनी है, उसको दोबारा से ये समझना है कि ये नया एनवायरनमेंट है, अब इसमें आपको चलने के लिए इतनी ताकत लगेगी या इतना एफर्ट लगेगा, वो वापस से समझते हैं सर।
सबसे ज्यादा समय से वहाँ कौन था, कितने समय का?
इस समय सबसे ज्यादा समय लोग एक टाइम पे करीब 8 महीने तक लोग रह रहे हैं सर। इसी मिशन से शुरू हुआ है कि 8 महीने तक रहेंगे।
अभी वहाँ जो लोग मिले आपको,
हाँ, उनमें से कुछ लोग हैं जो कि दिसंबर में वापस आएंगे।
और आपका मूंग और मेथी का प्रयोग का क्या है?
बहुत अच्छा है सर। मैं इस बात से बहुत सरप्राइज था कि लोगों को इसके बारे में पता नहीं था, इन चीज़ों के बारे में। फूड बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है सर एक स्पेस स्टेशन पे। जगह कम है, कार्गो महंगा है, आप कम से कम जगह में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कैलोरी और न्यूट्रिशन आपको पैक करने की हमेशा कोशिश रहती है, और हर तरह से प्रयोग चल रहे हैं सर। और इनको उगाना बहुत सिंपल है, बहुत ज़्यादा रिसोर्स नहीं चाहिए स्पेस स्टेशन में। छोटा सा एक आप डिश में थोड़ा सा पानी डाल के उनको छोड़ दीजिए और वो बहुत अच्छे से 8 दिन बाद वो स्प्राउट होना शुरू हो गए थे सर, स्टेशन में ही मुझे देखने को मिले। तो हमारी जो ये टिपिकल जो हमारे कंट्री के ये जो सीक्रेट्स हैं, मैं बोलूँगा सर, जैसे ही हमें ये मौका मिला कि हम माइक्रोग्रेविटी रिसर्च में पहुँच पाए, ये वहाँ पहुँच गई। और क्या पता कि ये हमारी फूड सिक्योरिटी प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करें, क्योंकि एस्ट्रोनॉट्स के लिए तो एक तरह से है ही सर स्टेशन में, लेकिन अगर वहाँ सॉल्व होती है तो ये पृथ्वी पे भी लोगों के लिए फूड सिक्योरिटी की प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने में हमारी मदद कर सकती है।
पहला एक बार एक कोई भारतीय आया
जी सर,
तो भारतीय को देख करके उनके मन में क्या रहता है, क्या पूछते हैं, क्या बात करते हैं, ये बाकी जो दुनिया के देश के लोग होते हैं।
जी सर, मेरा पर्सनल अनुभव जो रहा है सर पिछले 1 साल में, मैं तो जहाँ भी गया, जिससे भी मिला, सभी लोग बहुत खुश हुए मुझसे मिलके, बहुत एक्साइटेड थे बात करने में, आके मुझसे पूछने में कि मतलब आप लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, कैसे कर रहे हैं। और सबसे बड़ी बात ये थी कि सबको इसके बारे में मालूम था कि भारत स्पेस के क्षेत्र में क्या कर रहा है, सबको ये इस बारे में जानकारी थी। और सब मुझसे ज़्यादा तो कई लोग थे जो गगनयान के बारे में इतना एक्साइटेड थे, जो आके मुझसे पूछ रहे थे कि आपका मिशन कब जा रहा है। एंड मेरे ही क्रूमेट जो मेरे साथ थे मुझसे साइन करवा के लिख के लेके गए हैं कि जब भी आपका गगनयान जाएगा आप हमें इनवाइट करेंगे और लॉन्च के लिए, और उसके बाद जल्दी से जल्दी हमें आपके व्हीकल में बैठ के जाना है। तो मुझे लगता है सर कि बहुत ज़्यादा उत्साह है।
ये सारी आपको टेक जीनियस के रूप में बुलाती थी, क्या कारण?
नहीं सर, वो लोग मुझे लगता है बहुत काइंड है जो इस तरह से बोलते हैं, बट मेरी जो ट्रेनिंग रही है सर, जो एयरफोर्स में ट्रेनिंग रही है, और उसके बाद हम लोग ने टेस्ट पायलट की ट्रेनिंग की सर। तो मैं एयरफोर्स में जब गया था तो मुझे लगा था कि पढ़ाई नहीं करनी पड़ेगी, बट मुझे उसके बाद बहुत पढ़ाई करनी पड़ी जो मुझे पता नहीं था। और टेस्ट पायलट बनने के बाद तो एक ये काइंड ऑफ एक इंजीनियरिंग का एक डिसिप्लिन बन जाता है सर। इसरो में ट्रेनिंग की, हमारे साइंटिस्ट ने हमको पढ़ाया तो 3-4 साल, तो मुझे लगता है कि हम लोग काफी अच्छे से तैयार थे सर इस मिशन के लिए जब पहुंचे।
मैंने जब आपको होमवर्क कहा था तो उसका क्या प्रोग्रेस हुआ है?
बहुत अच्छा प्रोग्रेस हुआ है सर, और लोग काफी हंसे थे मेरे साथ। उस मीटिंग के बाद उन्होंने मुझे चढ़ाया भी था कि आपके प्रधानमंत्री ने आपको होमवर्क दिया है। दिया तो है, और बहुत जरूरी है सर। हमें इस बात का आभास था, मैं गया ही इसलिए था। मिशन तो एक सक्सेसफुल हुआ है सर, हम लोग वापस आ गए हैं, लेकिन ये मिशन अंत नहीं है, मिशन तो शुरुआत है। तो
अरे तो मैंने उसी दिन भी कहा,
आपने उस दिन बोला था सर,
हमारा पहला कदम है,
पहला कदम है सर। तो इस पहले कदम का मेन जो उद्देश्य था वो यही था कि हम कितना कुछ इससे सीख के हम वापस ला सकते हैं।
लेकिन सबसे बड़ा काम होगा हमारे सामने, एक बहुत बड़ा एस्ट्रोनॉट का पूल होना चाहिए हमारे पास
सर।
हमारे सामने 40-50 लोग
सर
रेडी इस प्रकार का
सर।
अब तक तो शायद बहुत कम बच्चों के मन में होता होगा, हाँ यार ये कुछ अच्छा है, लेकिन अब आपके आने के बाद शायद वो विश्वास भी बहुत बढ़ेगा, आकर्षण भी बढ़ेगा।
सर जब मैं छोटा था, राकेश शर्मा सर पहली बार गए थे 1984 में, पर एस्ट्रोनॉट बनने का सपना कभी मेरे मन में नहीं आया, क्योंकि हमारे पास कोई प्रोग्राम नहीं था, कुछ भी नहीं था सर। बट मैं जब इस बार गया सर स्टेशन में, तो 3 बार मैंने बच्चों से बात की। एक बार लाइव इवेंट था सर, और 2 बार रेडियो के थ्रू उनसे बात हुई। और तीनों इवेंट में सर एक बच्चा था हर इवेंट में जिसने पूछा कि सर मैं कैसे एस्ट्रोनॉट बन सकता हूँ। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये अपने आप में हमारे देश के लिए बहुत बड़ी सफलता है सर, कि आज के भारत में वो उसको सपने देखने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, उसको मालूम है कि ये पॉसिबल है, हमारे पास ऑप्शन है और हम बन सकते हैं। और आपने जैसा कहा सर कि ये जिम्मेदारी है मेरी, मुझे लगता है मुझे बहुत मौका मिला कि मैं अपने देश का रिप्रेजेंट कर पाया हूँ, और अब ये मेरी जिम्मेदारी है कि अब मैं ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों को यहाँ तक पहुँचाऊँ।
अब स्पेस स्टेशन और गगनयान
सर
2 हमारे बड़े मिशन हैं
सर,
उसमें आपका एक्सपीरियंस बहुत काम आएगा।
तो मुझे लगता है सर कहीं ना कहीं हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा मौका है, स्पेशली सर क्योंकि जिस तरह का कमिटमेंट हमारी गवर्नमेंट आपके द्वारा जो है इस स्पेस प्रोग्राम को सस्टेन्ड बजट एवरी ईयर इन स्पाइट ऑफ फेलियर्स, जैसे कि चंद्रयान 2 सर सक्सेसफुल नहीं हुआ, उसके बाद भी हमने कहा कि नहीं हम आगे बढ़ेंगे, चंद्रयान 3 सक्सेसफुल हुआ। ऐसे ही फेलियर होने के बाद भी अगर इतना सपोर्ट मिल रहा है और ये पूरी दुनिया देख रही है सर, तो कहीं ना कहीं सर हमारी इस समय क्षमता भी है और इस समय पोजीशन भी है, तो हम यहाँ पे एक लीडरशिप रोल एक्वायर कर सकते हैं सर। और एक बहुत बड़ा एक टूल होगा अगर एक ऐसा स्पेस स्टेशन जो लेड बाय भारत बट बाकी लोग आके उसका हिस्सा बने। मैंने सुनी सर आपने जो आत्मनिर्भरता इन स्पेस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग वाली आपने बात की थी सर, तो ये सारी चीजें एक ही तरह से जुड़ी हुई है। जो विजन आपने जो अभी दिया है हमें ये गगनयान का और बैस का और फिर मून लैंडिंग का सर, बहुत बड़ा ड्रीम है सर।
हम अगर आत्मनिर्भर बन के करेंगे तो अच्छा करेंगे।
बिल्कुल सर। मैंने काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें सर स्पेस पे फोटोग्राफ वगैरह कोशिश की भारत की लेने की।
तो ये भारत यहाँ से शुरू से ये ट्रायंगल, ये बैंगलोर है सर, ये हैदराबाद क्रॉस हो रहा है, और ये जो फ्लैश आप देख रहे हैं सर, ये सारी बिजली चमक रही है सर, बिजली जो पहाड़ों में हो रहा है सर, और ये क्रॉस होते ही जो डार्क एरिया आता है सर, ये हिमालय आ जाता है, और ये ऊपर की तरफ जो जा रहे हैं सर, ये तारे हैं सारे, और ये क्रॉस करते ही ये पीछे सूरज आ रहा है सर।
The video of the moment, ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister's interaction with India's space hero Shubhanshu Shukla. It was nearly a 9 to 10 minute of conversation that was aired right now. The Prime Minister is meeting India's space hero. He's lauded Shubhanshu Shukla's giant leap. Both of them also talked about Gaganyaan, how there was a need for an Atmanirbharta in the field of space as well. Shubhanshu Shukla opening his heart out to the Prime Minister, showing him pictures that he clicked from space, which showcases India in a very, very bright light. The Prime Minister's interaction there, which is nearly of roughly 9 to 10 minutes with Shubhanshu Shukla, comes at a time when Shubhanshu Shukla has set an example after Rakesh Sharma of being the man to fly out in space, becoming India's space hero after Rakesh Sharma. The Prime Minister said that it is going to be an amazing thing to have India's own space station. He said it's a very big opportunity for India to now look forward to the Gaganyaan mission. Shubhanshu Shukla, while talking about Rakesh Sharma, says that when I was a kid, I heard about Rakesh Sharma, but this time I interacted with the kids. The kids were curious to know on how they can become astronauts. The mission is still on, is what Shubhanshu Shukla says, after which the Prime Minister says that we need to have a pool of astronauts. That exclusive conversation will play out for our viewers once again, where Shubhanshu Shukla, in a 9-minute conversation with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, has shared his space exploration. He's talked about the Gaganyaan mission, about the time when how he prepared for the mission that he had to fly to space, where he said that people live almost for 8 months. The food is a problem, a real problem in space, Shubhanshu Shukla says, saying that the typical secrets of the country might solve food security problem in space. In a very light-hearted moment, he also went around for the Prime Minister to ask him on what was his endeavors and his encounters back in space. We'll play out that full conversation once again for all our viewers. Take a listen in.
ये आज के भारत में वो उसको सपने देखने की जरूरत नहीं है, उसको मालूम है कि ये पॉसिबल है।
मैंने जो आपको होमवर्क कहा था तो उसका क्या प्रोग्रेस हुआ है?
और आपसे बात करते वक्त सर पीछे जो मेरे
तिरंगा लगाया था,
ये वही तिरंगा है।
और आप मूंग और मेथी का प्रयोग करते हैं?
बहुत अच्छा है सर। मेरे ही क्रूमेट जो मेरे साथ थे साइन करवा के लिख के लेके गए हैं कि जब भी आपका गगनयान जाएगा आप हमें इनवाइट करेंगे और लॉन्च के लिए जल्दी से जल्दी हमें आपके व्हीकल में बैठ के जाना है।
आप लोग जब इतनी बड़ी यात्रा करके वापस पहुंचते हैं,
जी सर,
काफी कुछ चेंज फील होता होगा। जस्ट मैं समझना चाहता हूँ वो किस प्रकार से अनुभव करते हैं आप लोग।
सर जब ऊपर भी जाते हैं तो वहाँ का जो वातावरण है, एनवायरनमेंट है, वो अलग है, ग्रेविटी नहीं है।
आप जाते हैं उसमें तो सीटिंग अरेंजमेंट वैसा ही रहता है?
वैसे ही रहता है सर,
और पूरे 23-24 घंटे उसमें निकालना पड़ता है?
हाँ सर, लेकिन एक बार जब आप अंतरिक्ष में पहुंच जाते हैं तो आप सीट खोल के, अपना हार्नेस खोल के आप उसी कैप्सूल में आप मूव अराउंड, आप जा सकते हैं, इधर उधर चीजें कर सकते हैं।
इतनी जगह है उसमें?
बहुत तो नहीं है सर, लेकिन थोड़ी बहुत है।
मतलब आपका फाइटर जेट का कॉकपिट है, उससे तो ज्यादा अच्छा है।
उससे तो ज्यादा अच्छा है सर। बट पहुंचने के बाद सर काफी कुछ चेंजेस होते हैं, जैसे पूरा आपका हार्ट स्लो हो जाता है, तो वो कुछ बदलाव होते हैं और वो फिर लेकिन 4-5 दिन में बॉडी आपकी यूज्ड टू हो जाती है, वहाँ आप नॉर्मल हो जाते हैं। और फिर जब वापस आते हैं तो फिर वही दोबारा से वही सारे चेंजेस, आप मतलब चल नहीं सकते वापस आते हैं, तो चाहे आप कितने भी स्वस्थ हो। मुझे बुरा नहीं लग रहा था, मैं ठीक था, लेकिन फिर भी जब पहला कदम रखा तो मैं मतलब गिर रहा था, तो लोगों ने पकड़ रखा था मुझे। फिर दूसरा तीसरा, हालांकि मालूम है कि चलना है, लेकिन वो ब्रेन जो है वो उसको टाइम लगता है सर वापस समझने में कि अच्छा अब ये नया एनवायरनमेंट है, नया वातावरण है।
यानी सिर्फ बॉडी का ट्रेनिंग नहीं है, माइंड का ट्रेनिंग ज्यादा है।
माइंड का ट्रेनिंग है सर, बॉडी में ताकत है, मांसपेशियों में ताकत है, लेकिन वो ब्रेन की रीवायरिंग होनी है, उसको दोबारा से ये समझना है कि ये नया एनवायरनमेंट है, अब इसमें आपको चलने के लिए इतनी ताकत लगेगी या इतना एफर्ट लगेगा, वो वापस से समझते हैं सर।
सबसे ज्यादा समय से वहाँ कौन था, कितने समय का?
इस समय सबसे ज्यादा समय लोग एक टाइम पे करीब 8 महीने तक लोग रह रहे हैं सर। हाँ, इसी मिशन से शुरू हुआ है कि 8 महीने तक रहेंगे।
अभी वहाँ जो लोग मिले आपको?
हाँ, उनमें से कुछ लोग हैं जो कि दिसंबर में वापस आएंगे।
और आपका मूंग और मेथी का प्रयोग का क्या है?
बहुत अच्छा है सर। मैं इस बात से बहुत सरप्राइज था कि लोगों को इसके बारे में पता नहीं था, इन चीज़ों के बारे में। फूड बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है सर एक स्पेस स्टेशन पे। जगह कम है, कार्गो महंगा है, आप कम से कम जगह में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कैलोरी और न्यूट्रिशन आपको पैक करने की हमेशा कोशिश रहती है, और हर तरह से प्रयोग चल रहे हैं सर। और इनको उगाना बहुत सिंपल है, बहुत ज़्यादा रिसोर्स नहीं चाहिए स्पेस स्टेशन में। छोटा सा एक आप डिश में थोड़ा सा पानी डाल के उनको छोड़ दीजिए और वो बहुत अच्छे से 8 दिन बाद वो स्प्राउट होना शुरू हो गए थे सर, स्टेशन में ही मुझे देखने को मिले। तो हमारी जो ये टिपिकल जो हमारे कंट्री के जो ये जो सीक्रेट्स हैं मैं बोलूँगा सर, जैसे ही हमें ये मौका मिला कि हम माइक्रोग्रेविटी रिसर्च में पहुँच पाए, ये वहाँ पहुँच गई। और क्या पता कि ये हमारी फूड सिक्योरिटी प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करें, जो कि एस्ट्रोनॉट्स के लिए तो एक तरह से है ही सर स्टेशन में, लेकिन अगर वहाँ सॉल्व होती है तो ये पृथ्वी पे भी लोगों के लिए फूड सिक्योरिटी की प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने में हमारी मदद कर सकती है।
पहला एक बार एक कोई भारतीय आया
जी सर,
तो भारतीय को देख करके उनके मन में क्या रहता है, क्या पूछते हैं, क्या बात करते हैं, ये बाकी जो दुनिया के देश के लोग होते हैं? जी
सर, मेरा पर्सनल अनुभव जो रहा है सर पिछले 1 साल में, मैं तो जहाँ भी गया, जिससे भी मिला, सभी लोग बहुत खुश हुए मुझसे मिलके, बहुत एक्साइटेड थे बात करने में, आके मुझसे पूछने में कि मतलब आप लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, कैसे कर रहे हैं। और सबसे बड़ी बात ये थी कि सबको इसके बारे में मालूम था कि भारत स्पेस के क्षेत्र में क्या कर रहा है, सबको ये इस बारे में जानकारी थी। और सब मुझसे ज़्यादा तो कई लोग थे जो गगनयान के बारे में इतना एक्साइटेड थे, जो आके मुझसे पूछ रहे थे कि आपका मिशन कब जा रहा है। एंड मेरे ही क्रूमेट जो मेरे साथ थे मुझसे साइन करवा के लिख के लेके गए हैं कि जब भी आपका गगनयान जाएगा आप हमें इनवाइट करेंगे और लॉन्च के लिए, और उसके बाद जल्दी से जल्दी हमें आपके व्हीकल में बैठ के जाना है। तो मुझे लगता है सर कि बहुत ज़्यादा उत्साह है।
ये सारी आपको टेक जीनियस के रूप में बुलाती थी, क्या कारण?
नहीं सर, वो लोग मुझे लगता है बहुत काइंड है जो इस तरह से बोलते हैं, बट मेरी जो ट्रेनिंग रही है सर, जो एयरफोर्स में ट्रेनिंग रही है, और उसके बाद हम लोग ने टेस्ट पायलट की ट्रेनिंग की सर। तो मैं एयरफोर्स में जब गया था तो मुझे लगा था कि पढ़ाई नहीं करनी पड़ेगी, बट मुझे इसके बाद बहुत पढ़ाई करनी पड़ी जो मुझे पता नहीं था। और टेस्ट पायलट बनने के बाद तो एक ये काइंड ऑफ एक इंजीनियरिंग का एक डिसिप्लिन बन जाता है सर। इसरो में ट्रेनिंग की, हमारे साइंटिस्ट ने हमको पढ़ाया 2-3-4 साल, तो मुझे लगता है कि हम लोग काफ़ी अच्छे से तैयार थे सर इस मिशन के लिए जब पहुंचे।
मैंने जब आपको होमवर्क कहा था तो उसका क्या प्रोग्रेस हुआ है?
बहुत अच्छा प्रोग्रेस हुआ है सर, और लोग काफ़ी हंसे थे मेरे साथ। उस मीटिंग के बाद उन्होंने मुझे चढ़ाया भी था कि आपके प्रधानमंत्री ने आपको होमवर्क दिया है। दिया तो है, और बहुत ज़रूरी है सर। हमें इस बात का आभास था, मैं गया ही इसलिए था। मिशन तो एक सक्सेसफुल हुआ है सर, हम लोग वापस आ गए हैं, लेकिन ये मिशन अंत नहीं है, मिशन तो शुरुआत है। तो
अरे तो मैंने उसी दिन भी कहा,
आपने उस दिन बोला था सर,
हमारा पहला कदम है,
पहला कदम है सर। तो इस पहले कदम का मेन जो उद्देश्य था वो यही था कि हम कितना कुछ इससे सीख के हम वापस ला सकते हैं सर।
लेकिन सबसे बड़ा काम होगा हमारे सामने, एक बहुत बड़ा एस्ट्रोनॉट का पूल होना चाहिए हमारे पास
सर।
हमारे सामने 40-50 लोग
सर
रेडी इस प्रकार का
सर।
अब तक तो शायद बहुत कम बच्चों के मन में होता होगा, हाँ यार ये कुछ अच्छा है, लेकिन अब आपके आने के बाद शायद वो विश्वास भी बहुत बढ़ेगा, आकर्षण भी बढ़ेगा।
सर जब मैं छोटा था, राकेश शर्मा सर पहली बार गए थे 1984 में, पर एस्ट्रोनॉट बनने का सपना कभी मेरे मन में नहीं आया, क्योंकि हमारे पास कोई प्रोग्राम नहीं था, कुछ भी नहीं था सर। बट मैं जब इस बार गया सर स्टेशन में, तो 3 बार मैंने बच्चों से बात की। एक बार लाइव इवेंट था सर, और 2 बार रेडियो के थ्रू उनसे बात हुई। और तीनों इवेंट में सर एक बच्चा था हर इवेंट में जिसने पूछा कि सर मैं कैसे एस्ट्रोनॉट बन सकता हूँ। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये अपने आप में हमारे देश के लिए बहुत बड़ी सफलता है सर, कि आज के भारत में वो उसको सपने देखने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, उसको मालूम है कि ये पॉसिबल है, हमारे पास ऑप्शन है और हम बन सकते हैं। और आपने जैसा कहा सर कि ये जिम्मेदारी है मेरी, मुझे लगता है मुझे बहुत मौका मिला कि मैं अपने देश का रिप्रेजेंट कर पाया हूँ, और अब ये मेरी जिम्मेदारी है कि अब मैं ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों को यहाँ तक पहुँचाऊँ।
अब स्पेस स्टेशन और गगनयान
सर,
दो हमारे बड़े मिशन हैं
सर,
उसमें आपका एक्सपीरियंस बहुत काम आएगा।
तो मुझे लगता है सर कहीं ना कहीं हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा मौका है, स्पेशली सर क्योंकि जिस तरह का कमिटमेंट हमारी गवर्नमेंट आपके द्वारा जो है स्पेस प्रोग्राम को सस्टेन्ड बजट एवरी ईयर इन स्पाइट ऑफ फेलियर्स, जैसे कि चंद्रयान 2 सर सक्सेसफुल नहीं हुआ, उसके बाद भी हमने कहा कि नहीं हम आगे बढ़ेंगे, चंद्रयान 3 सक्सेसफुल हुआ, ऐसे ही फेलियर होने के बाद भी अगर इतना सपोर्ट मिल रहा है और ये पूरी दुनिया देख रही है सर, तो कहीं ना कहीं सर हमारी इस समय क्षमता भी है और इस समय पोजीशन भी है, तो हम यहाँ पे एक लीडरशिप रोल एक्वायर कर सकते हैं सर। और एक बहुत बड़ा एक टूल होगा अगर एक ऐसा स्पेस स्टेशन जो लेड बाय भारत बट बाकी लोग आके उसका हिस्सा बने। मैंने सुनी सर आपने जो आत्मनिर्भरता इन स्पेस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग वाली आपने बात की थी सर, तो ये सारी चीजें एक ही तरह से जुड़ी हुई है। जो विजन आपने जो अभी दिया है हमें ये गगनयान का और बैस का और फिर मून लैंडिंग का सर, बहुत बड़ा ड्रीम है सर।
हम अगर आत्मनिर्भर बन के करेंगे तो अच्छा करेंगे।
बिल्कुल सर। मैंने काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें सर स्पेस से फोटोग्राफ वगैरह कोशिश की भारत की लेने की।
तो ये भारत यहाँ से शुरू से ये ट्रायंगल, ये बैंगलोर है सर, ये हैदराबाद क्रॉस हो रहा है, और ये जो फ्लैश आप देख रहे हैं सर ये सारी बिजली चमक रही है सर, बिजली जो पहाड़ों में हो रहा है सर, और ये क्रॉस होते ही जो डार्क एरिया आता है सर ये हिमालय आ जाता है, और ये ऊपर की तरफ जो जा रहे हैं सर ये तारे हैं सारे, और ये क्रॉस करते ही ये पीछे से सूरज आ रहा है सर।
And it's time for us to slip into a short break. After the break, we're getting you the details of the parliamentary meeting by the NDA that is currently underway at Parliament. Prime Minister has already arrived there. We're getting you details on that shortly. Also, after the break, ground report from Mumbai, which has been put on red alert, inundated roads after severe waterlogging that has been caused by incessant rainfall. Ground report on that coming up shortly after a break.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Ten years of Creta, legend forever.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Sta arrivando.
President Trump, sir, your message to the people of Ukraine as world leaders gather here today. And Russia continues to attack civilians, this time in Kharkiv, killing many.
Is there a just offer for peace on the table? Will you see land to
Pretty close. Pretty shut. Yourself first. Any close? Thank you so much. Ready, shut. How are you? Supervisor, so good to see you. So good to see you.
And from the interaction of the Prime Minister with Shubhanshu Shukla, we now move forward to some other stories that we are tracking. Former Army Chief General Manoj Naravne emphasized the importance of defense preparedness, stating that security comes at a cost. He noted that investing in defense is not just wasteful expense, but an insurance premium to safeguard the nation from potential threats. Naravne highlighted that outsourcing national security is not an option, stressing the need for self-reliance in defense matters. Here's that message.
Security comes at a cost. The Roman scholar in the 5th century AD had said that if you want peace, prepare for war. And over 15 centuries later, that truism still holds good. That you have to prepare for war if you want peace. And why do you want peace? Because peace is a precursor or a prerequisite for development. And defense preparedness does not come cheap. It comes at a cost. Now many times we will wonder, is that cost worth it? Can't we do without it? And there are many people who advocate that why this is a wasteful expenditure. After all, at the same cost of one Rafale aircraft, you can build 20 schools and run them for 1 year. That is the stark difference. So do we need to spend that much? And it is a valid question. So on this, there are 2 points I would like to put across. One is that the defense of a country is something that cannot be outsourced. It has to be done by the country itself. You can outsource the security of your campus. How do you outsource the security of the country? You cannot. When we say, okay, China, come and guard us, you can't. Although they'll be very happy if we say that. When you look at it that way, you will realize that it is a worthwhile expenditure. But there is one big difference. Your insurance kicks in when an incident or accident occurs. In the case of a defense expenditure, it prevents that incident from happening in the first place. It prevents the war from happening.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Sta arrivando.
President Trump, sir, your message to the people of Ukraine as world leaders gather here today. And Russia continues to attack civilians, this time in Kharkiv, killing many.
Is there a just offer for peace on the table? Will you see land to
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Sta arrivando.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
And here's a quick check of the headlines that we're tracking at 10 a.m. Prime Minister Modi arrives for NDA's parliamentary meeting. NDA's VP candidate C.P. Radhakrishnan will also be introduced in the meeting. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in New Delhi set to meet Prime Minister Ajit Doval today.
This is very important because the basis for any positive momentum in our ties is the ability to jointly maintain peace and tranquility in the border areas. It is also essential that the de-escalation process move forward.
External Affairs Minister S.J. Shankar says the Chinese Foreign Minister that de-escalation along the LAC must continue. And Prime Minister Modi holds a candid conversation with India's Space Hero Group Captain Subhash Shukla. Shukla shares his experience in space. United States President dials Russian President after meeting with Ukraine President Zelensky. Putin reportedly agrees for a trilateral meet. Zelensky says that he is ready for a trilateral meeting with United States President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. An incessant rain continues to lash Mumbai schools and colleges to remain closed. Several areas of Mumbai have been affected. And starting this edition with some breaking news that's coming in. This is in regard with the key NDA parliamentary meeting that is being held Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived for the meeting. Vice presidential candidate of the NDA, CP Radhakrishnan, also will be attending the meeting and will be introduced to several ministers. We learned that Prime Minister will also address the NDA MP, CP Radhakrishnan. Amit Shah has already arrived for the meeting. Visuals of on your screens right now. Remember, today the Indie bloc will be announcing their vice presidential candidate. Harsha is joining us live on the broadcast. On that note, Harsha, this is a key meeting of the NDA that's being held in the parliamentary premises. We learned their vice presidential candidate is also there in the meeting. And along with that, it is the Indie bloc that will be presenting their vice presidential candidate today at around 12 noon. What is that? Who are the front runners as far as you talk about Indie's choice of picking up the VP candidate?
So, Tanisha, right now, NDA Parliamentary Party meeting is underway in the Balayogi Auditorium. All the leaders have arrived there, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is already addressing CP Radhakrishnan and introducing him to the NDA allies right now. Because as far as you know, the NDA VP candidate is finalized, and Rajnath Singh already has started campaigning for CP Radhakrishnan, a prominent face which belongs from Tamil Nadu, has an experience of the governor of Jharkhand and Maharashtra, has been the former BJP president of Tamil Nadu. Also how relevant politically, strategically this move of Bharatiya Janata Party is. But right now the meeting is underway, and Prime Minister right now is addressing all the NDA party members, be it LJP, JDU, Apna Dal, TDP and other party allies of the NDA. It's very important that all the support of these allies are intact with the BJP during the voting for the CP Radhakrishnan, because the nomination, what we are learning is that CP Radhakrishnan...
Harsha, please stay with me, because we're also getting in a breaking news in the NDA meeting. Prime Minister Modi has raised the issue of the Indus Water Treaty with the NDA Member of Parliaments who are there in the key parliamentary meeting. Harsha, over to you. Why is it that the Prime Minister has raised the question and the concerns about the Indus Water Treaty months after it has been kept in abeyance? What is it that the Prime Minister is addressing the NDA MPs on?
So right now, Tanisha, the address is on Indus Water Treaty. As you very well know, JP Nadda also yesterday tweeted that how it was Nehru because of whom Indus Water Treaty and major part of the Indus Jhelum and Chenab went through Pakistan. It was the Nehru's fallout, and also his own MPs in 1960 in the parliament were not aligned with the thoughts of the Nehru. Also, initially the treaty was signed, and after that, for just a token, as a token only, the discussion was kept in parliament. That also for 2 hours, and there were several members of parliament that time in Congress who were not aligned with the thoughts of the Congress and Jawaharlal Nehru. They called it a second partition, and they also stated that this too much that India has given to Pakistan, and it was Nehru because of whom the Indus Water Treaty in the first place was signed. It was Congress who was responsible for this. So right now Prime Minister Narendra Modi is highlighting that part in the India Parliamentary Party meeting. We also know that back-to-back BJP leaders have been tweeting on the social media about it as well, that right now Congress, which is the party which is putting allegation on the Bharatiya Janata Party after Operation Sindoor, and the reality is something else. The reality is that Indus Water Treaty was first signed by Jawaharlal Nehru. It was fallout of the Congress party and Jawaharlal Nehru for creating this water treaty between the two countries, which was not required at that time. If Jawaharlal Nehru would have stepped back, the situation right now would not have arisen. So this is what Prime Minister Narendra Modi is right now addressing in the NDA Parliamentary Party meeting. And not only this, Tanisha, this message will be sent across the country. The BJP leaders and the ally of the NDA will be asked to tweet about this, to speak about this, not only in Delhi, but in their own constituency as well, and unmask the real face of Congress party and Jawaharlal Nehru, that it was their fallout because of which country is facing the immense water issues right now between the two countries. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, also stay with me because I'm getting in more breaking news that's coming. This is in regard with Indie bloc's announcement of their vice presidential candidature. Today, the Indie bloc will be meeting and they'll be holding a crucial meet at the Parliament premises at around 12:30 p.m. today. Meanwhile, an NDA parliamentary meeting, remember, is also underway, wherein a VP candidate, CP Radhakrishnan, is going to be introduced to the NDA MPs. Harsha, over to you. Who are the front runners for the Indie bloc's vice presidential candidate?
As far as Indie Bloc is concerned, the front runner is Rutte because the DMK and the other allies of the Indie Bloc also agreed that yes, because CP Radhakrishnan is a face from Tamil Nadu, so Tamil Nadu face is only needed. And Rutte is a very senior leader in Rajya Sabha. He has been experienced across the the relation across the party line, and also could gather votes for Indie Bloc as well. And that is the reason why Congress agreed that yes, Rutte Shiva is the right face as a VP candidate for opposition. But as far as the consensus is concerned in the Indie Bloc, there is no consensus, Tanisha, right now, because TMC didn't agree with the face of Rutte Shiva as the candidate of the Indie Bloc for VP candidate. TMC was more of the opinion that some non-political person should be given the chance and should be nominated as the VP candidate from the opposition party. So the issue was a consensus, Tanisha, and that is the reason why yesterday a virtual meeting at 5 o'clock was called of all the Indie Bloc leaders to decide on the candidate. And yesterday also the meeting didn't find any consensus between all the parties like UDP, Sharad Pawar Party, TMC, Congress, DMK, and Samajwadi Party, RJD, and other parties. Therefore, today at 12:30 p.m., the meeting of all the floor leaders of Indie Bloc is scheduled inside the parliament only, and the final announcement for the VP candidate of opposition will be made today from parliament only. It's also very important because nomination date is nearby. 21st August is the last date to file the nomination for the VP candidate. BJP is already set, and tomorrow CP Radhakrishnan will be filing his nomination for the VP candidate. And now it's only opposition which is yet not decided that who will be the opposition candidate for VP. So the entire marathon meeting which has been happening in the Indie Bloc, that will finally
in
come
fact,
to an end
yes,
today
like you were
after
pointing out,
12:30.
all eyes now remain on who will Indie Bloc choose as their vice presidential candidate, which will be standing in front of CP Radhakrishnan, which the NDA has picked up for the vice presidential candidate. Harsha, thank you very much for getting us those details. Quickly moving across, viewers, incessant rains have continued to lash the city of Mumbai. IMD has now issued a red alert, and city and schools and colleges have been shut today. Several areas are waterlogged and affected severely during Andheri, Bandra, Vileparle and Chembur area owing to waterlogging. Both lanes of the Andheri subway have also been shut for vehicular movement for the day. Visuals from 4 different areas on the screen. Bandra, Andheri, Vileparle and Chembur completely inundated, waterlogged, submerged cars and subways have been completely blocked. The Mumbai city is sinking yet again. Satyaprakash, my colleague, is joining me live from Andheri in Maharashtra. Satyaprakash, take us through what the situation is on ground right now. What are you seeing? How worse has the situation gone from yesterday to today? All right, we seem to have dropped that call with Satyaprakash, but we will try connecting back with him. That's the latest visuals on your screen, viewers. As rains lash Mumbai, there have been severe waterlogging in Andheri and several other areas. Local trains have been running late. Trains are running late due to heavy rains. There have been waterlogged tracks. Mumbai locals are halted, and the city has nearly come to a standstill because of the inundated roads. Schools and colleges have been shut owing to the red alert that the Indian Meteorological Department has issued. I'm also being joined. We are back with Satyaprakash. I learned. Satyaprakash, take us through what the situation is on ground right now. जहाँ तक मैं देख सकती हूँ, आप ऑलमोस्ट पानी में हैं. अभी सिचुएशन बहुत ही नजर आ रही है अंधेरी में बिगड़ती हुई. क्या अपडेट है अभी ग्राउंड पे?
देखिए, मुंबई में जोरदार बारिश हो रही है. बारिश होने की वजह से जगह जगह पे पानी भर चुका है. 2 से 3 फुट पानी भर चुका है. यहाँ पे अंधेरी ईस्ट में हूँ और तस्वीरें मैं दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से पूरा पानी भरा हुआ है. ये देख सकते हैं कि लोग जो है स्टेशन जा रहे हैं क्योंकि जो है कोई साधन नहीं मिल रहा है, ऑटो रिक्शा नहीं मिल रहा है क्योंकि जगह जगह पे 3 फुट लगभग पानी भर चुका है. और मुंबई के अलग अलग इलाकों में इसी तरह से तस्वीर है कि पूरी तरह से कहीं न कहीं मुंबई ठप हो चुकी है. स्कूल बंद है, कॉलेज बंद है और जो ऑफिसेज हैं ऑफिसों को भी बंद कर दिया गया है. अब लोग मजबूरन में पैदल जाना पड़ रहा क्योंकि ऑटो रिक्शा नहीं मिल रहा, टैक्सी नहीं मिल रहा, कोई साधन नहीं मिल रहा, जिसकी वजह से लोगों को स्टेशन तक पैदल जाना पड़ रहा है. देख सकते हैं कि लगभग 3 फुट 2 से 3 फुट पानी भरा हुआ है. अंधेरी ईस्ट का इलाका है और अंधेरी नहीं, हर इलाके में इसी तरह तस्वीरें हैं कि लगभग 2 से 3 फुट पानी भरा हुआ है और लोग कहीं कहीं ऑफिस से लोग निकले क्योंकि ऑफिस बंद कर दिया गया है। और महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने घोषणा किया है कि जो सरकारी और अर्ध सरकारी जितने भी ऑफिस है उसको बंद किया जाए और जो ऑनलाइन काम किया जाए। तो कहीं कहीं जिस तरह से मुंबई की तस्वीरें हैं, कहीं कहीं हर जगह पानी भर गया है और लगातार बारिश हो रहा है। मुंबई में रेड अलर्ट घोषित किया गया है और मौसम विभाग कहना है कि अगले 24 घंटों में मुंबई में जोरदार बारिश होगी। तो कहीं न कहीं मुंबई ठप हो गई है, लोकल की रफ्तार पूरी तरह से धीमी हो गई है और मुंबई की जो लोकल चल रही है वो भी 10 से 15 मिनट देरी से चल रही है। सेंट्रल लाइन की बात करते हैं, सेंट्रल लाइन की भी जो लोकल ट्रेन है वो 15 से 20 मिनट देरी चल रही है और ट्रैक पे पानी भरना शुरू हो चुका है। तो ये तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं मुंबई का किस तरह से 3 फुट लगभग पानी भरा हुआ है। आगे और लगातार जो है पूरा पानी ही पानी भरा हुआ है हर इलाके में। जो पूरा जो सबब इलाका है, अंधेरी हो, चाहे कांदीवली हो, बोरीवली हो, कुर्ला हो, चूना भट्टी हो, शायन हो, माटुंगा हो, हर जगह पानी ही पानी है और लगभग 3 फुट से ज़्यादा पानी हर जगह नज़र आ रहा है। और लोगों को मजबूरन जो घर जा रहे हैं क्योंकि ऑफिस में छुट्टी हो चुकी है और लोग घर जा रहे हैं और घर के लिए जाने के लिए लोगों को पैदल कई किलोमीटर तक जाना पड़ रहा है क्योंकि कोई साधन नहीं मिल पा रहा है। तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से जो बिल्डिंगें हैं, बिल्डिंगों में भी पानी भरना शुरू हो चुका है। लगातार लोग घर के लिए निकल रहे हैं क्योंकि ऑफिस में छुट्टी का बंद करने की घोषणा कर दिया गया। उसके बाद कहीं कहीं ये तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से अंधेरे इलाके में किस तरह से यहाँ पे लगभग 2 से 3 फुट पानी भरा हुआ है। और आगे जो सब्वे है, अंधेरी का जो सब्वे है उसको पूरा बंद कर दिया गया क्योंकि वहाँ पे काफ़ी पानी है। तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा हर इलाके में पानी इकट्ठा हो गया, जल जमाव हो गया है। लगातार बीएमसी कर्मचारी पानी निकालने का काम कर रहे हैं लेकिन जोरदार बारिश हो रही है जिसकी वजह से हर जगह जल जमाव है, पानी भरा हुआ है, लोग काफी परेशान है। ऑफिस से छुट्टी हो गई? जा रहे हैं ऑफिस? जा रहे हैं आप?
हम लोग काम पे जा रहे हैं अभी जा रहे हैं।
कुछ मिल नहीं रहा आपको? गाड़ी उड़ी
नहीं, अभी सब बंद है। हाँ।
कहाँ जा रहे थे आप?
जा रहे हैं ऑफिस में ड्यूटी पे। तो अभी ट्रेन बंद होने के कारण हम पहुंच नहीं पा रहे हैं टाइम पे। हाँ,
पैदल ही जा रहे हैं?
हाँ, तो क्या करें अभी ये मॉल में कहाँ से बस पकड़ेगा, कहाँ से टैक्सी मिलेगा, पैदल ही तो जाना है ना।
ये पूरा जाम है, पूरा पानी भरा हुआ है।
हाँ, पूरा भरा हुआ है, पूरा भरा हुआ है।
ये देख सकते हैं कि लोग पैदल ही निकल चुके हैं क्योंकि कोई साधन नहीं मिल रहा। ऑटो रिक्शा में आप लोग कहाँ से आ रहे हैं? क्लासेस से आ रहे हैं?
क्लासेस से।
अच्छा, कहाँ तक पानी भरा हुआ है?
घुटने तक आ गया। आप जाओगे तो यहाँ तक पानी है भाई।
कोई ऑटो रिक्शा मिल रहा?
सॉरी,
ऑटो रिक्शा कोई साधन नहीं मिल रहा?
कुछ नहीं मिल रहा है, कुछ नहीं मिल रहा है। और हमको अभी ऑफिस भी जाना है क्योंकि ऑफिस वाले छुट्टी नहीं दे रहे हमको
और मैनेजर वर्क फ्रॉम होम नहीं दे रही है।
ये तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं कि जो स्कूल और कॉलेज से बच्चे निकले हुए हैं और लोगों का कहना है कि कोई साधन नहीं मिल रहा है जिसकी वजह से पैदल जाना पड़ रहा है। ये तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं कि लगभग जो अंधेरी इलाका है पूरा डूब चुका है और बिल्डिंगों में लगातार कहीं कहीं पानी घुस रहा है। तो ये मुंबई की तस्वीरें हैं कि जगह जगह पर इसी तरह से पानी भर चुका है, जल जमाव हो चुका है। 2 से 3 फुट पानी भरा हुआ है। बीएमसी कर्मचारी, मुंबई पुलिस की टीम लगातार सड़क पे हैं और लोगों को अलर्ट कर रहे हैं कि अगर ज़्यादा जरूरी काम ना हो तो लोग घरों से बाहर ना निकले। ये तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से पूरा पानी ही पानी नजर आ रहा, पूरा नदी बन गया है। जो सड़क है नदी बन चुका है और हर जगह की तस्वीरें हैं, मुंबई की हर जगह की तस्वीरें हैं कि इसी तरह से 2 से 3 फुट पानी भरा हुआ है। बिल्डिंगों में पानी घुसना शुरू हो चुका है। मुंबई पुलिस की टीम है लगातार लोगों को कह रही है कि लोग अगर कुछ काम ना हो तो सड़क पर ना निकले। भीड़ यहाँ पे कुछ क्योंकि जिस तरह से पानी भर रहा लगातार उनके जान के लिए खतरा हो सकता है। सामने देखिए, तस्वीरें देखिए किस तरह से वहाँ पे बीएमसी कर्मचारी हैं, पुलिस की टीम है लगातार लोगों को हटा रही है। और पानी का बहाव देख सकते हैं किस तरह से पानी का बहाव है। लगभग 2 से 3 फुट यहाँ पे पानी भर चुका है और मुंबई के अलग अलग इलाकों में लगभग 3 से 4 फुट पानी भर चुका है। और लगातार लोगों को अलर्ट किया जा रहा है कि लोग घरों से बाहर ना निकले क्योंकि जिस तरह से मुंबई में बारिश हो रहा है, लगातार रेड अलर्ट जारी है। स्कूलों में छुट्टी हो गया, ऑफिसों में छुट्टी घोषणा हो गई है और लगातार लोग कहीं के जो सड़क पे हैं वो स्टेशन जा रहे हैं। स्टेशन पर लोकल की रफ्तार धीमी हो चुकी है क्योंकि बारिश हो रहा है, ट्रैक पर पानी आ गया है। तो कहीं कहीं आज मुंबई थम सी गई है और लगातार बीएमसी कर्मचारी और जो मुंबई पुलिस की टीम है लगातार यहाँ पे सड़क पे है और लगातार पानी निकालने काम कर रहे हैं। सामने तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह जो ये सब्वे के पास में वहाँ पूरा पानी भरा हुआ है। लगातार कोशिश किया जा रहा है कि पानी निकाल जाए लेकिन पानी कैसे निकलेगा क्योंकि हर जगह पानी ही पानी है। फिलहाल ये मुंबई की तस्वीरें किस तरह से पूरा जो सड़क है वो नदी बन गया और नदी हर जगह दिखाई दे रहा है, चाहे कांदीवली हो, बोरीवली हो। जी
जी बिल्कुल सत्य प्रकाश, जहाँ पर आप हैं वो दिख सकता है हमें. इट सीम्स लाइक अ heavily populated area where Satya Prakash, my colleague, is in right now. Satya Prakash, also take us through on क्या situation है बाकी जगहों पे, because हम जान सकते हैं कि बैंड्रा, चेंबूर और अंधेरी में भी जहाँ पे आप हैं अभी, वहाँ पे पानी भर चुका है. और क्या बीएमसी क्या स्टेप्स ले रही है इसको सिचुएशन को ईज करने के लिए? क्या क्या अलर्ट जारी कर दिया गया है? क्या स्टेप्स लिए जा रहे हैं अथॉरिटीज के तरफ से अभी?
देखिए, बीएमसी और मुंबई पुलिस ने रेड अलर्ट जारी किया था मौसम विभाग आने के बाद, और लोगों से कहा था कि लोग घरों से ना निकले, क्योंकि लगातार जिस तरह से पानी भर रहा है, लगातार जिस तरह से मुंबई में बारिश हो रहा है, लगातार दो दिनों से जगह जगह जलजमाव है. और अब जिस तरह से बारिश हो रही है, कहीं न कहीं हर जगह पानी पानी नजर आ रहा है. सामने तस्वीरें मैं दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से बीएमसी कर्मचारी है, मुंबई पुलिस की टीम है, और लोगों को लगातार सावधान किया जा रहा है कि आप घरों से बाहर न निकलिए. ये तस्वीरें देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पे बिल्डिंगों में पानी घुस रहा है. लगातार लोग अपना सामान निकाल रहे हैं क्योंकि लगातार पानी भर रहा है, और लगातार लोगों को कहा जा रहा है कि आप आगे मत जाइए. देखिए सामने रस्सी बांधा गया है, सामने रस्सी बांध दिया गया क्योंकि वहां पर पानी ज्यादा है, और लोगों को अलर्ट किया जा रहा है कि उस साइड मत जाइए. क्योंकि मुंबई में अलग अलग इलाकों में, चाहे कांदीवली हो, बोरीवली हो, अंधेरी हो, गोरेगांव हो, जोगेश्वरी हो, पूरे मुंबई में चाहे ईस्टर्न सबब हो चाहे वेस्टर्न सबब हो, हर जगह 3 से 4 फुट पानी आ गया है. 3 से 4 फुट आने की वजह से कहीं के जो ट्रांसपोर्ट मिलता है, चाहे ऑटो रिक्शा हो चाहे टैक्सी हो, हर जगह कहीं के पूरी तरह ठप हो गया है. कुछ भी साधन नहीं मिल पा रहा. जो लोग ऑफिस आ चुके हैं उनको परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है. लोग पैदल जा रहे हैं. 3 फुट, मैं अभी जहाँ खड़ा हूँ 3 से 4 फुट पानी है, 3 से 4 फुट पानी है यहाँ पर, और 3 से 4 वादी के सामने रस्सी बंधा हुआ है. हम कैमरामैन नीरज से कहेंगे आगे मत जाए क्योंकि काफी तेज बहाव है. बहाव की वजह से कहीं कहीं आगे जाने खतरा है. ये रस्सी बांधा गया है, और पानी का रफ्तार देख सकते हैं, पानी का रफ्तार देख सकते हैं किस तरह से पानी का रफ्तार है. काफी रफ्तार में 3 से 4 फुट पानी भर चुका है. और लगातार देखो, लोगों को देखिए किस तरह से लोग बैठे हुए हैं यहाँ पे, और यहाँ देखिए पानी किस तरह से भरा हुआ है.
जी बिल्कुल सत्य प्रकाश, रिक्वेस्ट टू प्लीज स्टे सेफ एंड keep your things intact. The situation is only worsening in the state of Maharashtra. Mumbai has been put on red alert. With that, it's time for us to move on to other stories that we're tracking. Former Army Chief General Manoj Naravne emphasized the importance of defense preparedness, stating that security comes at a cost. He noted that investing in defense is not a wasteful expense, but an insurance premium to safeguard the nation from potential threats. Naravne also highlighted the outsourcing that national security is not an option, stressing the need for self-reliance in defense matters. Here's that message.
Security comes at a cost. A Roman scholar in the 5th century AD had said that if you want peace, prepare for war. And over 15 centuries later, that truism still holds good. That you have to prepare for war if you want peace. And why do you want peace? Because peace is a precursor or a prerequisite for development. And defense preparedness does not come cheap. It comes at a cost. Now many times you will wonder, is that cost worth it? Can't we do without it? And there are many people who advocate that why this is a wasteful expenditure. After all, at the same cost of one Rafale aircraft, you can build 20 schools and run them for 1 year. That is the stark difference. So do we need to spend that much? And it is a valid question. So on this, there are 2 points I would like to put across. One is that the defense of a country is something that cannot be outsourced. It has to be done by the country itself. You can outsource the security of your campus. How do you outsource the security of a country? You cannot. When we say, okay, China come and guard us, you can't. Although they'll be very happy if we say that. When you look at it that way, you will realize that it is a worthwhile expenditure. But there is one big difference. Your insurance kicks in when an incident or accident occurs. In the case of a defense expenditure, it prevents that incident from happening in the first place. It prevents the war from happening.
news to breaking news coming in. As per sources, China has promised to address the three key concerns of India. The foreign minister of China, Wang Yi, has assured their external affairs minister that China is addressing India's needs of fertilizers, rare earths and tunnel boring machines. Remember, today is the key meeting that Wang Yi will be holding with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. All eyes will be on that. We'll get you the details of that. But for now, it's time for us to slip into a short break. But before that, we go across to Chandrakala, who's getting us all details on that. Chandrakala, the three key promises that China has made. Are the frosty ties now melting between India and China?
Yes, absolutely. Very, very important development as far as the trade resumption between the two countries are concerned. Now that China has taken note of the three concerns of India and has said that it will definitely address the concerns as far as fertilizers and rare earth magnets and of course pharmaceuticals is also on card as far as the trade ties are concerned. Both the countries are also are worried as far as the trade imbalances are concerned. Now, this says that the relation between the two countries are forging ties. They are, Mohina.
Absolutely. Chandrakala, yes, we will come back to you on that very key meeting that is all scheduled to take place today. But for now, it's time for us to slip into a short break. After the break, we'll get to the details of the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar telling Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi that de-escalation along the LAC must continue. Also, after the meeting are the key details of the NDA's parliamentary meeting where Indus Water Treaty has been discussed.
"10 years of Creta, legend forever."
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Sta arrivando.
This is the breaking news coming in. This is the NDA parliamentary visuals from the NDA parliamentary meet that is ongoing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is there. And of course, the NDA's vice presidential candidate, Mr. Radhakrishnan, is also there. And remember, this meeting coming in after Prime Minister Narendra Modi met with him separately. Yesterday, he had a meeting with Mr. Radhakrishnan. And today, in this meeting, this is a kind of a introductory meeting where he will be introduced to all the members of the NDA. So Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, various union ministers, and all the NDA leaders felicitating the vice presidential candidate. My colleague Harsha is now joining us. Harsha, we can see those visuals there. Give us more details.
So yes, the visuals from the NDA party meeting is now clearly visible. Now it has come out on our screen. Now here we can see Prime Minister Narendra Modi is felicitating C.P. Radhakrishnan, the NDA candidate, and also along with him the other party leaders are also felicitating him with a shawl and the bouquet in the hand. The visuals on our screen where we see all the leaders from the LI party, like we see Kandan Singh, we see BJP leader Pankaj Chaudhary and Sanjay Jha. and other leaders coming in front and felicitating and booking to CP Radhakrishnan VP candidate. So this picture has a lot of importance and importance as the NDA VP candidate is considered, because if we think about it, the NDA's move to nominate CP Radhakrishnan as a VP candidate is very fruitful and important, keeping in mind that next year there is a Tamil Nadu election, and BJP is committed to make its foot in the Tamil Nadu, and that's the reason this picture coming out of the NDA meeting is very important. Right now you're watching Republic TV. For more, stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break with more pictures and inside scoops from the NDA Parliamentary Party meet.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Sta arrivando.
President Trump, sir, your message to the people of Ukraine as world leaders gather here today. And Russia continues to attack civilians, this time in Kharkiv, killing many.
Is there a just offer for peace on the table? Will you see land to
Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a candid conversation with India's space hero Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. Shukla shares his space experience. All right, these were visuals there of NSA Ajit Doval having a meeting with the visiting Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in the national capital. Remember, these visuals coming in after yesterday's meeting there with the External Affairs Minister. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi is now meeting with Ajit Doval, and later in the day he is also scheduled to meet with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And these visuals coming in from the national capital, a very, very significant visit there. And remember, this visit coming in amid the Donald Trump tariff wars that are ongoing. And this meeting is also crucial because the two sides are going to hold talks over boundary issues as well. Chandrakala, my colleague, is now joining us. Chandrakala, what more details, what can we expect in this meeting? Because we expect that boundary talks are going to be the highlight of this meeting that is going on right now.
Yes, absolutely. A very, very crucial talk is underway between NSA Doval and the Chinese Foreign Minister. This is a trade port, special representation on boundary issues. Because the border issues will be very much on the agenda, and also the fact that the border resumption, the space resumption when it comes to border has been also discussed. So
So it's a very crucial meeting because NSA Global is those last night in December getting the British special representative talk as far as the border issues are concerned. But this particular meeting comes with both sides after
all right. There seems to be an audio issue there. We'll try to connect back with our reporter Chandrakala. But remember, this is a very, very significant meeting after Wang Yi's meeting with the External Affairs Minister yesterday. And the External Affairs Minister said earlier that the basis for any momentum in bilateral ties with China is the ability to jointly maintain peace and tranquility in the border areas. And he also noted that it is very, very important that the de-escalation process really moves forward. And this is what S. Jaishankar said in his opening remarks during meeting with Wang Yi. And he said that the two countries have actually seen a very difficult period in bilateral ties, and they now seek to move ahead as this requires candid and constructive approach. Chandrakala is now with us. Chandrakala, as you were telling us how significant this meeting is going to be, because yesterday also External Affairs Minister highlighted the need really for the de-escalation process to move forward.
Yes, absolutely. This particular meeting is very crucial when it comes to the border clashes between both the countries. And of course, this is the 24th special representative border talks taking place between both the special representatives when it comes to the border questions, boundary questions. That's China's foreign minister, of course, and also NSA Doval. This very particular meeting is very crucial when it comes to de-escalation between both the sides.
All right, stay with us, Chandrakala. I was just coming back to you. Let's go to our executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, who is joining us. Abhishek, we can see these visuals. There are very, very crucial talks going on between NSA Ajit Doval and Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi right now. What can we expect out of this very, very crucial meeting?
Well, you see, I would go back to the statement that had come from President Xi Jinping in South Africa, Durban, when he had said that movement should happen, fast-paced movement should happen on boundary issue. And that's something I think which the two sides should be focusing on, because remember, this is sort of festered for long, almost giving an impression that the Chinese actually do not want to sort out the boundary issue. Otherwise, there should be no differing perceptions on LAC if the talk. Remember, this is the 24th round of talks. And even for LAC, there is an Indian LAC and there is a Chinese LAC based on the perception of both the sides. That's something which should have been sorted out long ago. So hopefully now that momentum is building up again and post-Galwan, both the sides are trying to bring in an element of fairness and integrity in the conversation. The Chinese particularly have to, move beyond their position that they want to keep things little ambiguous so that they can, continue with their salami slicing, as it is called. So it was not just about Galwan in 2020. We had, before that, Doklam in 2017. Before that, we had Chumar in 2014. Before that, we had the Depsang issue in 2013. And, goes all the way to Sundorongla in 1986-87. So I think the 1993-1996 agreements have to be strengthened, and hopefully when the talks happen now between Wang Yi and NSA Doval, some concrete measures would be put in place so that there are no misunderstandings on the ground, and the mechanisms to address those misunderstandings are strengthened in a manner that we do not see a repeat of Galwan and again India-China ties going into a deep freeze.
And Abhishek, also considering the fact that Wang Yi is going to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the evening later today, and really this visit really expected to prepare ground for PM Modi's visit to China, where he is traveling for the SCO meeting, and he is also likely to meet President Xi Jinping. So considering all those, this meeting today is also going to be crucial.
You are absolutely right. So there is an element of prep insofar as Wang Yi's New Delhi visit is concerned, which is panning out. So of course the special representative talks that are happening now as we speak, and then the meeting that the Chinese foreign minister had with his Indian counterpart, S. Jaishankar, yesterday. All this would go into, preparing the stage for the big one, which is the meeting of Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping in Tianjin on the sidelines of the SCO summit. And the two leaders effectively would be meeting after 11 months. The last they met in October in Kazan in Russia on the sidelines of the BRICS summit. In fact, that's when the two sides decided to sort of defreeze the ties and start building up in the direction of normalization. So obviously the two leaders would review what progress has been made in the last 11 months and what the direction of India-China ties are going to be. Remember, Prime Minister Modi invested a lot in upgrading the India-China ties, but unfortunately, both during Doklam and Galwan in 2017 and 2020, we saw respectively how the Chinese, compartmentalize the boundary issue from the rest of the relationship. And this time, of course, India's approach of having a comprehensive look at the relationship hopefully would, bring some results. And that's what we are seeing in the string of meetings that the Chinese foreign minister is having in New Delhi, including, of course, the courtesy call that he's going to have in the evening with the Prime Minister.
All right. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for those insights on to the big story that we are tracking right now. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in, and this is regarding Wang Yi's visit only. And as per sources, China has promised to address the three key concerns of India. And that is Foreign Minister Wang Yi has assured the External Affairs Minister that China is addressing India's needs of fertilizers, rare earths and tunnel boring machines. So the three key issues, the three key concerns, fertilizers, rare earths and tunnel boring machines. Let's get a perspective. Chandrakala is now joining us on the phone line. In fact, she's joining us live from the national capital. Chandrakala, now there are the three issues that, Wang Yi has said that has actually assured India that will be addressed, India's need for fertilizers, rare earths, and of course, tunnel boring for machines. Of course, we understand that rare earths is going to be very crucial because, it is where smartphones and some defense equipment also comes from. How are these three key issues important?
Well, very, very important because now that both the countries are, facing Trump's tariff and the trade imbalances created by this tariff imposition by US President Trump, this comes at a very crucial time when China has assured India to take care of the three major concerns when it comes to rare earths, fertilizers, and of course, pharmaceuticals is one such key major factor which is also on card because now, as far as the sources are concerned, both sides has also they are also to have a discussion soon on a trade package when it comes to rare earth and fertilizer and pharmaceuticals. As we know that this particular visit comes at a very, very crucial time, and now that both the countries has resumed border trade and of course the normalization of ties, which is also one of the very, very important development as far as the relations between both the countries are concerned. And now that China has come in strong support of India when it comes to tariff, as we know that China has been hit the highest when it comes to tariff, and of course India, as we know, the additional tariffs are concerned by President Trump, and China has come out in support of India when it comes to tariff imposition. It's said that it undermines the WTO, which is a huge statement when it comes to China. And of course now the Chinese foreign minister is also meeting the NSA Dover when it comes to border issues, also meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi from sometimes now. So yes, very important developments when it comes to trade as well as the normalization of ties, yes.
All right, Chandrakala, thank you so much for those details there. Keep tracking those developments. We'll keep coming back to you. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. And from the national capital, the NDA parliamentary meeting has concluded, and NDA's vice presidential pick, C.P. Radhakrishnan, was felicitated in this meeting. So very, very significant meeting happening in the national capital there in Parliament Library building. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi, various union ministers met the vice presidential candidate of the NDA, and he was felicitated at this meeting. Remember, this coming in after Prime Minister Modi held a meeting with Mr. Radhakrishnan yesterday, and today in this NDA parliamentary meeting, he was felicitated. It was an introductory meeting really with all the floor leaders, and he was felicitated at this meeting. Remember, he is going to now file his nomination papers soon. All right, let's get all the updates. But before that, let's listen in to what Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju said.
आज एनडीए पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी का बैठक हुई। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मौजूदगी में उपराष्ट्रपति चुनाव में एनडीए के प्रत्याशी आदरणीय सीपी राधाकृष्णन जी का परिचय हुआ। एनडीए पार्टी के जितने भी फ्लोर लीडर्स हैं, एनडीए के मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट हैं, सब ने गर्मजोशी के साथ आदरणीय सीपी राधाकृष्णन जी का स्वागत किया, अभिनंदन किया और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को धन्यवाद दिया। धन्यवाद विशेष करके कि ऐसा एक शख्सियत, बहुत ही सरल इंसान, जिन्होंने जीवन भर देश और समाज के लिए सेवा दी है और अनेक राज्यों में गवर्नर के रूप में काम किए हैं और पुडुचेरी में लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर के रूप में भी काम किए हैं। उनका परिचय आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने एनडीए संसदीय दल के बैठक में राधाकृष्णन जी का परिचय दिया है। परिचय के साथ साथ आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अपील किया है कि उपराष्ट्रपति जी के इस चुनाव में जो उम्मीदवार एनडीए ने तय किया है, उनको पूरे पार्टी मिलकर के, सब पार्टी का दल, सब एमपीज एक साथ आकर के सर्वसम्मति से समर्थन करें। ये आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपील किया है। आदरणीय सीपी राधाकृष्णन जी बहुत ही उपराष्ट्रपति पद के लिए बहुत अच्छा नाम है, ये सब ने माना है और जीवन में कोई कंट्रोवर्सी नहीं है, कोई करप्शन नहीं है, कोई दाग नहीं है। बहुत सरल जीवन उन्होंने जिया है और सिर्फ समाज और देश के लिए काम किया है। ऐसा व्यक्ति देश का उपराष्ट्रपति बनेंगे तो देश के लिए बहुत खुशी की बात होगी। इसलिए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की ओर से पूरे विपक्ष के साथियों को भी विशेष करके अपील किया है कि श्री सीपी राधाकृष्णन जी का सर्वसम्मति से समर्थन करें। आदरणीय राजनाथ सिंह जी सबसे बात भी कर रहे हैं और हम चाहते हैं कि एक साथ मिलकर के उपराष्ट्रपति जी का चुनाव में सर्वसम्मति से राधाकृष्णन जी का सपोर्ट करें तो हमारा लोकतंत्र के लिए भी, हमारा देश के लिए भी और राज्यसभा को संचालन करने में भी बहुत उपयोगी होगी। तो एनडीए पार्टी के पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी के बैठक में सब पार्टी ने आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को भी धन्यवाद दिया कि बहुत ही अच्छा इंसान को और बहुत ही लायक नेता को उपराष्ट्रपति जी का चुनाव के लिए उम्मीदवार के रूप में उतारा गया है।
All right, my colleague Harsha is now joining us live from the national capital. Harsha, a very, very significant meeting there concluding, and at this meeting, of course, NDA's vice presidential pick, Mr. Radhakrishnan, was felicitated there as well. Now, what can we expect ahead? He is going to soon file his nomination papers. What more details do you have?
Now NDA and all MPs of the NDA parliamentary party have felicitated CP Radhakrishnan, who's a candidate of VP from NDA. And what we have getting to know from our sources in the NDA is that tomorrow CP Radhakrishnan will be filing his nomination, as 21st August is the last day for nomination filing. 20th August, that is tomorrow, CP Radhakrishnan will be filing his nomination. And also, it was very important because a day before filing the nomination today, that means CP Radhakrishnan being introduced to all the parties of the NDA, to all the allies of the NDA, all the leaders from the JDU party, LJP party, and Apna Dal party, all the TDP party, all the allies of the NDA today felicitated CP Radhakrishnan with the shawl and bouquet, and that showed the support which BJP, which the NDA has from all its allies during the voting when it will happen on December 9 for CP Radhakrishnan. So now the meeting has concluded. All the leaders have now gone inside the parliament, as also the proceedings of the parliament will also begin of both the houses in Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha. But today and tomorrow is the very important day, keeping in mind that till now the opposition has yet not finalized its VP candidate. The marathon meeting in the block of the Indy still continues, because yesterday opposition party leaders did the virtual meeting to decide the VP candidate. Today again, the block leaders will be meeting at 12:30 afternoon in the parliament to decide the candidate of opposition for the VP candidate. Now, on one side, what we are witnessing is that NDA has already started the campaign for its VP candidate. Rajnath Singh has already spoken to the parties, not only who are the allies of NDA, but those who are not the part of NDA, like YSRCP. Rajnath Singh spoke to Jagan Mohan Reddy for the support to CP Radhakrishnan. YSRCP has 10 MPs in Parliament, 7 in Raj Sabha, 4 in Lok Sabha. So 10 is a huge number. The Biju Janata Dal has also been contacted by Rajnath Singh to gear the support in favor of CP Radhakrishnan. So the campaign from the side of NDA has already begun for CP Radhakrishnan, while in the Indy bloc there's still not consensus that who will be the vice president candidate. So what we see here is the planning and strategized move of the NDA, which they have already are on. Back to you.
All right, Harsha. Thank you so much for those updates there. And viewers, my colleague Harsha earlier also spoke to Rajiv Shukla. Listen in.
I'm joined by Congress Member of Parliament Rajiv Shukla. Mr. Shukla, now Prime Minister in the NDA parliamentary party meeting, also has spoken about Indus Water Treaty, how it was the fallout of Jawaharlal Nehru. Even Congress MPs that time in 1960 were not in favor of Indus Water Treaty.
Jawaharlal Nehru should not be blamed for that. Jawaharlal Nehru had done so much during partition. I'm telling you the kind of proposal which had been submitted by Radcliffe. Nehru made lot many amendments into it in India's favor.
But why Indus Water Treaty was signed before and in Parliament it was introduced later?
Necessary BJP is trying to distort the history.
But what water issues India is facing right now is because of Jawaharlal Nehru, that BJP party has stated.
Because they don't have anything to say about their government performance today. So they are blaming Nehru. On everything they are blaming Nehru. This is a new trend which has started.
So this is Rajiv Shukla on Indus Water Treaty and BJP's claim that it was Jawaharlal Nehru's fallout.
Let's get you some more news from across the nation. A case has been registered against Regional Transport Officer Nagaraj for allegedly misbehaving with a woman officer. The complainant Kavita, who works as a motor vehicle inspector, alleged that Nagaraj had been misbehaving with her for the past 1.5 months. According to her, when she came to the office feeling unwell and wearing a jacket, Nagaraj insisted that she remove the jacket despite her refusal, leading to inappropriate behavior. Based on a complaint, the police registered an FIR. A private bus travelling from Sangli in Maharashtra to Tamil Nadu overturned on National Highway 48 in Haveri district, leaving 2 people dead and several others injured. 6 passengers sustained serious injuries, including several children, while 29 others narrowly escaped. The accident occurred when the bus driver braked suddenly to avoid a car that came in its way, causing the vehicle to hit the driver before overturning. The injured were rushed to the Haveri District Hospital for treatment. Haveri SP has also visited the spot, and police, along with the fire and emergency services, carried out rescue operations. Mumbai battles with severe rainfall. A protective wall built by the city's development authority in New Ashoknagar at Chembur has collapsed, This damaged at least 7 houses and several slum dwellings. No casualties and injuries were reported. The incident has sparked concerns, however, over the resilience of civic infrastructure in flood-prone neighborhoods. Teams from the Mumbai Fire Brigade and the BMC reached the site shortly after being alerted. The debris was cleared and rescue operations were carried out. The Directorate of Revenue Intelligence successfully busted a narcotics manufacturing facility in Bhopal, seizing 16.2 kilograms of narcotics worth 92 crore rupees in a joint operation called Operation Crystal Break. The Surat and Mumbai police also supported this operation. DRI carried out raids spanning multiple locations across Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Gujarat and Uttar Pradesh and apprehended 7 key operatives of the syndicate. In the swift follow-up operations, a key member of the drug cartel was apprehended in Uttar Pradesh, who was entrusted with overseeing the supply of raw materials, and 2 suppliers who have illegally provided the raw materials were also apprehended at Mumbai. Heavy rainfall continued for the 4th consecutive day, resulting in flooding, massive traffic congestion and delayed train and bus services in Mumbai. As heavy rains continue to batter the city, the Indian Meteorological Department has issued a red alert for the entire region. Considering the adverse weather, the Maharashtra government has declared a holiday for all the schools and colleges in Mumbai. Along with Mumbai and Thane, the Maharashtra government has declared a holiday for all the schools, Anganwadi centers and colleges in Palghar, Thane, Raigad, Ratnagiri and Sindhudurg. And viewers, time to take a short break, but news and updates are going to continue throughout the day. And coming up ahead, incessant heavy rains continue to lash Mumbai. Schools and colleges to remain closed. Several areas of Mumbai submerged. Also coming up ahead, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi is in the national capital. He is set to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the evening today.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I choose a world where we care and we dare to love. I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Sta arrivando.
President Trump, sir, your message to the people of Ukraine as world leaders gather here today. And Russia continues to attack civilians, this time in Kharkiv, killing many.
Is there a just offer for peace on the table? Will you see land to
Pretty close. Pretty shut.
बड़े बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Sta arrivando.
President Trump, sir, your message to the people of Ukraine as world leaders gather here today. And Russia continues to attack civilians, this time in Kharkiv, killing many.
Is there a just offer for peace on the table? Will you see land to
Pretty close. Pretty shut.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Ashwara Kapoor. The top story that we are tracking is Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi is in India. He held a meeting yesterday with the External Affairs Minister, and today he is right now holding a meeting with NSA Ajit Doval. He's also going to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi later in the evening. That's the big story of the day. Let's also take a look at the other big stories in the headlines. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in India holds crucial talks with NSA Ajit Doval. Also to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi today. NDA holds parliamentary meeting. Prime Minister Modi, Amit Shah and Vice Presidential candidate C.P. Radhakrishnan in attendance. Sources say Prime Minister Modi, while addressing the NDA in parliamentary meeting, calls Indus Water Treaty a blunder by Nehru. Opposition snowballs the vote chori allegation. Protests inside parliament premises.
एस्ट्रोनॉमी दो अलग चीजें हैं। सरकार शायद नशत देकर के ही एसआईआर पे बात करेगी।
After stalling discussion on India's space journey, Samajwadi Party remains stern, says wants discussion on the SIR first. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi shares a candid moment with the Shubhanshu Shukla as they talk about the Gaganyaan mission. The top story that we are tracking, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi, who's on a today official visit to India, is holding the 24th round of special representative dialogues on the boundary question with National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. The Chinese Foreign Minister is also scheduled to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi today. And according to officials, the meeting with the National Security Advisor is expected to cover a range of issues, including the boundary situation, and the trade issue, and the possible resumption of flight services. So that is a meeting that is ongoing at the moment. And that, remember, coming in after he met with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar yesterday. And he is also expected to have a meeting with the Prime Minister later in the evening today. So this is a very, very crucial meeting that is happening right now. Chandrakala is now joining us live for more details. Chandrakala, what more updates do you have? We understand that the meeting is still going on. And of course, a boundary issue is expected to be the top focus of this meeting. What else is going to be likely discussed?
Well, of course, the primary agenda of the meeting that is underway right at this moment between China's Foreign Minister and NSA Doval right at the Hyderabad House is basically to focus on the boundary issues. This is the 24th special representative talks when it comes to the boundary issues. As we know that the relations between both the countries was down the hill after the Galwan clash, and of course now both the leaders are talking as far as the boundary issues are concerned, and also on the unresolved issues between both the countries. Now that the External Affairs Minister has rightly pointed out that de-escalation should move forward. So yes, both the countries are working together as far as de-escalation in the border is concerned. Now both the sides are constantly in touch with each other, and of course we have seen that NSA Doval was in China when it comes to the boundary issues, when it comes to boundary talks. That was a 23rd special representative talks, and now it's a Foreign Minister who is visiting India, which is very crucial, coming at a very crucial time and taking place for the first time ever since the Galwan clashes happened. So yes, a very crucial meeting is currently underway between both the special representative on the boundary questions. Apart from the boundary issues, of course, resumption of border trade is also one key issues which will be discussed between both the sides. And of course that we know that the Chinese Foreign Minister will be meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi at his residence today at 5:30 p.m. Here in New Delhi. So yes, a very crucial meeting between all the leaders between both India and China is currently underway. And as we know that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will also be visiting China for the SCO summit. So yes, it's hinted towards normalization of ties between both the countries. A big message to the international community and especially to the US when it comes to the relationship and diplomacy. Over to you.
Right. And Chandrakala, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar also highlighted the importance of this meeting that is happening right now yesterday as well, when he said that the de-escalation process must move forward, and he highlighted the ability to jointly maintain peace and tranquility along the border, and that is, he said, was a very, very significant step if the two nations are to move ahead and in fact better their bilateral ties. So what really happens in this particular meeting, the outcome of this meeting is of course going to decide on the trajectory of the bilateral ties as well.
Well, absolutely. It's a very, very important, statement being put out by Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister, saying that de-escalation must move forward. Now that we know that there were the friction point between both the countries when it comes to border issues, and we have de-escalated on the border issues, but both the sides failed to reach consensus. But of course, they are now exploring counter measures to continue the de-escalation between the two nations, because this is as the External Affairs Minister has rightly conveyed to the Chinese counterpart, that to adopt a candid and constructive approach to build the momentum between both the countries, the momentum of relationship, which is now forging towards a normalization, of course. And of course, it's very, very important when it also comes to the business relationship, the trade ties between both the countries. As we have already, mentioned that China has also taken up this matter with India when it comes to issues. The three major issues that China is going to address as far as fertilizers and rare earths and pharmaceuticals and also is concerned. Yes.
All right, Chandrakala, thank you so much for those details. You keep tracking that very important meeting. We'll keep coming back to you. And viewers, we have to move on right now. And there is an update on the Dharamsthala case, the disappearance of Ananya Bhatt, a first-year MBBS student, has reignited the mystery in the Dharamsthala mass burial probe. Ananya went missing in the year 2003 during a trip to Dharamsthala with her classmates from Kasturba Medical College in Manipal, and her mother Sujata Bhatt claims that she was silenced and attacked when she was trying to file a complaint, leaving her in a coma. And recently, Sujata filed a new case suspecting that Ananya might be among one of the victims of the alleged mass burials after a whistleblower came forward with shocking allegations. And the SIT is now investigating Ananya's disappearance alongside the mass burial claims, while with Sujata releasing Ananya's photo publicly for the first time, seeking justice and answers. All right, Abhishek, my colleague, is now joining us live from Bengaluru for more details. Abhishek, we saw, Sujata Bhatt alleging, the mother of Ananya Bhatt alleging that this case might be related to the Dharamsthala mass burial case. So can we expect some more developments happening, some more investigations now happening as far as the Dharamsthala mass burial case is concerned?
Aishwarya, with respect to the Dharmasthala case, we saw a whistleblower who appeared out of thin air who claimed that he had buried over hundreds of bodies in and around Dharmasthala between 1998 and 2014. After which Sujata Bhatt, who claims to be the mother of Ananya Bhatt, appeared in front of the media and also mentioned that her daughter went missing in the year 2003 when her daughter along with her friends visited Dharmasthala, and on the way to give a complaint on some incident that happened in Dharmasthala. Since then she has been missing is what Sujata Bhatt claimed. But on the other hand, we also have some people who claim that Sujata Bhatt never had a daughter and she was working in someone's place, and she claims the person who was in the owner's residence as her daughter. On the other hand, Sujata Bhatt has failed to give the photograph, the evidence to prove that Ananya Bhatt is Sujata Bhatt's daughter. On the other hand, we've also been told, and various other sources claim, that Sujata Bhatt and Ananya Bhatt are two new created evidences who are against Dharmasthala, and this is a manipulated creation of evidence. But we will have to see how the special investigation team proceeds with the claims of Sujata Bhatt in the case of Dharmasthala.
All right, we have to wait and watch how that entire situation unfolds in the Dharamsthala case. Thank you so much for those details. And viewers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi met Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, the first Indian astronaut to travel to the International Space Station, and hailed the mission as a milestone in India's space journey. Here is the candid conversation. Listen in.
ये आज के भारत में वो उसको सपने देखने की जरूरत नहीं है, उसको मालूम है कि ये पॉसिबल है।
मैंने जो आपको होमवर्क कहा था तो उसका क्या प्रोग्रेस हुआ है?
और आपसे बात करते वक्त सर पीछे जो मेरे
ये तिरंगा लगाया था,
ये वही तिरंगा है।
और आप मूंग और मेथी का प्रयोग का क्या है?
बहुत अच्छा है सर। मेरे ही क्रूमेट जो मेरे साथ थे साइन करवा के लिख के लेके गए हैं कि जब भी आपका गगनयान जाएगा आप हमें इनवाइट करेंगे और लॉन्च के लिए जल्दी से जल्दी हमें आपके व्हीकल में बैठ के जाना है।
आप लोग जब इतनी बड़ी यात्रा करके वापस पहुंचते हैं,
जी सर,
काफी कुछ चेंज फील होता होगा। जस्ट मैं समझना चाहता हूँ वो किस प्रकार से अनुभव करते हैं आप लोग।
सर जब ऊपर भी जाते हैं तो वहाँ का जो वातावरण है, एनवायरनमेंट है, वो अलग है, ग्रेविटी नहीं है।
आप जाते हैं उसमें तो सीटिंग अरेंजमेंट वैसा ही रहता है?
वैसे ही रहता है सर।
और पूरे 23-24 घंटे उसमें निकालना पड़ता है?
हाँ सर, लेकिन एक बार जब आप अंतरिक्ष में पहुंच जाते हैं तो आप सीट खोल के, अपना हार्नेस खोल के आप उसी कैप्सूल में आप मूव अराउंड आप जा सकते हैं, इधर उधर चीजें कर सकते हैं।
इतनी जगह है उसमें?
बहुत तो नहीं है सर, लेकिन थोड़ी बहुत है।
मतलब आपका फाइटर जेट का कॉकपिट है उससे तो ज्यादा अच्छा है।
उससे तो ज्यादा अच्छा है सर। बट पहुंचने के बाद सर काफी कुछ चेंजेस होते हैं, जैसे पूरा आपका हार्ट स्लो हो जाता है, तो वो कुछ बदलाव होते हैं और वो फिर लेकिन 4-5 दिन में बॉडी आपकी यूज्ड टू हो जाती है, वहाँ आप नॉर्मल हो जाते हैं। और फिर जब वापस आते हैं तो फिर वही दोबारा से वही सारे चेंजेस आप मतलब चल नहीं सकते वापस आते हैं। तो चाहे आप कितने भी स्वस्थ हो, मुझे बुरा नहीं लग रहा था, मैं ठीक था, लेकिन फिर भी जब पहला कदम रखा तो मैं मतलब गिर रहा था तो लोगों ने पकड़ रखा था मुझे। फिर दूसरा तीसरा, हालांकि मालूम है कि चलना है, लेकिन वो ब्रेन जो है वो उसको टाइम लगता है सर वापस समझने में कि अच्छा अब ये नया एनवायरनमेंट है, नया वातावरण है।
यानी सिर्फ बॉडी का ट्रेनिंग नहीं है, माइंड का ट्रेनिंग ज्यादा है।
माइंड का ट्रेनिंग है सर, बॉडी में ताकत है, मांसपेशियों में ताकत है, लेकिन वो ब्रेन की रीवायरिंग होनी है, उसको दोबारा से ये समझना है कि ये नया एनवायरनमेंट है, अब इसमें आपको चलने के लिए इतनी ताकत लगेगी या इतना एफर्ट लगेगा, वो वापस से समझते हैं सर।
सबसे ज्यादा समय से वहाँ कौन था, कितने समय का?
इस समय सबसे ज्यादा समय लोग एक टाइम पे करीब 8 महीने तक लोग रह रहे हैं सर। हाँ, इसी मिशन से शुरू हुआ है कि 8 महीने तक रहेंगे।
अभी वहाँ जो लोग मिले आपको?
हाँ, उनमें से कुछ लोग हैं जो कि दिसंबर में वापस आएंगे।
और आपका मूंग और मेथी का प्रयोग का क्या है?
बहुत अच्छा है सर। मैं इस बात से बहुत सरप्राइज था कि लोगों को इसके बारे में पता नहीं था, इन चीज़ों के बारे में। फूड बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है सर एक स्पेस स्टेशन पे। जगह कम है, कार्गो महंगा है, आप कम से कम जगह में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कैलोरी और न्यूट्रिशन आपको पैक करने की हमेशा कोशिश रहती है, और हर तरह से प्रयोग चल रहे हैं सर। और इनको उगाना बहुत सिंपल है, बहुत ज़्यादा रिसोर्स नहीं चाहिए स्पेस स्टेशन में। छोटा सा एक आप डिश में थोड़ा सा पानी डाल के उनको छोड़ दीजिए और वो बहुत अच्छे से 8 दिन बाद वो स्प्राउट होना शुरू हो गए थे सर, स्टेशन में ही मुझे देखने को मिले। तो हमारी जो ये टिपिकल जो हमारे कंट्री के जो ये जो सीक्रेट्स हैं मैं बोलूँगा सर, जैसे ही हमें ये मौका मिला कि हम माइक्रोग्रेविटी रिसर्च में पहुँच पाए, ये वहाँ पहुँच गई। और क्या पता कि ये हमारी फूड सिक्योरिटी प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करें, जो कि एस्ट्रोनॉट्स के लिए तो एक तरह से है ही सर स्टेशन में, लेकिन अगर वहाँ सॉल्व होती है तो ये पृथ्वी पे भी लोगों के लिए फूड सिक्योरिटी की प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने में हमारी मदद कर सकती है।
पहला एक बार एक कोई भारतीय आया
जी सर,
तो भारतीय को देख करके उनके मन में क्या रहता है, क्या पूछते हैं, क्या बात करते हैं, ये बाकी जो दुनिया के देश के लोग होते हैं?
जी सर, मेरा पर्सनल अनुभव जो रहा है सर पिछले 1 साल में, मैं तो जहाँ भी गया, जिससे भी मिला, सभी लोग बहुत खुश हुए मुझसे मिलके, बहुत एक्साइटेड थे बात करने में, आके मुझसे पूछने में कि मतलब आप लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, कैसे कर रहे हैं। और सबसे बड़ी बात ये थी कि सबको इसके बारे में मालूम था कि भारत स्पेस के क्षेत्र में क्या कर रहा है, सबको इस बारे में जानकारी थी। और सब मुझसे ज़्यादा तो कई लोग थे जो गगनयान के बारे में इतना एक्साइटेड थे, जो आके मुझसे पूछ रहे थे कि आपका मिशन कब जा रहा है। एंड मेरे ही क्रूमेट जो मेरे साथ थे मुझसे साइन करवा के लिख के लेके गए हैं कि जब भी आपका गगनयान जाएगा आप हमें इनवाइट करेंगे और लॉन्च के लिए, और उसके बाद जल्दी से जल्दी हमें आपके व्हीकल में बैठ के जाना है। तो मुझे लगता है सर कि बहुत ज़्यादा उत्साह है।
ये सारी आपको टेक जीनियस के रूप में बुलाती थी, क्या कारण?
नहीं सर, वो लोग मुझे लगता है बहुत काइंड है जो इस तरह से बोलते हैं, बट मेरी जो ट्रेनिंग रही है सर, जो एयरफोर्स में ट्रेनिंग रही है, और उसके बाद हम लोग ने टेस्ट पायलट की ट्रेनिंग की सर। तो मैं एयरफोर्स में जब गया था तो मुझे लगा था कि पढ़ाई नहीं करनी पड़ेगी, बट मुझे इसके बाद बहुत पढ़ाई करनी पड़ी जो मुझे पता नहीं था। और टेस्ट पायलट बनने के बाद तो एक ये काइंड ऑफ एक इंजीनियरिंग का एक डिसिप्लिन बन जाता है सर। इसरो में ट्रेनिंग की, हमारे साइंटिस्ट ने हमको पढ़ाया तो 3-4 साल, तो मुझे लगता है कि हम लोग काफ़ी अच्छे से तैयार थे सर इस मिशन के लिए जब पहुंचे।
मैंने जो आपको होमवर्क कहा था तो उसका क्या प्रोग्रेस हुआ है?
बहुत अच्छा प्रोग्रेस हुआ है सर, और लोग काफ़ी हंसे थे मेरे साथ। उस मीटिंग के बाद उन्होंने मुझे चढ़ाया भी था कि आपके प्रधानमंत्री ने आपको होमवर्क दिया है। दिया तो है, और बहुत ज़रूरी है सर। हमें इस बात का आभास था, मैं गया ही इसलिए था। मिशन तो एक सक्सेसफुल हुआ है सर, हम लोग वापस आ गए हैं, लेकिन ये मिशन अंत नहीं है, मिशन तो शुरुआत है। तो
अरे तो मैंने उसी दिन भी कहा,
आपने उस दिन बोला था सर,
हमारा पहला कदम है,
पहला कदम है सर। तो इस पहले कदम का मेन जो उद्देश्य था वो यही था कि हम कितना कुछ इससे सीख के हम वापस ला सकते हैं सर।
लेकिन सबसे बड़ा काम होगा हमारे सामने, एक बहुत बड़ा एस्ट्रोनॉट का पूल होना चाहिए हमारे पास
सर।
हमारे सामने 40-50 लोग
सर
रेडी इस प्रकार का
सर।
अब तक तो शायद बहुत कम बच्चों के मन में होता होगा, हाँ यार ये कुछ अच्छा है, लेकिन अब आपके आने के बाद शायद वो विश्वास भी बहुत बढ़ेगा, आकर्षण भी बढ़ेगा।
सर जब मैं छोटा था, राकेश शर्मा सर पहली बार गए थे 1984 में, पर एस्ट्रोनॉट बनने का सपना कभी मेरे मन में नहीं आया, क्योंकि हमारे पास कोई प्रोग्राम नहीं था, कुछ भी नहीं था सर। बट मैं जब इस बार गया सर स्टेशन में, तो 3 बार मैंने बच्चों से बात की। एक बार लाइव इवेंट था सर, और 2 बार रेडियो के थ्रू उनसे बात हुई। और तीनों इवेंट में सर एक बच्चा था हर इवेंट में जिसने पूछा कि सर मैं कैसे एस्ट्रोनॉट बन सकता हूँ। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये अपने आप में हमारे देश के लिए बहुत बड़ी सफलता है सर, कि आज के भारत में वो उसको सपने देखने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, उसको मालूम है कि ये पॉसिबल है, हमारे पास ऑप्शन है और हम बन सकते हैं। और आपने जैसा कहा सर कि ये जिम्मेदारी है मेरी, मुझे लगता है मुझे बहुत मौका मिला कि मैं अपने देश का रिप्रेजेंट कर पाया हूँ, और अब ये मेरी जिम्मेदारी है कि अब मैं ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों को यहाँ तक पहुँचाऊँ।
अब स्पेस स्टेशन और गगनयान
सर,
दो हमारे बड़े मिशन हैं
सर,
उसमें आपका एक्सपीरियंस बहुत काम आएगा।
तो मुझे लगता है सर कहीं ना कहीं हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा मौका है, स्पेशली सर क्योंकि जिस तरह का कमिटमेंट हमारी गवर्नमेंट आपके द्वारा जो है स्पेस प्रोग्राम को सस्टेन्ड बजट एवरी ईयर इन स्पाइट ऑफ फेलियर्स, जैसे कि चंद्रयान 2 सर सक्सेसफुल नहीं हुआ, उसके बाद भी हमने कहा कि नहीं हम आगे बढ़ेंगे, चंद्रयान 3 सक्सेसफुल हुआ, ऐसे ही फेलियर होने के बाद भी अगर इतना सपोर्ट मिल रहा है और ये पूरी दुनिया देख रही है सर, तो कहीं ना कहीं सर हमारी इस समय क्षमता भी है और इस समय पोजीशन भी है, तो हम यहाँ पे एक लीडरशिप रोल एक्वायर कर सकते हैं सर। और एक बहुत बड़ा एक टूल होगा अगर एक ऐसा स्पेस स्टेशन जो लेड बाय भारत बट बाकी लोग आके उसका हिस्सा बने। मैंने सुनी सर आपने जो आत्मनिर्भरता इन स्पेस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग वाली आपने बात की थी सर, तो ये सारी चीजें एक ही तरह से जुड़ी हुई है। जो विजन आपने जो अभी दिया है हमें ये गगनयान का और बैस का और फिर मून लैंडिंग का सर, बहुत बड़ा ड्रीम है सर।
हम अगर आत्मनिर्भर बन के करेंगे तो अच्छा करेंगे।
बिल्कुल सर। मैंने काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें सर स्पेस से फोटोग्राफ वगैरह कोशिश की भारत की लेने की। तो ये भारत यहाँ से शुरू से ये ट्रायंगल, ये बैंगलोर है सर, ये हैदराबाद क्रॉस हो रहा है, और ये जो फ्लैश आप देख रहे हैं सर ये सारी बिजली चमक रही है सर, जो पहाड़ों में हो रहा है सर, और ये क्रॉस होते ही जो डार्क एरिया आता है सर ये हिमालय आ जाता है, और ये ऊपर की तरफ जो जा रहे हैं सर ये तारे हैं सारे, और ये क्रॉस करते ही ये पीछे से सूरज आ रहा है सर।
More news from across the nation. The case has been registered against Regional Transport Officer Nagaraj for allegedly misbehaving with a woman officer. The complainant, Kavita, who works as a motor vehicle inspector, alleged that Nagaraj had been misbehaving with her for the past 1.5 months. And based on her complaint, the police have registered an FIR under Section 75 of the BNS. A private bus travelling from Sangli in Maharashtra to Tamil Nadu overturned on National Highway 48 in Haveri district, leaving 2 people dead and several others injured. 6 passengers sustained serious injuries, including several children, while 29 others narrowly escaped. The accident occurred when the bus driver braked suddenly to avoid a car that came in its way, causing the vehicle to hit the divider before overturning. The injured were rushed to the Haveri district hospital for treatment. Haveri police have also visited the spot, and police along with fire and emergency services carried out rescue operations. As Mumbai battles severe rainfall, a protective wall built by the city's development authority in New Ashok Nagar at Chembur collapsed. This damaged at least 7 houses and several slum dwellings. No casualties or injuries have been reported. The incident, however, has sparked concerns over the resilience of the civic infrastructure in flood-prone neighborhoods. Teams from the Mumbai Fire Brigade and the BMC reached the site shortly after being alerted. The debris was cleared and rescue operations were carried out. The Directorate of Revenue Intelligence successfully busted a narcotics manufacturing facility in Bhopal, seizing 16.2 kilograms of narcotics worth 92 crore rupees in a joint operation called Operation Crystal Break. The Surat and Mumbai police supported DRI during this operation. The DRI carried out raids spanning multiple locations across Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra and several other states as well. Heavy rainfall continued for the 4th consecutive day, resulting in flooding, massive traffic congestion and delayed train and bus services in Mumbai. As heavy rains continue to batter the city, the India Meteorological Department has issued a red alert for the entire region. Considering the adverse weather, the Maharashtra government has also declared a holiday for all schools and colleges in Mumbai. And a holiday has also been declared for Anganwadi centers and colleges in Palghar, Thane, Raigad, Ratnagiri and Sindhudurg. The National Disaster Response Force conducted a one-day civil defence awareness and training camp in Rajouri in Jammu and Kashmir. The training was organised for the State Disaster Response Force, Civil Defence, Home Guards and J&K police personnel as well as local residents. The session focused on disaster preparedness and effective response strategies during floods, landslides and mudslides which have been frequent in recent times in Jammu and Kashmir. Demonstrations were held on rescue techniques, first aid and evacuation methods in disaster-hit areas. All right, viewers, so let's move on in the bulletin now. Former Army Chief General Manoj Navarane has emphasized the importance of defense preparedness, stating that security comes at a cost. He noted that investing in defense is not a wasteful expense, but a very, very important, significant investment. Take a look.
Security comes at a cost. The Roman scholar in the 5th century AD had said that if you want peace, prepare for war. And over 15 centuries later, that truism still holds good. That you have to prepare for war if you want peace. And why do you want peace? Because peace is a precursor or a prerequisite for development. And defense preparedness does not come cheap. It comes at a cost. Now, many times you will wonder, is that cost worth it? Can't we do without it? And there are many people who advocate that why this is a wasteful expenditure. After all, at the same cost of one Rafale aircraft, you can build 20 schools and run them for 1 year. That is the stark difference. So do we need to spend that much? And it is a valid question. So on this, there are 2 points I would like to put across. One is that the defense of a country is something that cannot be outsourced. It has to be done by the country itself. You can outsource the security of your campus. How do you outsource the security of a country? You cannot. When we say, okay, China, come and guard us, you can't. Although they'll be very happy if we say that. When you look at it that way, you will realize that it is a worthwhile expenditure. But there is one big difference. Your insurance kicks in when an incident or accident occurs. In the case of a defense expenditure, it prevents that incident from happening in the first place. It prevents the war from happening.
Viewers, we are live and breaking on Republic TV. We are taking a very, very short break. And coming up ahead, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi is in India holding crucial talks with NSA Ajit Doval, also to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi later in the evening today. Also, NDA held a parliamentary meeting. Prime Minister Modi, Amit Shah and Vice Presidential candidate Radhakrishnan in attendance. Mr. Radhakrishnan felicitated at the meeting. Details on those big stories and much more coming up ahead.
What makes you a legend? Maybe that you're followed by everyone. Maybe that you follow no one. Maybe both. 10 years of Creta. Legend forever.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in India holds crucial talks with NSA Ajit Doval, also to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi today. India holds parliamentary meeting. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Union Ministers Amit Shah and Vice Presidential candidate Radhakrishnan in attendance. Sources say the Prime Minister, while addressing India in parliamentary meeting, calls Indus Water Treaty a blunder by Nehru. Opposition snowballs the vote chori allegation, protests inside parliament premises.
जी और एस्ट्रोनॉमी दो अलग चीजें हैं। सरकार शायद नशत देकर के ही SIR पे बात करेगी।
After stalling discussion on India's space journey, Samajwadi Party remains stern, says wants discussion on SIR first. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi shares a candid moment with Shubhanshu Shukla. They talk about the Gaganyaan mission. The big story that we are tracking for you, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi, who is on a two-day official visit to India, is holding 24th round of special representative dialogue on the boundary question with National Security Advisor Ajit Doval today. The Chinese Foreign Minister is also scheduled to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi today, and according to officials, this meeting with the National Security Advisor is expected to cover a range of issues, including the boundary situation, trade, and also possible resumption of flight services between the two nations. So yesterday, the Chinese Foreign Minister held a meeting with External Affairs Minister, and at the moment, the meeting with NSA Ajit Doval is going on. And he is also expected to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi later in the evening today. And this is a very, very significant visit of Chinese Foreign Minister to India. This visit focusing on resuming high-level talks on the border issue, strengthening bilateral channels of dialogue, and also reviewing the economic engagements between the two countries. So, all right, let's get updates from Chandrakala, who's joining us live from the national capital. Chandrakala, what updates do you have about this meeting? Is it still going on?
Well, the meeting is yet to start. Of course, it was about to start at around 11 o'clock, but yes, it got delayed. So yes, the meeting is supposedly to start from some times now. And of course, that the border issue will be discussed between both the special representatives when it comes to the border questions. This is the 24th round of 24th special representative talks, and the Chinese Foreign Minister is meeting NSA Doval right at this moment in the national capital in the Hyderabad House. He's visiting at a very, very crucial time, and it's the first visit ever since the 2020 Galwan clash. And now that the border issues will be, apart from the border issues, of course, trade and connectivity is something which will be discussed between both the leaders. And it took 4 years to, of course, resolve the clash in Eastern Ladakh when it comes to the Galwan Valley clash. And of course, there were multiple military talks that took place between both the countries, and ultimately, disengagement in disengagement happened in, of course, from 7 friction points. So this carrying forward this momentum of de-escalation between both the countries. As External Affairs Minister has rightly pointed out, that de-escalation must move forward. So yes, this will be specifically conveyed by NSA Doval to the Chinese Foreign Minister, that de-escalation between both the countries must continue, must move forward as far as the relationship is concerned. If the bilateral ties need to be improved, of course, peace and tranquility in the border is very much important. So this will be the message being conveyed by the NSA to Chinese Foreign Minister. And of course, both the sides are also exploring measures to maintain peace and tranquility when it comes to the border issues. And of course, the relationship between the two countries are now has taken a thaw. There is a thaw in the relationship between both the countries after the Galwan Valley clash, and of course that the Foreign Minister is also slated to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi today in the evening. So yes, all eyes on that particular meeting as well. Over to you.
That's right, Chandrakala. And just recently, even NSA Doval had visited Moscow, and now the Chinese Foreign Minister is in the national capital. Do you think that this is, in a way, reactivating the RIC?
Oh yes, absolutely. This is a way forward to reactivating the ties and also the other issues, the mutual commitment between both the countries. And of course, resumption of trade is something which is very important between both the countries. And yes, this is a very, very particular. This meeting is very crucial when it comes to both the sides. Commitment between both the sides. Resumption of direct flights, of course, is one such. Connectivity is one such issues. Yes, over to you.
That's right, Chandrakala. Thank you for joining us with those details. In fact, let's now move on to more breaking news that we are tracking. And this, as far as the Meerut assault case is concerned, in Meerut, a total of 7 people have been arrested in the case on the alleged assault of an army Jawan by toll plaza employees in Uttar Pradesh. A senior officer has confirmed this as well. And the case pertains to the brutal assault of an army Jawan by the employees of Buni Toll Plaza in Sarurpur. And this happened on Sunday evening. And this is that video where you can see the army Jawan is tied to the pole and he's brutally assaulted. And now 7 people have been arrested after...
और ये उनके पिताजी है। पिताजी बात अगर करें तो एक कार्रवाई काफी ज्यादा हुई है। प्राथमिकता से हमने ये खबर दिखाई, उसके बाद NHAI ने 20 लाख रुपए का जुर्माना जो है उस टोल प्लाजा पे लगाया, लाइसेंस रद्द करने की बात हो गई है। कैसे देख रहे हैं?
ठीक देख रहे जी, जो जनता देख रही है ठीक देख रही। हाँ। मैं तो उनसे संतुष्ट हूँ। हाँ जी, जो ये सब जनता कह रही है, जनता की मांग है, मतलब हाँ,
जनता की मांग है। लेकिन आपके बेटे के साथ ये मारपीट हुई है, ठीक है? आपके बेटे के साथ जो मारपीट हुई उसके बाद देखिए लोगों में गुस्सा देखने को मिला। NHAI तक ने संज्ञान ले लिया कि वो जो टोल प्लाजा की जिस एजेंसी को ठेका मिला था, अब आने वाले दिन भविष्य में भी कभी उन्हें कोई ठेका नहीं मिलेगा, उन्होंने सुनिश्चित कर दिया है। तो ये एक जीत हुई है, न्याय मिला है।
हाँ जी, न्याय मिला।
कैसे देख रहे हैं आप लोग? और भी परिवार के लोग हैं, ताऊ है, चाचा है, सभी को यहाँ पे है। एक 20 लाख रुपए का जुर्माना, लाइसेंस रद्द।
जी जी, ठीक है।
ठीक है, क्या कहेंगे?
कार्यवाही अच्छी है, NHAI वालों की भी अच्छी है। पुलिस प्रशासन ने बहुत अच्छी तरीके से काम करा और बहुत तत्परता के साथ उनको पकड़ के अंदर कर दिया। और नहीं अगर वे थोड़ी ढील कर देते तो शायद विवाद और बढ़ जाता। और इसी के साथ में NHAI वालों को एक सुझाव है कि जहाँ भी प्रत्येक टोल के ऊपर जो उनके कार्यकर्ता हैं उनका नाम के साथ में एक लिस्ट चस्पा हो, पता चले कि कार्यकर्ता कितने हैं और उनकी एक ड्रेस हो। जो ये
मतलब पूरा उनका जो है एक रिकॉर्ड अच्छे से रखा जाए। लेकिन साथ ही साथ आपको एक और तस्वीर दिखाएंगे, क्योंकि ये जो उनके भाई जो उस दौरान यहाँ पे मौजूद थे, उनके साथ जिनके साथ सबसे ज़्यादा मारपीट हुई थी, एक तो आर्मी जवान यानी कपिल के साथ मारपीट हुई थी, दूसरा अगर हम उनके भाई की बात करें उनके साथ काफ़ी ज़्यादा मारपीट हुई थी, तो वो भी यहाँ पे है। हम एक बार उनसे भी बात करेंगे। भाई साहब, उन्हें थोड़ा बुलाइएगा, उनके साथ जिनके साथ मारपीट हुई थी। आपके हाथों में अभी भी मुझे ये पट्टी बंधी हुई नज़र आ रही है। कपिल जी के साथ भी जो हुआ, बहुत लोगों में गुस्सा देखने को मिला। आपके हाथों में देखिए ये पट्टी है, कमर में भी पट्टी लगी हुई है, सर भी फाड़ दिया गया। ये देखिए यहाँ पे भी चोट के निशान है और स्टिचेस लगे हुए हैं। आप उनके साथ ही थे, आप उन ये देखिए किस तरह से उन्होंने जो मोटे मोटे रॉड से जब मारा ये कार्रवाई की, और उसके बाद देखिए ये निशान, चोट के निशान आपको हम दिखा रहे हैं। हाथों में अभी भी पट्टी बंधी हुई है, सर पे स्टिचेस है, अभी भी खून के निशान है। यानी आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से उन्होंने अधमरा कर दिया है। कपिल जो है, जो जवान है, उनका भी इलाज चल रहा है, लेकिन ये उनके भाई है। क्या कुछ हुआ था, क्यों लेकर कि विवाद जो है इतना ज़्यादा हो गया, किस तरह से? देखिए
बस गाड़ी पास कराने के उसमें थे मैम, जल्दी जाना था हमें थोड़ा सा, तो एक गाड़ी वाला जो था उसके साथ में वो बहस चल रही थी पहले से जो आ रखा था। तो हमने बोला कि हमारी गाड़ी निकल जाने दो, कपिल ने यही बोला था, मैं उसके साइड वाली सीट पे बैठा हुआ था। उसके बाद में निकलने के बाद में उसने अपना पास दिखाया, उन्होंने पास लेके पास फेंक दिया और बोलने लगे कि हम नहीं निकलने देंगे ऐसे। उसके साथ में बदतमीजी करी, उसके मुंह पे घुट मारा, और साथ में करीब 8-10 लड़के थे, तुरंत से वे आए, रोड ले रखी थी, लटता उनके हाथ में, और एक बुड्ढा जो था वो ईंट से वार कर रहा था, उसको पोल से बांध के
पोल से बांध करके। देखिए हाँ, लेकिन पूरे मामले में देखिए बात करें तो पुलिस ने त्वरित कार्रवाई की है, 7 लोगों को पुलिस ने गिरफ्तार कर लिया है। इसके साथ ही साथ अगर हम बात करें, NHAI ने उस टोल पर, जो टोल एजेंसी है, 20 लाख रुपए का जुर्माना लगा दिया है। साथ ही साथ जो है लाइसेंस रद्द करने की बात कर दी है। ये कार्रवाई कैसे देख रहे हैं आप?
बिल्कुल सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए मैम, और हो रखी है, और चाहिए जो भी थे ना सब पकड़े जाने चाहिए मैम। बिल्कुल, मतलब कंप्लीट पूरी रिपोर्ट चाहिए। जो लड़का वो था ना, बिट्टू तो रात पकड़ा गया, जो जिस लड़के के हाथ में रोड थी, जो मार रहा था, वो लड़का अभी तक नहीं पकड़ा गया मैम, वो चाहिए।
कितने लोग थे? देखिए पुलिस ने तो अभी तक 7 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया है। पुलिस का कहना है कि CCTV के आधार पर जो हमें दिखे, हमने सबको
12 लोग थे, पूरा स्टाफ था जो भी था वहाँ पे, सारे वहीं पे थे बजाने में। कुछ अलग से भी लड़के थे।
अलग से मतलब क्या, उनके ही दोस्त यार थे वैसे बैठे थे?
जो बिट्टू था ना उसके दोस्त थे।
अच्छा, नशे में भी कुछ नजर आ रहे थे क्या
मैम? अब नशे का तो बिल्कुल मुझे प्रॉपर पता नहीं, पर हाँ उन्होंने ड्रिंक कर रखी थी, क्योंकि वहाँ पे ये रोज वहाँ पे पार्टी करते हैं और वहीं पे बैठते हैं, रोज बदतमीजी करते हैं।
तो वो बदतमीजी करते हैं, और चोट के निशान अभी भी आप देख सकते हैं, क्योंकि देखिए रविवार के रात की ही ये घटना है। अभी भी ये पूरी तरह से चोट के निशान है। ये स्टिचेस, एक बार आप जूम करके CPG दिखाइए, ये स्टिचेस किस तरह से लगे हुए हैं। अभी भी यहाँ पे एक ब्लड नजर आ रहा होगा। काफ़ी ज़्यादा तकलीफ में लोग हैं यहाँ पे, और कह रहे हैं कि जो कार्रवाई हुई है ठीक है, और भी सख्त कार्रवाई, क्योंकि 7 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हुई है, लेकिन इनका कहना है 10 से 11 लोग थे। और भी जब वो मार रहे थे, मतलब इतना गुस्सा क्यों आ गया उनमें, कि इतना ज़्यादा गुस्सा कि इस तरह से रॉड से बांध के पिटाई कर दी?
पता नहीं मैम, अब जब वे मार रहे थे, अब हमें क्या पता, हमारी भी हाथापाई हो रही थी। जब वे मारेंगे तो हमने भी फिर हाथापाई अपने आप को बचाने के लिए की, पर हमारे से कुछ नहीं हुआ। फिर वे काफ़ी सारे थे।
बोल क्या रहे थे? कुछ बोल रहे थे आपस में वो लोग?
मैम अब हम तो पीट रहे थे ना, अब हम क्या सुन पाएंगे? हमें तो कुछ पता नहीं लग रहा था पिटने के चक्कर में, अपनी जान बचाने के लिए थे हम तो जो बोल रहे थे बोल रहे होंगे, अब ये नहीं पता, गाली वाली ही दे रहे थे और बोल रहे थे कि मारो मारो, बस यही कर रहे थे।
तो पहले से कोई बात नहीं हुई थी? एट अ टाइम ही चीज़,
एट अ टाइम एकदम से, मतलब जो भी किया उन्होंने एकदम से किया है। आई कार्ड लेने के बाद में आई कार्ड फेंक के मारा, और तुरंत से उन्होंने हाथापाई।
चोटें आई हैं अभी?
मैम हाथ पे है, कमर पे है, और सर में और पैरों में है।
अभी आप ठीक से चल भी नहीं पा रहे खुद से। क्या कह रहे हैं डॉक्टर, कितना दिन लगेगा ऐसे पूरी ठीक होने?
अभी तो टाइम लगेगा मैम।
और आपने कपिल जी से भी बात की, वो उनकी हालत अभी कैसी?
नहीं, मेरी कपिल जी से बात कुछ नहीं हुई। उसके बाद में जब से वहाँ पे गया मैच में, मेरी कोई बात नहीं हुई, क्योंकि मैं अपने ट्रीटमेंट में लगा हुआ था। उसका उधर से चल रहा है मैम।
तो NHAI ने जो लाइसेंस रद्द करने की बात कही है, और कहा है कि ये एजेंसी को अब कभी भी दोबारा लाइसेंस जो है नहीं मिलेगा, डिबार कर दिया पूरी तरह से, 20 लाख रुपए का जुर्माना भी लगा दिया है। ये कैसे देख रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल सही किया मैम।
देखिए NHAI का एक स्ट्रिक्ट एक्शन यहाँ पे देखने को मिला है। साथ ही साथ यहाँ पे बात करें तो आस पड़ोस के लोग भी यहाँ पे हैं। ये उनका घर है कपिल का। यहाँ से ही लोग जो है शाम में निकले थे, क्योंकि उनकी फ़्लाइट थी, उन्हें श्रीनगर जाना था और वापस से ड्यूटी ज्वाइन करना था। लेकिन ऐसे में जैसे ही वो यहाँ से, अगर ये गोटका विलेज है, यहाँ से करीब 3 से 4 किलोमीटर आप आगे जाएंगे तभी वो टोल जो है वो टोल पड़ता है। और ऐसे में वहाँ पे जब वो पहुँचते हैं तो इस तरह से जो टोल कर्मी होते हैं वो बेरहमी से उनकी पिटाई कर रहे होते हैं। अभी हमने उनके भाई की तस्वीरें आपको दिखाई थी। ये परिवार के लोग हैं, यहाँ पे पिता है वो बैठे हुए हैं। NHAI ने ये जो कार्रवाई की है उसका भी धन्यवाद कर रहे हैं। पुलिस ने जो त्वरित कार्रवाई की है उसका भी धन्यवाद कर रहे हैं। लेकिन साफ तौर पर इनका ये भी कहना है कि 7 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी तो हो गई है, लेकिन 7 लोग नहीं है, उससे ज़्यादा यानी 10 से में 11 लोग हैं, अधिक लोग हैं, यानी कुछ लोग अभी ऐसे और रह रहे हैं जिनकी गिरफ्तारी बची हुई है। वहीं पुलिस की तरफ से ये कहना है कि सीसीटीवी फुटेज के आधार पर अभी सभी की गिरफ्तारी हो गई है और भी जांच चल रही है। जांच का दायरा जो है वो लगातार बढ़ता चला जा रहा है। लेकिन देखिए किस तरह से ग्रामीण परिवेश के ये लोग हैं, बेहद ही सीधे साधे, और वो आर्मी का जवान जो अपनी ड्यूटी पे निकले थे, ड्यूटी करने जा रहे थे, ड्यूटी ज्वाइन करने जा रहे थे, घर से बाहर निकले थे, और ऐसे में उनके साथ हाथापाई होती है। हाथापाई ऐसी होती है कि अधमरा कर दिया जाता है। जब भाई उनका बीच बचाव करने पहुंचता है तो हमने जो आपको तस्वीरें दिखाई कि किस तरह से ईंट से वो मार रहे होते हैं, जो सर में स्टिचेस आ जाते हैं, कमर की हड्डियां तोड़ देते हैं, चल नहीं पा रहे हैं, हाथों को पूरी तरह से तोड़ दिया गया है। तो आप अनुमान लगाइए कि आखिर उन लोगों ने कितनी बेरहमी से इनकी पिटाई की है। लेकिन राहत वाली बात यह भी है कि पुलिस ने कार्रवाई की है, 7 आरोपियों को गिरफ्तार किया है।
Well, that was the exclusive conversation with the army jawan's family members. His father has welcomed the move and also the crackdown of arresting 7 individuals. But the brother of Kapil, the army jawan who was brutally assaulted, claims that the man who was seen with the rod, who was seen assaulting after the army jawan was tied, is still scot-free, and he demands the arrest of that individual as well. And he claims that there were about a dozen individuals, not just 7, more than 7, around 12 of them. And the entire toll plaza staff were also there. They were also involved in the attack. And just 7 individuals have been arrested. Meanwhile, the National Highway Authority of India has also cancelled the license and have imposed a fine of 20 lakh rupees. But the demand for justice continues to grow louder and louder because the citizens are outraged at the attack on our army jawan. And this incident, viewers, like my colleague was mentioning, it just happened around 3 to 4 kilometers away from their home at a toll plaza. And what we understand is that the army jawan was heading to Srinagar, and that is when the brutal assault took place. When he showed his ID card, the toll plaza staffers discarded it, they snatched it and threw it away, and then they abused the army jawan, they tied him to a pole, and they assaulted him brutally, along with his brother as well. So now the outrage continues to grow, and the demand for justice is also being echoed across Meerut. Moving on, viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. On sources are informing us that there is no change in our position. This is the statement coming in, and according to the inside details of Wang Yi and NSA Dowal meeting, we have source-based information, credible information, that there is no change in India's position on Taiwan. And India has also stressed that, like the rest of the world, India has a relationship with Taiwan that focuses on economic, technology, and cultural ties. And India has made it clear that it intends to continue those ties with Taiwan. The position will remain unchanged, status quo on Taiwan. This is the inside details coming in. We have Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, joining us live. Abhishek, this is source-based information that we are tracking, inside details of this key meeting between Wang Yi and also NSA Dowal, where India has made its position very, very clear on Taiwan.
Well, you see, this misunderstanding cropped up, Deepak, yesterday when the Chinese statement came on the meeting between Wang Yi and S. Jaishankar, and whether it was a translation issue from Mandarin to English or what, but an impression gained ground that India has sort of evolved its position on Taiwan, that we have sort of said anything which, amounts to suggesting that Taiwan is part of China. Nothing like that has happened. India has not evolved its position on Taiwan, and that's why this information coming in through sources that we continue to have trade and cultural ties with Taiwan, and we intend to continue with those, and that our stated positions remain same. So I think this is more like to make sure that the translation issue is not something which is used to reflect on India's policy on Taiwan in any manner.
That's right, Abhishek, and this is indeed a big development coming in. These are inside details of the meeting between Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi and NSA Ajit Dowal. And according to sources, India has made its position very, very clear on Taiwan, saying that India will continue its economic, technological and also cultural ties with Taiwan, and there is no change in our stand as far as our relationship with Taiwan is concerned, and this comes amid the high-stakes meeting between Chinese Foreign Minister and NSA Doval. In fact, we'll also get our reporters live, but right now let's stick to this breaking news that we're tracking. And according to credible sources, highly placed sources who are aware of what's happening behind these closed doors, they're informing us that India has made its stand crystal clear to Beijing. NSA Doval and External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar have reiterated their stand on Taiwan, that it remains status quo, it remains unchanged. And this, even as the meeting is currently underway, Wang Yi has been given a very, very strong response as far as Taiwan is concerned, because China claims that Taiwan is part of its territory. And now India has made it clear that whatever the differences are between China and Taiwan, India's position, India's relationship with Taiwan remains unchanged. Chandrakala is also joining us. Chandrakala, this is a big statement coming in as per sources that India has made its stand very, very clear. Help us understand what this could be and also help us read between the lines.
Now that, of course, the External Affairs Minister Jaishankar has met China's Foreign Minister yesterday, and what transpired from this is that, of course, he has made his stand clear when it comes to Taiwan's issue. Of course, we know that China claims Taiwan as a part of the territory. Now, India has again reiterated its stand that our position on Taiwan remains consistent. Of course, we share a good ties with Taiwan as well when it comes to economic and cultural ties, and similar to the global approach. So yes, India has reiterated its position that the position when it comes to the Taiwan issue, our stand remains clear and consistent, and that the ties between India and Taiwan, the economic ties, remains consistent. So yeah, over to you.
That's right, Chandrakala. Thank you for joining us with those details. Now moving on, viewers, as India prepares for a long-range missile test in the Bay of Bengal, the USS Santa Barbara quietly docks at Colombo port officially for refueling, unofficially for something that's far more calculated. And this is a combat ship equipped with advanced surveillance and signal intelligence systems. It has arrived just days before India's NATOM window closes, placing it squarely within range of the test's trajectory. Here's more.
Days before India's long-range missile test window opens, the US Navy's USS Santa Barbara has docked in Colombo, Sri Lanka. Officially, it's a refueling stop. Unofficially, it's a precision-timed deployment that aligns almost too neatly with India's upcoming strategic launch. The Indian government has issued a NOTAM for August 2021, marking a danger zone that stretches nearly 4,800 kilometers into the Indian Ocean. That trajectory isn't routine. It's textbook for a high-range ballistic missile, likely the Agni 5 and possibly even the under-development Agni 6. The presence of a US surveillance-capable warship just off the coast of this launch corridor is no accident. The Santa Barbara is an Independence-class littoral combat ship, optimized for near-shore operations and modular mission flexibility. It's not a destroyer or cruiser, but it's no lightweight either. Its sensor suite includes the Sea Giraffe AMB radar, a multi-mode 3D air and surface search radar capable of tracking fast-moving aerial targets and low-flying cruise missiles. It's paired with the AN/KAX-2 EO-IR system, which provides higher-resolution thermal and optical imaging, ideal for spotting missile plumes, heat signatures, and re-entry events. The ship also carries EDO ES3601 ESM gear, which can intercept and analyze electromagnetic emissions, including telemetry signals and radar pulses from missile tracking systems. Onboard aviation assets include MH-60R Seahawk helicopters, which are equipped with ALQ-210 electronic support systems, AN/APS-153 multimode radar, and FLIR forward-looking infrared sensors. These platforms can extend the ship's surveillance range, conduct signals intelligence, SIGINT missions, and even track missile stages mid-flight. With a top speed exceeding 40 knots and a low radar cross-section, the Santa Barbara can reposition quickly and operate discreetly in contested waters. India's NOTAM reveals a launch corridor that begins off the eastern coast and arcs deep into the southern Indian Ocean. The dimensions and timing suggest a lofted trajectory, often used to simulate full-range performance while keeping the re-entry vehicle within national waters. This is consistent with Agni 5, India's three-stage solid-fueled missile with a range of 5,000 to 7,000 kilometers. But the extended danger zone and recent MRIV-related upgrades point towards something bigger. Possibly Agni 6, which is rumored to carry 10-plus MRIVs, feature canisterized launch capability and reach 8,000 to 10,000 kilometers. If this test validates Agni 6's flight profile, it would mark India's entry into the ICBM club with credible second strike capability. The timing of the Santa Barbara's arrival, just 4 days before the test window, raises serious questions. This ship is not here to refuel, it's here to observe. Its systems are capable of collecting telemetry data, tracking radar emissions from Indian ground stations, and monitoring the missile's flight path in real time. The US has a long history of deploying assets near strategic test zones to gather intelligence, and this fits the pattern perfectly. In fact, this isn't the first time the US has positioned surveillance platforms near Indian missile tests. During the 2024 Agni 5 MRIV validation, US analysts released detailed assessments within hours of the launch, suggesting real-time data collection. In 2022, when India's nuclear submarine INS Arihant conducted a successful SLBM test, satellite imagery showed US Air Force RC-135 rivet joint aircraft operating in the Bay of Bengal. Even during the BrahMos ER test from a Su-30 MKI, there was increased US naval presence in the region, including P-8A Poseidon flights and Arleigh-Burke-class destroyers transiting nearby. These deployments aren't symbolic, they are tactical. The US uses platforms like the Santa Barbara to gather radar signatures, telemetry packets, and launch behavior data that feed into missile defense simulations and strategic assessments. With India's missile program advancing rapidly, especially in MRIV tech, canisterization, and SLBM capability, the need for real-time observation is never higher. Sri Lanka's role in this setup is also worth noting. The country recently lifted its ban on foreign research vessels, a move widely interpreted as a concession to Chinese interests. But now, with a US warship docked in Colombo just before India's missile test, it's clear that Sri Lanka is being used as a staging ground for strategic observation. Whether willingly or passively, Colombo has become a node in the Indo-Pacific surveillance web. So, when the USS Santa Barbara arrives in Colombo days before a likely Agni 5 or Agni 6 test, it's not just refueling, it's positioning, it's collecting, it's watching. And while official statements may talk about partnership and logistics, the reality is clear. Every launch is tracked, every signal is intercepted, and every capability is measured. For India, this test is a message. For the US, it's a moment to listen very closely.
On that note, viewers, we'll slip into a short break, but don't go anywhere. We have two crucial stories on the other side. One, we'll get you the inside details of the key meeting between Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi and NSA Dowal. He's also set to meet the Prime Minister. Along with that, we'll also tell you about the NDA parliamentary meeting between PM Modi, Amit Shah, and their South face in VP race, Radha Krishnan. Stay tuned.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
President Trump, sir, your message to the people of Ukraine as world leaders gather.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
I choose a world where we care and we dare to love. I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics.
Living my best life.
Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Sta arrivando. President Trump, sir, your message to the people of Ukraine as world leaders gather here today.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Sta arrivando.
Pictures coming in of the crucial meeting between Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi and NSA Ajit Doval, and these are the pictures coming in from the national capital.
边界的问题啊，那么注入了动力。我们看到在年底的时候，第23次的特大的会晤，谈得很好。我们就如何来管控边境的分歧，稳定边境地区的形势，那么探讨解决问题的途径，那么这个达成了新的重要的一些共识，也明确了我们的具体的目标，那么形成了工作的框架。我们也对目前边境地区的形势走向稳定啊，我们是感到欣慰的。多尔先生，你作为印度方面特别代表，也为此做出了努力我们也表示赞赏。那双边关系目前面临着进一步改善发展的重要的机遇，中方高度重视莫迪总理本月底应邀赴华出席上合组织的峰会，我们相信啊，印度方面的与会将会为 上合天津峰会的成功那么做出印方的贡献。历史和现实一再证明，中印关系健康稳定发展，符合两国的根本和长远利益。那么也是广大发展中国家他们的共同的期待。我们应该按照两国领导人所出的战略指引，通过对话沟通来增进彼此的互信，通过交流合作来扩大共同利益，妥善解决双方在边界等领域的一些具体的问题，那么推动中印关系能够保持一个健康稳定的发展的势头。那么我们刚才已经进行了非常深入细致的小范围的会谈，我们愿在这个基础之上在大范围会谈当中进一步的那么汇集我们的共识，为下一步的我们的边界问题的磋商来这个明确我们的方向和具体的目标，同时也为两国关系的改善和发展来营造更好的条件。好，谢谢。
Mr. Doval, I'm very pleased to meet you again in New Delhi for this round of talks between the special representatives of China and India on the boundary question. The setbacks we experienced in the past few years were not in the interests of the people of our two countries. And then in October last year, President Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi had an important meeting in Kazan. That meeting pointed the direction for the development of our bilateral relations and provided impetus for the proper settlement of the boundary question. We had a very good 23rd round of special representatives talks at the end of last year. At that meeting, we reached new and important consensus on the management of disagreements, stabilizing the borders, and moving toward a settlement. We identified specific goals and formed a working framework. We are heartened to see the stability that is now restored in the borders. Mr. Doval, I appreciate your effort that you made as special representative of the Indian side. Now, the bilateral relationship is facing an important opportunity of improvement and growth. The Chinese side attaches great importance to the Prime Minister's visit to China to attend the SCO summit at our invitation. We believe that the Indian side will also make your contribution to a successful summit in Tianjin. History and reality proves once again that a healthy and stable China-India relationship serves the fundamental and long-term interests of both of our countries. It is also what the developing countries all want to see. Our two sides should follow the strategic guidance of our leaders, increase mutual trust through strategic communication, expand common interest through exchanges and cooperation, and properly settle the specific issues in the borders so as to advance our relationship in a healthy and sound manner. Just now, we had in-depth and detailed communication in the small group meeting. At the large group meeting, I am ready to work with you to build more consensus and identify the direction, the specific goals of the next of the boundary consultations going forward, and create more conditions for the improvement and further growth of our bilateral relations. Thank you.
Excellency, let me take this opportunity to introduce members of my delegation.
Okay.
On my right,
介绍我的代表团。
莫迪总理本月底应邀赴华出席上合组织的峰会，我们相信印度方面的与会将会为 上合天津峰会的成功那么做出印方的贡献。历史和现实一再证明，中印关系健康。
All right, that was the bilateral meeting that was held, and soon after that, the comments that are coming in from the Chinese top diplomat. This is Wang Yi, who is addressing NSA Doval, also in attendance. Chandrakala is joining me live on the broadcast. Chandrakala, take us to what next after the initial comments are made. I believe NSA Ajit Doval is also speaking there. If we can get in the first comments from India's National Security Advisor as well.
Well, absolutely. A very, very crucial meeting has just taken place. We have seen the opening remarks by both the sides. And of course, NSA Doval has begun with the fact that, 9 months, after 9 months, the relations is in the upward trajectory, of course. And he has also mentioned that the last year, the 23rd round of special representative talks was successful. Now that the bilateral relations is gaining momentum. And of course, the Chinese counterpart has also assured that, of course, peace and tranquility in the border will be maintained by both the sides. So yes, a very, very crucial understanding between both the sides now coming after years of clashes, skirmishes between both the countries ever since the Galwan Valley clash took place, and of course the Doklam for that matter. So yes, this particular meeting is not just a meeting, but yes, two rivalry, the South Asian giants meeting after years of clashes. So yes, looking forward as to what could be the outcome of this meeting now that both the countries have conveyed to each other that the bilateral ties is moving towards upward trajectory is something which is very crucial for the entire international community, especially for the US. Over to you.
Right, Chandrakala, we also learned that the top diplomat of the Chinese counterpart is going to hold a crucial meeting with the Prime Minister today as well. When is that slated, and what is going to be the key agenda of that meeting?
Well, yes, the Chinese Foreign Minister will also be meeting the Prime Minister today. He is here for a two-nation visit, 2 days visit, and of course, tomorrow he'll be departing from India. And today he is meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi at his residence at around 5:30 p.m. India time. And the fact that, of course, border issues will be one such agenda, but of course, major focus would be on the tariff and the fact that China has come out in strong support, a very, very unlikely ally. China is now cozying up with India. The Prime Minister meeting Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi is a very, very crucial development when it comes to Indian diplomacy, a very, very busy week for India right at this moment. And of course, we are expecting several issues would be discussed when he will be meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Of course, starting from the border issues to connectivity to resumption of flights, of course, after years of clashes would be on the agenda. Trade would be one such aspect that would be discussed between both the leaders. Over to you.
Absolutely, Chandrakala. Stay with me. In fact, let's also listen into that statement that was given by National Security Advisor Ajit Doval just a few moments back.
A very warm welcome. Thank you very much for being here. I had a wonderful meeting in the last round in Beijing, and I'm very happy that since then, in the last 9 months, there has been an upward trend. Borders have been quiet. There have been peace and tranquility. Our bilateral engagements have been more substantial. And we are most grateful to our leaders who, in Kazan, in October last, were able to set a new trend. And we have profited a lot since then. The new environment that has been created has helped us in moving ahead in the various areas that we were working on. I'm very hopeful that, like the last one, this 24th Special Representative level talks would be equally successful. Our Prime Minister will be visiting for the SCO summit shortly, and therefore I think that this SR level talks assume a very special importance. This is the 75th year of our diplomatic relations, and it's a time to celebrate. And we find that with this new energy and the new momentum, that it is this thing with your personal efforts and with the maturity and the sense of responsibility of our diplomatic teams and our missions in the countries, your ambassador here, and also our armies on the borders, we have been able to make it this thing. So thank you very much, sincerely, and welcome your initial remarks.
In fact, we're getting in more details of the key crucial meet that was held between the top Chinese diplomat and the NSA, Ajit Doval. We're learning that the Chinese embassy has now issued a statement where they say that India and China together must move forward to take the agenda of the global south to the world. In fact, the Chinese embassy in this statement has also said that we must defy China and India must defy unilateralism and shape a multipolar future. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi, who is on a 2-day official visit to India, will be holding 24th round of special representative dialogue on the boundary question with NSA Ajit Doval. In fact, we saw the initial comments just a few moments back. Ajit Doval held a key meeting today. Yesterday, it was with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. The Chinese Foreign Minister is also scheduled to meet the Prime Minister today, according to officials. The meeting with the National Security Advisor is expected to cover a range of issues, including boundary situation, trade, and possible resumption of flight services. Chandrakala continues to stay with me on the broadcast on that note. Chandrakala, it seems that the India-China ties are resetting. The Prime Minister meeting with the Prime Minister is going to be held today at 7 LKM. And before Chandrakala, I come to you, I'm also being joined by Madhav Nalapat, geopolitical expert on the phone line. Madhav Nalapat, what do you think of China extending an olive branch to India? It seems like China is trying to reset ties with us.
Look, I will believe that when Chinese troop presence on the border is reduced, when their plan to build roads right up to the line of actual control is abandoned, because why are those roads being built? Why are those facilities being created? If not to further grab Indian territory. They already have a lot of Indian territory right from 1950s, and they want to grab even more. So quite frankly, Mr. Wang Yi is the smiling face of Chinese state politics. But I will believe that smile if they start slowing down, the building of roads to the border, and if they de-escalate their troop presence. There's an increasing Chinese troop presence on the border. And of course, therefore, we have to do a commensurate increase so that we can be on our guard. So I would only like to say, I would like to go by actions but not words. And so far, the actions of the Chinese side have not been exactly the same as the words coming out of the Chinese side, including by the very suave, very genteel Foreign Minister Wang Yi.
Absolutely, Madam Nalapa, thank you very much for sharing your views on that. Chandrakala, coming to you now. We learned that China is trying to extend an olive branch. They are trying to mend ties with India. This crucial meeting also comes at a time when India has made it clear that there is no change in stance as far as Taiwan is concerned. What more details do you have on that front?
Yes, now that we know that External Affairs Minister meeting Chinese Foreign Minister, when he has said that, both, of course, we have seen the Chinese embassy statement noting that, China and India must lead the global south. A huge statement coming in because, after years of rivalry, now both the nation has taken a decision to come on board and to the meeting table and discuss the issues. And this particular visit comes after 7 years, and of course, as far as the Galwan Valley clash is concerned, and now India has also once again reiterated its Taiwan stand when it comes to one China policy. Of course, the stand on Taiwan and made it clear that, of course, we share an economic ties with Taiwan. There is an understanding with both the nation, and also now that China, India are also, moving ahead to build a better ties between both the nations. And we are looking forward to a very, very crucial meeting to be taking place between the Chinese Foreign Minister and the Prime Minister of India, that's Narendra Modi, from sometimes now at 5:30 p.m. So yes, a very crucial meet is underway, and this is a huge diplomatic development. And the Chinese embassy has also stated clearly.
And the Chinese embassy has also stated clearly that, China, India must lead the global south, defy unilateralism, and shape a multipolar future. This was also reiterated by External Affairs Minister yesterday during the meeting with the Chinese Foreign Minister. Over to you.
Right, Chandra, thank you very much for getting us those details. We will come back to you as and when there are more updates on the story. But for now, it's time for us to shift our focus to more stories that we are tracking on this edition. In yet another horrifying incident in Udaipur, a 5-year-old boy was brutally mowed down and attacked by 3 stray dogs while playing outside his home in Gautam Vihar colony on RTO Road. This happened in Udaipur, Rajasthan. The shocking episode has been captured on a CCTV camera. It shows how the dogs dragging and biting the child before his mother rushed to the rescue just in time. We learn that parallelly in Karnataka, a tragic case of negligence towards stray dog menace has claimed the life of a 4-year-old girl. The child was attacked by a stray dog while playing inside her house 4 months ago and later developed rabies. Despite receiving treatment, she succumbed to the infection after months of struggle. All right, we're trying to get in more details on the horrific case that has come to light from 2 states, number one in Rajasthan, the other one in Karnataka. In Rajasthan, as you see in Udaipur, on the left-hand side of your window, a 5-year-old child has been mowed down by 3 stray dogs who came attacking at the 5-year-old, a toddler, without any provocation. The dog then pulls the toddler by the feet and drags him. In the second case, which is from Devangre in Karnataka, a 4-year-old who had been bitten by the stray dogs, then developed rabies and have ultimately succumbed to injuries. The case in Karnataka is about a 4-year-old girl who has died after contracting rabies following a stray dog attack in Devangre's city's Shastri layout. The deceased, we learn, has been identified as Khadera Banu, who was mauled by a stray dog about 4 months ago. After the attack, in fact, she developed rabies and had been undergoing treatment at Bengaluru's Rajiv Gandhi Hospital for the past 4 months. Despite several efforts at various private hospitals as well, the child tragically succumbed to the injuries. Akanksha, my colleague, is joining me live on the broadcast on that. Akanksha, 2 states, same case, stray dog menace continues to take over cities across India, be it Karnataka, be it Rajasthan, or even the national capital.
Well, absolutely. See, several such cases have come to the fore in the last few weeks, and this one is from Udaipur. We are learning that another horrifying incident has taken place. A 5-year-old boy was brutally attacked by 3 stray dogs while playing outside his home, and this, in fact, took place in the Gautam Vihar colony, is what we are learning. The shocking episode was captured on CCTV camera, and those are the visuals on your screen, in which we can see that the dog is dragging and biting the child before the mother rushed to rescue just in time. And as you also mentioned, Tanisha, in Karnataka as well, there was a similar incident that took place that has unfortunately claimed the life of a 4-year-old girl. And we're learning that the child was attacked by a stray dog while she was playing outside her house around, this happened 4 months ago, and later she developed rabies, is what we're learning. But despite receiving the treatment, she has now succumbed to the infection months after the struggle. So not just in Rajasthan or Karnataka, several such cases have come to the fore in the last few months, but tragically what we're learning in Karnataka, this 4-year-old girl that we can see on the screen, she has lost her life because of the rabies. In Udaipur, in fact, 5-year-old boy, as we are showing in the visuals, was brutally attacked by a pack of dogs.
Absolutely, Akanksha. Thank you very much for sharing those details. Moving across to some other stories that we're tracking, at least 63 people have died and over 100 people are still missing as cloudburst has unleashed havoc in Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar district. Our colleague Kusimran brings you this report from Ground Zero on what the situation looks like currently.
Relief and the rescue operation continues for the 6th day in the Chashoti village of the Kishtwar, where several lives are still feared to be trapped, and now the men and machinery from outside the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir is also being brought to the operation site. This comes at a time when we have seen that the large-scale rescue operations are being brought in, and also is the case that the Indian Army is especially introducing its all-terrain vehicles, more and more all-terrain vehicles into the rescue operations, while the inclement weather conditions have come to a standstill, and now the sun has come up, making it a bit easier for the authorities to carry out relief and rescue operation. While on the other hand, the story of Hukam Chand has also emerged. Hukam Chand, the government teacher who was there at the time of incident, he first rescued and saved 80 school students that were there preparing for the Independence Day and the Janmashtami, and then he swung into the rescue operations, and during the rescue operations he saved more than 40 lives. But unfortunately in this incident he lost his brother, his sister-in-law, and also his niece in this tragedy that has unfolded. So far 64 people have lost their life in this tragic incident that has taken place in the Chashoti village of the Kishtwar district, and relief and the rescue operation are continuing with the recovery of one body this morning by the rescue teams. Now the Home Secretary of Jammu and Kashmir, Chandrakar Bharti, along with the senior IPS officer Uttam Chand, who is IG Operations Jammu and Kashmir, will be reaching the operation site to review the on-ground situation and to carry out the assessment that what has unfolded in the area and how the relief and the rescue operations are continuing. Apart from this, Indian Air Force has also been kept on standby, and it is believed that one of the union ministers will be arriving here tomorrow.
Moving on to some international stories that we are tracking. Donald Trump held talks with the European Union leaders after his meeting with Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky. The multilateral talks notably downplayed the prospect of an immediate ceasefire, despite European leaders' insistence on its necessity before the meaningful negotiations. Donald Trump, aligning with Putin's stance post his Alaska summit, emphasized a comprehensive peace agreement over a temporary ceasefire, suggesting negotiations could proceed while fight continues. Here's a detailed report on that.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor to have you here. It's Ukraine, and I actually think there won't be. I think that's even overrated, largely overrated, but we're going to find it. How are you? Nice to see you. That's a good way to do it. Not too long. That's a very 2, 1. Yeah. All of us would obviously prefer an immediate ceasefire while we work on a lasting peace, and maybe something like that could happen. As of this moment, it's not happening, but President Zelensky and President Putin can talk a little bit more about that. You know, in the 6 or so wars that we stopped, we haven't had a ceasefire. And so I don't know that it's necessary. You can do it through the war, but it would be, I like the ceasefire from another standpoint. You immediately stop the killing. But I believe a peace agreement at the end of all of this is something that's very attainable, and it can be done in the near future. With all of the wars that I got involved in, we only have this one left. Of course, as I walk out the door, there'll probably be a new one starting, and I'll get that stopped too. But I thought this was going to be one of the easier ones. It's actually one of the most difficult. They're very complex.
Complicated negotiations. And to be honest, we're united. So that's why it's a very... To be honest, we all would like to see a ceasefire, the latest from the next meeting on. I can't imagine that the next meeting would take place without a ceasefire. So let's work on that, and let's try to put pressure on Russia, because the credibility of these efforts we are undertaking today are depending on at least a ceasefire from the beginning of the serious negotiations from next step on. So I would like to emphasize this aspect and would like to see a ceasefire from the next meeting, which should be a trilateral meeting wherever it takes place.
That's a pretty unusual thing. Well, we're going to let the president go over and talk to the president, and we'll see how that works out, and if we can do that. I will say, and again I say it, in the 6 wars that I've settled, I haven't had a ceasefire. We just got into negotiations, and one of the wars was, as you know, in the Congo was 31 years long. Another one that we settled last week with 2 great countries was 35 years going on, and we had no ceasefire. So if we can do the ceasefire, great. And if we don't do a ceasefire, because many other points were given to us.
Good to see you. Yeah, likewise. Thank you.
Today, we've had a very successful day thus far. Important discussions as we work to end the killing and stop the war in Ukraine. We're all working for the same goal.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Sta arrivando.
President Trump, sir, your message to the people of Ukraine as world leaders gather here today. And Russia continues to attack civilians, this time.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I choose a world where we care and we dare to love. I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics.
Living my best life.
Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Sta arrivando.
Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi holds crucial talks with NSA Ajit Doval, also to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi later today. NDA holds parliamentary meeting. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Amit Shah, Vice Presidential candidate Radhakrishnan in attendance. Sources say Prime Minister Modi, while addressing the NDA in the parliamentary meeting, called for the Indus Water Treaty as a blunder by Prime Minister Nehru.
Modi Sarkar down!
Opposition snowballs the voter chori allegations, protests inside and outside parliament premises.
एस्ट्रोलॉजी और एस्ट्रोनॉमी दो अलग चीजें हैं। सरकार शायद नशत देकर के ही एसआईआर पे बात करेगी।
After stalling discussions on India's space journey, SP remains stern, says want discussion on the special intensive revision first. Prime Minister Narendra Modi shares a candid moment with Subhanshu Shukla. They talk about the Gaganyaan mission. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 12:30 p.m. this Tuesday afternoon. Our top story remains incessant rains continue to lash Mumbai. The IMD now has issued a red alert in the city and schools and colleges have been shut today. Several areas are waterlogged and are severely affected, including Andheri, Bandra, Ville Parle and Chembur owing to waterlogging. Both the lanes of the Andheri subway were also shut, and the vehicular movement for the day has also been massively disrupted. This is the second straight day now that a red alert has been issued in Mumbai as incessant rains continue to lash the financial capital of India. You can see knee-deep waters in certain parts. Traffic disrupted. Schools and colleges once again have been shut in the city of Mumbai as incessant rains continue to lash for a second straight day on August 19th, today on Tuesday, as the week started in Mumbai with a great amount of rainfall. Red alert continues to remain in Mumbai. As you can see, there has been massive disruptions in Bandra, Chembur and Andheri. In fact, subways have also been stopped. My colleague Satya Prakash is reporting live for us from Mumbai on the situation at the present. Satya Prakash, what's the situation on ground vis-a-vis waterlogging? For a second straight day now today, schools and colleges have been shut in Mumbai.
देखिए, मुंबई में लगातार बारिश हो रही है। बारिश होने की वजह से जगह जगह पानी भरा हुआ है। 2 से 3 फुट पानी भर चुका है हर जगह पे सड़क पर, और सड़क जो है नदी बन चुका है। मैं इस समय साइन स्टेशन पे हूँ, रेलवे स्टेशन पे हूँ, और लोकल की रफ्तार बंद हो चुकी है। लोकल जो चल रही थी सीएसटी से लेकर थाने तक वो बंद हो चुकी है। मैं ट्रैक का तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ। रेलवे ट्रैक पर देखिए किस तरह से पानी पानी नजर आ रहा है, नदी बन गया। सामने देखिए किस तरह से पूरा पानी जमा हो गया है। पानी भरने की वजह से ट्रैक पे कहीं न कहीं जो लोकल था, लोकल बंद हो चुका है। जो सीएसटी से थाने कल्याण जाती है लोकल, वो पूरी तरह बंद होगा। जो यात्री है, यात्री कहीं कहीं रेलवे स्टेशन पे खड़े हैं, इंतजार कर रहे हैं लोकल ट्रेन का, लेकिन लोकल ट्रेन बंद हो चुकी है, सस्पेंड हो चुकी है। जब तक ये ट्रैक से पानी नहीं उतरेगा तब तक यहाँ पर लोकल नहीं चलेगी। जो सीएसटी से लेकर थाने कल्याण के लिए लोकल ट्रेन जाती है उसको सस्पेंड कर दिया है सेंट्रल रेलवे ने। हर्बल लाइन की जो लोकल ट्रेन है वो भी बंद हो चुकी है, क्योंकि लगातार जो है ट्रैक पे पानी बढ़ता जा रहा है, जिसको लेकर कहीं कहीं रेलवे ने लोकल ट्रेन को सस्पेंड कर दिया है। सामने मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पे सामने देखिए पूरा जो पानी ही पानी नजर आ रहा है, आगे एकदम नदी ही नदी नजर आ रहा है। ट्रैक पे पूरा पानी जमा हो चुका है। दोनों ट्रैक पे दोनों साइड में जो है वहाँ पे पानी भर चुका है। लगातार पानी भरता जा रहा है। मुंबई के अलग अलग इलाकों में 3 से 4 फुट पानी जमा हो चुका है। सड़क पर पानी भरा हुआ है, सड़क नदी बन चुका है। और लोकल ट्रेन की जो ट्रैक है देखिए, लोकल ट्रेन की ट्रैक देखिए किस तरह से पानी भर चुका है। दोनों साइड में ट्रैक पे पानी भरा हुआ है। पानी भरने की वजह से जो सेंट्रल लाइन की लोकल ट्रेन चलती है सीएसटी से लेकर थाने कल्याण, जो अलग अलग जगह जाती है, उसको सस्पेंड कर दिया गया है। थोड़ी देर पहले ही सस्पेंड किया गया है। और वेस्टर्न लाइन की जो लोकल की रफ्तार है वो धीमी हो चुकी है, 15 से 20 मिनट देरी चल रही है। हर्बल लाइन की लोकल सस्पेंड कर दिया गया है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से लगातार बारिश हो रही है, ट्रैक पे पानी जमा हो चुका है और यात्री परेशान है। सामने जो देखिए किस तरह से यात्री इंतजार कर रहे हैं, अलग अलग स्टेशनों पर इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि लोकल ट्रेन आए, लेकिन आधे घंटे पहले ही लोकल ट्रेन को सस्पेंड कर दिया गया है, क्योंकि ट्रैक पे पूरा जमा हो चुका पानी। ये साइन है कुर्ला में पानी पूरा जमा हो चुका, अलग अलग स्टेशनों पे ट्रैक पे पानी भर चुका है, और जो यात्री है अलग अलग स्टेशनों पे फंसे हुए हैं। जी,
Thank you so much, Satya Prakash, for tracking those developments. Ladies and gentlemen, for a second straight day now, red alert issued in the financial capital, Mumbai, Bandra, Chembur, Andheri. Those are the live visuals that we are tracking. Knee-deep waters now. Trains also being disrupted. Flights also being diverted. My colleague Satya Prakash continues to report live at the moment as schools and colleges have been shut for a second straight day, as incessant rainfall continues to lash the city for the last 24 to 48 hours in both Thane and Palghar districts also. Red alert has been issued. The Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Airport was also heavily waterlogged, affecting flight schedules today. Indigo had also issued a travel advisory for passengers to plan ahead, warning of any possible delays on arrival. That's the latest update coming in from the IMD, which is continuing to maintain an orange and now, in fact, even a red alert that was issued all the way back on Saturday.